us goodbye. Then we loved each other. I guess one of us lied. So please just pull away. I can't look you in the face. I don't wanna have to lie. I wanna listen to somebody. Like in your heart, I feel paralyzed. I feel paralyzed. I feel paralyzed.
I just want you. I just want you. The words I never said but wanted to. I'm losing you. I'm losing you. Oh, but these thoughts won't let you go. They keep running back to you. Whoa. can't look the other way. I'm chasing starlight to find its died away. Breathe it in. It's just now. We're just falling. And we won't always free fall back to nothing. 'Cause I'm just starting to learn. I've always been chasing
I dream too much. I tell myself that I can't stop. We could see clearly now. We could see clearly now. That I can't stop. We could see clearly now. We could see clearly now. We could see clearly now. Clearly now. Clearly now. We could see clearly now. We could see clearly now. We could see clearly now. I smoke too much. I drink too much. I tell myself that I can't stop. We could see clearly now. 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 Clearly now. Clearly now. We could see clearly now. We could see clearly now. We could see clearly now. That I can't stop. We could see clearly now. We could see clearly now. I can't stop. We could see clearly now. We could see clearly now.
It's never too late to admit when you're wrong. Turn a new leaf, see a new dawn. The time to decide has come and gone. Just give me a chance, we can carry on. I made my choice, these drums of your voice, they run through my head as I remember the day. Stay in this moment. fill the frame. They say we're lost without aim. Today the stars will read red. Soon blue will guide us instead. I make the stars fill the frame. They say we're lost without aim. Today the stars will read red. Soon blue will guide us instead. I make the stars fill the frame. They say we're lost without aim. Today the stars will read red. Soon blue will guide us instead. That's this what I never too late to admit when you're on. Turn a new leaf, see a new dawn. The time to decide has come and gone. Just give me a chance, we can carry on. I've made my choice, these drums of your voice, they run through my head as I remember the day. Stay in this moment.
Savoring this moment. Is this our last goodbye? Then we lend each other. I guess one of us lied. So please just pull away. I can't look you in the face. I don't wanna have to lie. I wanted this love to survive. Now when I look in your I feel paralyzed.
Max, he's on the tower. Why are you so far forward? First blood to Nuclear. Well, luckily, Jacob finds a fix. Oh, goodbye. Memento leaps forward, flash and heal, exhaust, plus the enchanted crystal arrow. Red down to 100. The sapling scores for Blackfish.
This is really well played by Giant.
As always, talk to coach. New coach coming in on the side of Vitality as well. Hello, I'm Daniel Dracos, and joining me at this cheeky analyst desk tonight are James Stress O'Leary, Misfits' own Barney Alfari Morris, and Coach Hussein Dako Moosvi. Welcome, gentlemen. It's the first time we've had you here.
Thank you for having us.
Good overall. Excited
Not the first time for me. But
not the first time for you. It's good to have you back.
Lots
You
of
know,
games.
always excited to have you here as well, Stress. I don't want to disinclude you from the action. Of course, here's how the standings look on day 2 of week 3 of the split after our 2 matches yesterday.
Yeah, and you know, yesterday we saw Unicorns of Love continue their streak 4-0. Not a lot of people would have thought that coming into the split, but they have been the strongest team over in Group B, and you can't take it away from them.
And as good as Unicorns have looked, of course, Misfits, you guys had a fantastic moment yesterday, coming out on top over Fnatic. Technically tied for first as of right now, but of course, G2 will play a series later today to see if you guys can maintain that tie.
That might change.
It may change a little bit, but talk to me a little bit more about the series that we saw yesterday between you guys and Fnatic, because I'll be honest, we didn't expect you guys, or I don't want to speak for everyone on the broadcast. I didn't expect you guys to do so well, but that was clean, that was confident, that looked fantastic.
I think a couple of things played into our favor for the matchup. One, I think over the past 3 weeks, we've been improving a lot on our vision and just our mid to late game decision making in terms of engages and just how we control the map. So I think we showed that yesterday. And then along with that, I think we got a bit lucky with the picks that we ended up getting and the picks that Fnatic brought to the game.
And I want to stop on one of those picks. Alfari, we had a discussion earlier in the week. What is it that allows Jace to be such a force in the top lane? Is it Courage of Colossus, lethality, everything mixed together?
Well, on the new patch, which we played versus Fnatic on, Coach of the Colossus obviously got nerfed, and tanks are typically good picks into Jace. So Jace is obviously like a really strong flex pick as well. So I think these changes made Jace like even stronger as a top laner, also as a mid laner, just as a pick in general, which is why it's a really strong pick now, I think.
Of course, though, it also felt a little bit like we saw some kind of fumbles on the Fnatic side. Did you feel like they were playing at their full strength there? What do you think was the big kind of vulnerability on their end?
I think we're surprised that they put so much on Caps, so much pressure on Caps to perform, because he is the newest member on the roster and he's very much a rookie to how to play the game. And then they went twice into a 1-3-1 comp, so that itself seemed a little bit weird to me. And then along with that, I think our vision was really good. So they didn't play properly to the vision they had on the map, but it was also difficult for them to find play since the map was so dark for them so often.
And especially with those vision improvements you were talking about, I mean, so as an amazing with the culprits that just time after time ended up getting caught out, especially in game 2.
I mean, hard for us to watch, hard for Fnatic fans to watch, but of course you guys had to have felt pretty good about it overall.
We're not complaining.
Yeah. Definitely some highlight moments coming out on 2. The Ivern continues to be this absolute powerhouse in Europe, and I got to say, like, across the board, it feels like Misfits are playing much cleaner. We saw improved Baron setups, and you kind of said the team has been steadily improving, but it really did, I think, from our perspective, feel like a massive change between week 2 and week 3. Did you guys feel that as well, or is this kind of the pace that you've been on the whole time?
I think we felt the biggest change between the Roccat game last week to the G2 one. Even though the G2 was a loss, I think we put up a pretty good fight. And I think our vision in the G2 series was fairly good. It's a lot better this week, but it's something we talked about for a whole week, all the way back from Roccat. So we've been improving on it for like 7 to 8 days now, and I think that's what ended up showing yesterday.
Yeah, well, speaking of G2, we will, of course, see them play in our second series today as we bring up today's schedule. Of course, 2 more matches is going to be exciting. First up, though, not going to be G2. It will be Vitality versus H2K. before we see Giants and G2 eSports clash later in the day. And honestly, guys, I just want to focus right in on this first series. Vitality versus H2K. Both show some good things, some bad things. H2K looking a little down and out since their Unicorn series. But let's start with Vitality.
Sure.
What do we expect from this team coming in this week?
They're somewhat in recovery mode. In the early weeks, we saw some bad drafts. And even in the beginning of week 2, just really crazy things that they were giving away and not getting for themselves. Slightly better against Origin, I feel. And they're in this mode where the team seems to be slowly improving, but there are still a lot of isolated mistakes. I mean, we were talking earlier about Hachani. We were talking a bit about how Joko is settling in. So, Alfari, what do you think is one of the biggest things for Vitality right now that they're struggling with?
Well, I think Hachani, obviously Hachani's been mispositioning a lot, particularly in the mid and late game. And Vitality overall, they've looked not very great. Like when they have early leads, like particularly versus Origin, for example, like Wisdom was 0-5, and then they still managed to make this game close somehow, which should be like kind of impossible, especially versus Origin, you would think. But Vitality have just struggled a lot, like particularly mid and late game. The early game is like maybe like only redeemable quality at the moment, looking at their games. So I guess they're going to have to like get a really big early lead to be able to challenge H2K.
And yeah, well, I feel like we've expected more out of that bottom lane coming in. One of the big things that stands out to me is jungle. Joko doesn't seem to be quite on the same page of his team consistently. He's had some great games. He's had, honestly, some terrible games as well. And Hussein, I wanted to kind of, what is your opinion of this guy as a player, as a jungler, and how do you think he's going to stack up in this matchup?
Well, I think he's new to the current setup of the jungle role. He's going up against really good junglers in Europe this season. And along with that, he has the support in Hachani, and they don't seem to be working on the same page quite often. So maybe it's a language issue, maybe it's just game knowledge, I'm not sure. But I think that's causing a lot of issues for Vitality as a whole, because they're not able to use their laners and support and jungle quite in sync quite often.
All right. Well, I mean, definitely some issues on that side. Of course, some strong points as well, as Vitality were able to find wins. But I want to turn our attention now to the side of H2K. Looking at their team, I mean, it feels like it was so good up until that Unicorn series, and now is really the first time when we look at H2K that we have to start calling out clear issues. But what was it for you, Stress, that stood out the most?
For me, it was a mix of things. We saw them later on into the game in the team fights, not only struggle with target selection, but kind of being all over the place. And against Unicorns, a team that was so good at team fighting in week 2 when we looked at it, it just got exploited time after time. And H2K couldn't really get on the right foot from the games. And I'm just not used to seeing H2K look quite so rough. Despite only being now in week 3, H2K over the months have just seemed so consistent.
And I'm curious for your opinion, gentlemen. Would you chalk this up to Unicorns of Love just being very, very good right now, or are there kind of more weaknesses being shown through for H2K?
So I think H2K gave UOL like UOL's best comp, which is like Shen, Katarina, this kind of thing. But like this is actually obviously like a very strong Shen player, and UOL never hesitate to go for fights. And they played the team fights very well, UOL. I don't think it's like necessarily H2K playing like really badly. Like they didn't play great, they played okay. And UOL just like, they had a lot of practice with this comp, they played very well with it, and they looked better.
Yeah, it was good to see. Of course,
I think overall, just Unicorns is probably the best team fighting team in the league. So it's one thing that they are able to exploit this weakness in H2K. But despite that, I think H2K still has a good macro sense. They still have Yankos, who's really, really good in the jungle. Febiven, who's been in LCS for a while now, and he knows how to play mid lane very well. So I think while that weakness was exploited by UOL, I'm not necessarily sure that's a big concern against other teams.
Well, of course, gentlemen, we will find out. I've just heard that the casters are ready, so we've talked about it. Let's hear what the teams have to say. Let's see what the teams can show us, and let's get over to that caster desk to get this game started.
Thank you very much, Dracos, and good evening, everybody. I'm Trevor Quickshow Henry, joined here at the caster desk by my sassy co-caster, Martin
Yes,
Fisher.
I am the sassy one, of course, not you.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at the contenders taking to the Rift in this Group B battle. Starting on the blue side, it is Team Vitality, with Capashard in the top lane, Joko in the jungle, Nukeduck the mid lane, Steelback AD carry, support Hachani, and their coach, Marian.
Had a chat to some of the guys from Vitality just before the game started here. Confidence, tiny bit.
Okay.
Joko basically said it's all about, getting that first blood and then not inting after. I kind of agree with that. It's good to get first blood and then not feed. So I think that might be the strategy for Vitality.
Right, not inting after. It's not the most difficult strategy I've ever heard.
Just don't int.
Their opponents who want Vitality to int, it is H2K. With Odo Omni in the top lane, Yankos in the jungle, Feathervin in the mid lane, Nuclear and Che the duo, with Prolly the returning coach. Deficio, we are playing on patch 7.2. We saw Warwick yesterday by the Unicorns of Love.
Yeah.
We have Jankos and Joko, two very exciting junglers. Do you think we'll see Warwick today?
Hard to predict. I think Warwick is okay. I don't think he's like overpowered or anything.
Yeah.
So we won't see Warwick every single game, that's for sure. Yeah, I know. Surprise, surprise as well, because he wasn't picked in every single game so far. Here in 7.2. Decent early game, strong skirmish. Mid game, yes, it works. Late game, you're kind of useless. Joko, though, I mean, Joko's the kind of jungler who has been struggling a little bit with finding his picks.
Yes.
Maybe something like Warwick can help him.
I mean, Joko actually said quite bluntly last week when we interviewed him, he struggled to play the meta champions. That's why he's played a lot of Olaf. We'll see if Vitality get their hands on it. Being first pick in blue side, maybe they can get their hands on Kha'Zix. It's Ashe, LeBlanc so far. No real surprises. The Ashe ban,
Yeah,
questionable.
I actually think Ashe on 7.2 is the weakest of the three strong AD carries. I think Varus and Jhin with the lethality buff is above her. So it's a very interesting ban, obviously very targeted, just at Nuclear specifically. But if you then do not remove another AD carry, you just trade Varus for Jhin. And I think H2K is happy taking that trade. So a little bit of an interesting first ban. Tahm Kench as well. Normally means Malzahar first pick for Vitality. They like to remove Tahm Kench and then take that Malz. But then there's Zyra available for Che to pick against it, so I'm not really sure about these bans from Vitality yet.
Leaving Kha'Zix open, so if they don't go Kha'Zix, like, you know, a potential first pick, but what do you value more, right? Deny the jungle pick from Jankos, or prioritize a support for Hachani?
I mean, I think you have to go Kha'Zix here,
Yes.
because Jankos is a fantastic Kha'Zix player, but if Joko does not feel 100% comfortable on that pick, then you have to go for something else. But here's my issue now. Jhin will get locked in by H2K in the first pick phase here. Kha'Zix will be locked in now by Jankos. They don't even have to take the Jhin yet. They can save it for the last pick if they want to. But at least go for Kha'Zix here.
Kha'Zix Zyra? No?
Kha'Zix
Malz?
Zyra. I think Kha'Zix Zyra is really good. Zyra is fantastic against the Malzahar, specifically in the laning phase. It's something Che loves to play as well. He's played 5 times. It's
Yes.
the most played support for H2K. That one is a no-brainer. Now it's all about, do you want to lock AD carry? So you have flexibility with your last pick here in the first phase, because that can be very important. Or do you just take the Zyra and then wait for Jhin for next?
Well, there's your answer, Deficio. Zyra locked in. Vitality, interesting ban phase 1.
I think it's a horrible start. Absolutely disgusting start. It made sense if you banned both AD carries and then picked the Varus, but right now, it really is up. But I want to see more before I judge too much. Joko's loved his Olaf. It is still available, funny enough, because no one else wants to pick it. And that's the Malzahar we mentioned with the Tahm Kench ban. It's almost too obvious.
It is almost too obvious indeed, and a little bit of a curveball. Ivern locked in. Joko has played it once before. It was a loss. Unfortunately, Vitality have 2 series losses, so it's not too surprising. Big smiles on Nukeduck's face.
I know, Nukeduck maybe he's getting ready for something special they've been practicing. Surprisingly enough from H2K, they actually do not value the Jhin here, which then should be banned by Vitality. And they value the Shen instead, and that means Rumble ban will come in from H2K. And maybe something like a Gangplank, but I think Rumble is the one you really want to get rid of when you play Shen top.
And there you go.
There we go, and that should
Rumble
be the
removed.
Jhin on the side of Vitality. And I don't think they need to ban other AD carries.
Where does Nuclear then lean to? If Jhin is now gone, Ashe was banned in round 1, Varus is still up, so do Vitality ban Varus as well? If you really
They
want
already
to.
picked it.
I'm blind, thank you very much. So
It'd be weird if they did.
The next question, what is Nuclear going to play? Caitlyn?
Caitlyn, most likely. Ezreal is a staple for a lot of Korean AD carries still, but I think it's going to be Caitlyn. This is clearly something H2K said it's okay for them to actually give over or allow Vitality to ban this Jhin that is considered by many the best AD carry at the moment.
Yeah.
So it is interesting that they didn't value it, but obviously the Shen is a power pick. There's the Caitlyn ban.
There we go.
That means Ezreal will most likely be the choice. Oh, unless they have something spicy here. That's why they actually left it open then. Lethality MF. I played against it in solo queue. The ulti, it wrecks you. It will literally kill you from 100% to 0 when she has Ghostblade. Ah, you're boring. Come on, H2K.
One item, 100 to 0.
Ghostblade and you're squishy AD carry. She ultis you. If you stand in that, you're done.
Wow, now I'm disappointed. We're not going to see it because
Oh.
Ezreal was locked in.
I thought there was something
boring
special.
and safe and scaling.
Yeah, I thought there's something special planned. That's why they didn't go for that Jhin, but Probably is boring. We knew that already, obviously. We tried to talk to him. Super, super boring person.
Yeah, probably just all serious. Never smiles,
All the
never
time.
jokes. Every time you see him on camera, it's a scary, scary guy. The newest edition of Mic Check, actually, he's seriously staring down Yankos.
I know. Jankos was revealing strategies, and we showed them to the internet.
They
and then,
did.
You know?
Disappointed Prolly. So for Vitality, they lock in the Rise, got themselves some good wave clear. There's a couple of tanks off the table with obviously Poppy and Shen locked in. Gonna go for another combatant, not really the Rumble, but at least Trundle will make Shen's life very difficult and push that side lane.
Yeah, as you said, a split pushing choice against the Shen. Obviously, H2K looking to force team fights and get Shen out of that lane, but right now H2K doesn't have any hard engage. Ezreal doesn't offer anything, Zyra is not hard engaged, Kha'Zix can't really jump in head first. And against the Rise, we see Taliyah often, Corki, Victor, Orianna. There's like a ton of picks that mid laners actually like to play against the Rise.
Yeah.
But that's kind of a weird thing, because like nothing hard counters Rise. But every mid lane has like 2 or 3 things where they're like, ooh, I really like to play this against the Rise, but it doesn't counter it. Rise will always do fine, he will always be able to lane, he will always scale into late game.
Well, we got the very, very exciting Victor Deficio.
Man, Prolly
/S.
is...
Yes.
He's hit a new low right here. He actually threatened to slap me in the caster room as well.
Safe, controlled. This is H2K. You mentioned there's no hard engage, but if there were a team that were averse to team fighting and wanted to win by playing, you know, smart, I think H2K would be one of the forerunners for that style of play.
Of course. I mean, it's always been the style that Prolly has kind of enforced on his teams. I will say, though, I think this composition from H2K, while it is fantastic at like late game team fighting, I actually think it can be fairly difficult to play until you get to late game.
Yeah.
We talk about the lack of hard engage. If Trundle and Rise gets off to a good start and they go to the side lanes and start pushing these side lanes very, very, very aggressively, H2K's way of like forcing something is either by sieging around the mid lane or by setting up like a Baron or Dragon. But if you don't have map control, if you don't have side lane pressure, that can actually be fairly hard to do. So I think H2K is going to rely a lot on Vitality playing aggressive and then H2K kind of responding and winning the late game team fights.
All right, responding to Vitality's aggression and side lane. That's what we're looking for. The drafts, they're on your screen. They're locked in. The champions are on the way to the Rift. It's time for game 1 between Vitality and H2K.
This actually got slow. Yeah,
Slow, Void Assault. Look at that isolated damage.
Dave, break up the fight. Kabashar's healthy. Trashy does not live through it. And first blood secured.
First blood secured. Who will it be? Vitality or H2K? We're loading up onto the Rift. And if you look at the minimap, down in the bottom lane, there's already some shenanigans.
We don't want to see it, Trevor, because no one died. And here in the EU LCS, we only show kills. No trading. Nuclear will have to go back, but luckily for him, it's early enough that he can return with the minions.
But Deficio, he had to start E.
That is...
Lane pressure.
Yeah, that actually sucks. That definitely sucks for him. You want to have to queue for early push. But that's what happens when you get surprised. Level 1, I think Vitality were kind of hiding in the bush and then invaded towards where Nuclear was sitting in that river bush, and then he had to jump out. But again, this pick and ban phase from Vitality, they've been so special, I feel like. And not in the Unicorns of Love where we're super excited and it's kind of fancy way. It's more like, why are you first picking Varus when Jhin is available? Yes, I know H2K didn't pick it because they valued the Shen above it, but most teams would have been like, that's a weird trade.
Yeah.
And now you give us Kha'Zix as well.
Yes, giving Yankos, Kha'Zix, you know, the former First Blood King. Yes, I say former First Blood King because right now Joko is actually the jungler with the highest First Blood participation. Deficio, Joko is coming for the king.
He's definitely coming for the king. Better not miss. And that's what we got to see in this game here. Yankos was crying on Twitter because of his lack of first bloods when I decided to tweet it out and taunt him a little bit. He's angry and he's ready.
He's ready indeed.
Also, Ivern first bloods,
It's less likely, isn't it?
It is less likely in a sense. Obviously, what Ivan can do is you can do a full claim your own jungle, which is what Joko is doing now. So he set up these two camps. He's going to go towards his bottom side. He's going to grab Raptor. He's going to grab Red Buff. Then he's going to return to the top side to get the Wolf Camp, and the Grump. And then he gets level 4 before any jungler. And he can start ganking.
That's what he's going to look for. I mean, there's a lot of damage with Nuke and Cabo, and you saw the first blood participation down on the bottom of your screen. Joker's actually been involved in all 5 of his team's first bloods, and Jankos with an early hop over the wall.
It's interesting pathing here from Joko. He doesn't go top and take the entire wave. He recalls on bottom side, also just to buy him a few seconds to potentially see a gank from Jankos, and then cancel his recall and go in and counter gank. Decided to do this recall because he didn't see Jankos down here. Nuclear with that E level 1, which is huge, as you highlighted, Trevor. Getting bullied early on.
Have to see how many of these last hits
That's the worst feeling, by the
tower.
way. If you guys play Zyra at home, be careful with just randomly E-ing the wave on the tower, because you might ruin some CS for your AD carry.
Oh yes, Nuclear 10
He lost
to
a few
18,
there.
quite a few indeed. I think he was able to pick up the cannon creep at least, but that's me being super optimistic here.
Such a positive guy, Trevor.
Being shoved into lane, and this Zyra, being good into Mel's, not going to get the chance because of how heavily Nuclear is being pushed in.
It's also your AD carry choice. Like Ezreal, yes, he has good early, like level 1, 2, and 3, but then he loses after to things like Varus, Ashe, these kind of picks. So Vitality are actually happy with this 2v2 bot lane right now, just due to the AD carry choices. We know Victor in the mid lane against Ryze. He will farm, he will scale, he will wave clear. That's effectively what you're doing. So Ryze will have control to roam. Look at your minimap, Nuke is already moving just to place a ward. But he can keep doing that. Again and again, he can instant wave clear on this Ryze, threaten bot lane, threaten top lane, allows Vitality to play very fast here in the early game.
Talking about Febervin on this Victor, he's a jungler who's received a lot of pressure. Traditionally, opponents against H2K have tried to camp Febervin out, and he's on this control mage. He's going to be able to play either aggressive or defensive with that wave clear, depending on what he wants, and just wait for Jankos to support when needed.
Yeah, you're probably not going to gank the Victor with Cleanse in this game. But if you are Vitality, you have to obviously respect the Shen ulti that's going to come in later. Oftentimes, you attack the global then. You go top, Trundle pushes in the Shen. Once he gets level 6 and he gets his first item completed, then you get the Ryze roam, you get Invade with Iron. Both junglers are bottom side again.
Dash over the wall, and Shani flashes away to safety. 1-for-1, Joker was coming down, and Jankos also hanging around in the river.
First time in 2 weeks I've seen a Chani actually survive a gank. Impressive change from him. Normally he would flash the other way.
Spicy this time round. And Shani's going to get rooted in place. Nuclear going very aggressive. The essence
Classic Chani.
First blood
Man,
to
I love that
Nuclear.
man. I love him. I have no flash. I don't care. Let me just go 1v2 here. My AD carry sitting and farming. Good old Hachani. Everything is standard again.
So last week and the week before, 6 isolated deaths. We'll spend another moment. Jankos looking for Nukeduck, who's running low on mana. There is a flash for Nukeduck's Rise. Jankos fires out the VODS spikes. Really wants to scare him away. But yeah, 6 times Hachani has died alone where there are no teammates within 1,500 range.
Yeah, so let's look at this replay. Jankos is still on the bottom side. He could actually turn around and come down and jump the Dragon Wall. Hachani is on a ward. His AD carry is still farming really far away from him. And he's like, I'm just going to take this random trade for absolute zero reason.
Definitely lost that one. Jankos is going to leap in. Cabo shot. Pillar of Ice does nothing. H2 kills.
Sadly for Jankos, this was only second blood. Was not part of the first one.
No, it wasn't.
He's going to be happy though. He gets the Kha'Zix again, almost like a free pick granted to him.
Technically though, Joko is still ahead of Jankos in first blood participation. Those stats haven't changed yet, but H2K, very good early moves. Hachani donated a kill, and Jankos and Kha'Zix making the champion work.
Good guy Hachani, man, coming to Europe, feeding all the bot lanes. And me and Crabble, we were watching the games last week. We were rewatching the games, sorry, last week. With Vitality and Hachani. And the most impressive thing was, even in moments when Vitality were like 4v2 or even 5v2, Hachani managed to kind of get split from the team and then get killed by like a 0-5 Kha'Zix. It happened like multiple times. I have no idea how. There's clearly miscommunication between him and the other Vitality guys. Bot lane is taking some damage here.
Yeah, no Daisy yet for Joko, so not really under threat. Nuke is going to get jumped on by a full rotation from Febiven, just trying to push him out of lane. Nothing really gained just yet, and the wave is still pushing a Nuke so he can respond. And as it stands, Cabo goes down the subjugate onto Odo there. There's still a flash. Keeps walloping in with that pillar. And now Odo, not really at risk of being doped just yet. Still difficult against the Shen.
It is. Jankos is mid again, Trevor. Nuke has both summoners, so this gang is going to be almost impossible to execute due to the fact that Victor CC is not consistent enough. Top lane though, Trundle. He's like this weird counter pick because he's such a slow counter pick. Like it takes forever for Trundle to actually like really take over the lane and just to kind of weave you down.
Yeah.
It's more he forces you out of lane, out sustains you, and then starts hitting the turret, which is what KaBuShot is looking to do.
It's about the lane, you know, and pressure, but it also needs support from vision, and that's what I want to keep my eyes on that mini-map for.
And then the other thing it offers, which is this combo we've seen before now in Europe, is the Malzahar Trundle combined. That means if you are playing a tank, which Odo is in this case on Shen, you're just going to get wrecked in every team fight because you go in, Trundle ultis you, and then Malzahar ultis you, and there's like this % damage, and the tanks die really quick.
So Fisher, that is the theory, okay? We need to see exactly how well Hachani and KaBuShot make that work, because while the theory sounds excellent and beautiful,
it's very spicy.
There is still an element of positioning there that needs to be adhered to.
Yeah.
So I'll believe it when I see it, and I'm optimistic at the possibilities.
It's an option for them. Problem is obviously then behind the Shen you're killing, there's like 4 carries here with the Zyra, who might kill you.
Joker's going to be able to just get out of range of Chase grasping roots.
And if we're lucky, we see one of the biggest changes here in 7.2 in this game. The Rift Scuttler will eat your honey fruit. You have to kill the Rift Scuttler to get away from the honey fruit so you can grab it. It can be impactful, probably not. But there's a chance you can't grab it and you die.
Everything's impactful, right?
Everything
I've seen butterfly effects. You know, one little butterfly flap can start a tornado on the other side of the planet. That's how it works.
Yeah,
right?
I don't really believe what you're saying right now, Trev.
One honey fruit being eaten by the Rift Scuttler could feed Febiven in the mid lane and allow his Victor to go off.
See, that's what I want to see. Because then I know the live designers are sitting at home kind of clapping, being like, yeah, that's what we wanted. Bot lane gang.
Wow, there's the flash engage. Chase in trouble. Stand United, though, keeping him alive just long enough to flash away. It's H2K that kill Hachani. Now Jankos. Void assaults forward. Very big shield coming up from Joko onto Steelback. And that was an instantaneous ulti from Odo.
Really good reaction from H2K. Vitality without teleport, going for a gank in the bottom lane. No deep vision to spot Jankos either. So it was a very risky play and it backfired. KaBuShot might get this tower and 50%. Shen is coming back. This wave is dying. Odo might be able to return in time.
Gonna be close. It looked like Joko was stood on top of a ward, so H2K aware of the impending doom. They get their third kill. A double kill for Ezreal at 10 minutes. That's a pretty good start, if ever I've seen one.
Especially because he had to start with Arcane Shift in the lane, and he lost a lot of CS. So the fact he can now bounce back in this game is important. Ezreal is one of these champions where you need like 2 or 3 items to start, especially 2 items. And the third is good for you as well, for it to become super impactful. This turret, though, is still taking damage. So is top lane tower. So Vitality are looking at these juicy outer turrets. But they've been giving up 3 kills already.
A lot of kills indeed. Teleport's going to be up for Odo very, very soon. True Shot Barrage just to clear out the wave here as Joko using that Brush Maker. Decent route, but no minions to work with. And that means Vitality, their siege is being delayed.
Still, we're early in the game.
Yeah.
It's okay if you're Vitality when it comes to taking down this tower. TP can be matched by Cabo now, so that means Odo can't really just TP down bot lane and make something happen super easy. Ryze can still roam mid first, also has the ulti, so Vitality will get this tower.
Yeah.
And that really is their game plan, like take this bot lane tower, then take top lane tower.
Nuclear's trying to play a bait as Jankos is waiting in the wings, stood right on top of a ward though.
Is that a control ward next to it?
Fully aware.
Interesting, so basically in the tri-bush, the control ward placed by H2K does actually not block the vision ward because there's a little tree sticking out, just blocking the vision of the control ward. And Jankos obviously expects that not to be any wards because he has his control ward down. He was spotted though. Unfortunate
for Jankos and H2K. As it stands though, we keep an eye on Nuke and Febiven. And Deficio while Vitality look like they're going to get this tower first blood, let's touch very briefly on Nukeduck versus Febiven. Nukeduck looked pretty good last week. Febiven obviously playing very well throughout the spring split. And these are two majors that are going to continue to scale into the mid game, continue to scale into the late game, and of course it's Febiven that is, you know, looking very good as far as the stats are concerned.
Yeah, we get to see a dragon fight here, Trevor.
Yeah, dragon fight indeed. Jankos gonna get taken down by this Infernal Drake. Not yet. Strangle Thoughts from Che, and Jankos survives. How does Hachani always do it?
So, Nukeduck has not skilled his ulti yet. He's putting all his focus on just the laning phase, so he couldn't even join and actually finish Jankos. But you see in the replay, if it was possible for Nukeduck to port in with ulti and actually turn it around, or if there were too many members from H2K and it was just Hachani on a solo mission, again, he was so close. Like, come on, that's like one hit more from the dragon.
Do you know, I really, in prep for this series, guys, I actually said to Defisher, I really don't want to focus on Hachani dying.
He's making it really hard not to
week,
focus
you know,
on
and
him.
like when he comes over from LCK, there was the whole meme about it, and he got better. And I really said I don't want to do because the story's overdone. Come on, dude, you're not making it easy on us. 0 and 3, handing gold on a silver platter to H2K. But because of Town First Blood, it's Vitality that are still even in the game.
See, Trevor, he won his lane. Scoreboard doesn't always tell the story. Pressure the lane. Okay, his jungler was there like half the time. I think if we get the jungle proximity around bot lane from Joko, it's very, very high compared to Jankos. But still, Hachani fed away some kills. Could definitely avoid 2 of them, 100%.
Yeah. At least 2 of 3. We're getting to 15 minutes. Taking a look down the CS, it's pretty much even across the board. Obviously, the 2 kills for Nuclear, despite giving up Tower First Blood, means he's close. All right, Hachani, Nether Grasp. No Nether Grasp, no Nether Grasp. Few seconds longer. Here comes Daisy. Jankos being burned down with Malefic Visions, and there's nothing to follow up. No ulti from Hachani, and
yeah,
that means they just back away.
So H2K swapped to top side. Obviously, a very early swap from them, which is very good here, seeing as you have no bot lane tower to play around, and if a Rise can push out mid and go down and kill you. All right, so let's see this again. There's no ulti from Nukeduck, so you can't really get past the Victor. But in this situation, had Nukeduck actually skilled ulti, I think he could have TP'd or ultied in there and joined the fight. We're still by coming around. Joko.
All right, Nether Grasp from Hachani, this time saving Joko's life for a few seconds longer. Daisy Stampede indeed. And Joko manages to escape with his life. Hachani, right place, right time, this time round.
This time he didn't die, but he did use his flash. He's probably gonna die within the next 3 minutes. And H2K, once again, I think actually they respond really well. Like, we said this in Champ Select, H2K's calm. He's not looking to be like overly aggressive in the lane phase. Later on in the game, they can't like hard force a team fight either. So they're reacting to Vitality all the time. Joko, Hachani was in the river, fighting for vision. They got punished, 2 flashes down. Only Che has flash and cooldown on the H2K side, and now it's a good roam here from Febby. Will be spotted though.
Yeah, taking a look at that item build. Got that Hex Core already at perfect state. Pair of Lucy boots up, and while H2K apply pressure in the top left quadrant of the map, there's a blue buff steal from Nukeduck in the bottom right.
I'm very surprised that H2K has just been able to swap top lane and not really be under pressure until now. But obviously it comes down to Joko and Hachani having to flash just before. Because Vitality are trying to like push 2 lanes now. They surrender Cabochard's lane against the duo of H2K. And say, we're gonna push in bot with Rise, we're gonna push in mid with Varus. And they need to just keep sieging and getting damage on these turrets here, because when you play 1-3-1, you want open map.
Yeah.
When you play against Victor, you want a really open map so you can play away from his lane, because you're never gonna properly get to his turret with his instant wave clears. You always want to play around him, and then you want to threaten these like flanks on him.
Well, you talked a lot about the lanes and how, you know, Cabochard's going to be unlocking these side lanes for Vitality. You know, this is the first game all spring that H2K have not secured the first tower. They had first tower secured every single game. Despite Hachani's deaths, the pressure in the champion composition has given them now what looks like their second tower. There's no contest from H2K. They're at least going to take a marginal lead. And look, there's even pressure middle, so Vitality playing the pressure game fairly well.
They definitely are with their winning lanes, winning side lanes, which say Steelback.
Oh my word, the Chaos Storm and Jankos Stand United delivers Odo Omne to the front line. Nuketak's over on the side. Hachani takes a ride out, gets a silence and a nether cross. Joko still tanking for days. He's already used Redemption. That's the big shield from the Trigger Seed. Realm Warp forward, and H2K running away. Vitality have got 1 kill. Nuketak now gets the shield from Joko. And I didn't see if the
Odo has
teleport
flash.
was cancelled by Cabo. Odo not looking for a target just yet. And Odo still with teleport available. It ends up being a 1-for-1.
It's a 1-for-1, but H2K again is trying to push on top side. They want to really get this tower down because they want to get some gold in the bank. They've been doing fine in terms of kills. Now they even out the gold here as well. They got the Infernal Drake, so while Vitality have used the side lane pressure to get 2 auto turrets, they're still on the clock here. They're still looking for
Nuketak
more.
wants this. Got red buff. Rune Prison overload. The second one doesn't connect, and Nuketak ghosted up for that.
Small thing to highlight there. Febby delays his cleanse because he wants to see where Nuketak is shooting the Q first. Then he cleanses and steps to the side. Because if he cleanses instantly, Nuketak can still hit him with the Q here and actually deal a lot of damage to him. Still back, hat flash. Didn't get to use it. Kha'Zix that was left over, given to Yankers. Picking up a very easy kill. Good ult here from Achani into Nuketak combo, and then also good ult from Nuketak after to kind of follow and go even in the trade.
Whenever I see picks and bans Deficio, I always look at what was the first priority picks for both teams and how are they performing. Vitality picked that Varus first blue side. Did well, at least. Helped control the lane despite Hachani. And they allowed Yankos, to play Kha'Zix, who's 2-1-1. Now I want to see what Yankos does with this versus how much pressure Steelback can continue to apply.
Yeah, and then also the Shen pick was left over to H2K. This has been one of the most valuable top laners in Europe. And even here on 7.2, where you can go grass with on dying, Shen is very strong. Not one of the tanks you allowed on Curse of the Colossus to be good.
All right, H2K looking for the dragon as Odo...
That's the combo!
Yeah, Odo sacrifices his life for this one. Well, sacrifice is a strong word. Odo is the victim for the dragon. This is an investment into future, into late game for H2K. We're going up to 20 minutes, and with Daisy, this should be a tower. KaboShot is wrecking this tower. This is a scary sign if H2K cannot maintain control over KaboShot. Oh, cheers. Nuketak run warps out. Flash for flash. Shay gets that from Nuketak.
Yeah, I mean, H2K right now, they're taking trades they don't want to take. I'm going to face check there and die. This tower's going to die as well. Like, Vitality are just kind of left to do whatever they want.
H2K feel like they got their pants around their ankles. They're being dragged around the map, and Vitality 5 towers to 1. This is not the early game we were expecting.
Well, again, we talked about the scaling on H2K and Champs League with Victor, Ezreal. We talked about how the comp can be hard to play as well, but that was also more looked at later on in the game. Vitality, we knew they're going to win topside. Bot lane, because of Arcane Shift from Ezreal as well, was pretty easily won by Vitality, and also with Joko's help. Yes, they gave away kills, but they still managed to take down that early turret. So Vitality have been doing their job so far with winning these lanes, applying pressure to the side lanes, and they need to keep doing that. Like, KaboShot needs to just find that side lane every single time. Bot lane should be the one he's going to now because 1, Baron is up and he has teleport, and 2, that's an outer turret he can kill.
Oh, a lot of damage onto Hachani, but he's able to get away with his life. And Deficio, the comp from H2K is going to continue to scale and develop. But when we've seen H2K at the weakest is when they're looking at some of those bigger team fights, or other elements of the game are stronger. How do you think their team fighting composition is going to come up against? It's quite an interesting comp here from Vitality that ideally wants to 4-1.
Yeah, it's not like Vitality's composition is terrible at team fighting, but the Trundle impact can be difficult to use in these fights here. Often you like ult the tank and you kind of just sit in the front line and be super annoying. It's hard for you to stick to targets, especially something like Ezreal. But I still think with Ryze in there, with Varus, a well-played team fight from Vitality will be good.
Yeah.
I think H2K's team fighting comp, though, is overall stronger, just because of Victor Ezreal.
All right, so the champion combination puts it slightly in favor of H2K. We need to see if the player combination makes it work too.
It's basically like, what I like about H2K is the kiting.
Yeah.
I like how hard it is to get close to a Victor with his gravity field. I like with Zyra ulti, Ezreal and his personal mobility. It makes it hard for like Trundle and Ryze to stick to these targets here and like just kill them very easily. But if Vitality can flank and get to like Febiven very early, they can definitely take him down quickly and win the fight.
Which Vitality will we see? Last week in their 2-0 against Origin, the first game was very clean. They snowballed extremely effectively, and Vitality closed out game 1 in magnificent fashion. Game 2, a slightly different story. A little messier, a little more mistakes. And Vitality won't be allowed that freedom for mistakes, not only because the caliber of opponent is stronger, but also their team composition. Decent route there onto Jankos, but there's no follow-up from Vitality.
But here's what's going to happen, Trev. KaBuSha will just keep sitting in that side lane, and if H2K are not able to force a fight around Baron or Dragon, which they won't be able to if they're getting pushed back on the map all the time, then KaBuSha alone will take another turret, possibly an inhib, and there's nothing Shen can do against him. And that will just allow Vitality to play this game where it's all about pushing mid, and then letting KaBuSha split push. Because if you push mid first, H2K never gets to set up Baron and never gets to force a Baron fight. And then you join KaBuSha like this and you pressure this tower here. H2K always a step behind in reacting because they have no lane pressure in any lane.
That just means Vitality take the 6th tower of the game. Vitality now peel away. They maintain their gold lead. They've got pressure lead on multiple lanes.
And they don't care if H2K's composition is built to late game team fight. They just care about the fact they're winning with Ryze and Trundle, and Varus can instant push mid, and Ezreal cannot. Ezreal needs time. He sits there, mystic shots, kind of hits with that little whimsy auto attack he has. It takes him forever. Varus is one arrow and then like a few autos and it's gone. So Vitality doesn't even care about H2K's composition. They're playing their own game. They're only playing for structures right now.
Yeah. Well, that's good because the structures that win you games.
It is.
Deficio, and this is a little bit of growth, a good development from Vitality. 2 items for Steelback. He's got that Edge of Night to complement the Ghost Blade. 2 items for really everybody on Vitality except Tachani for now. Slowly scaling up on the H2K side as well. Jankos went for that QSS, second item. Get rid of some of that CC, especially because he wants to be jumping on Tachani as many times as possible. Extremely important.
Yeah, definitely important. Edge of Night, item I like a lot right now. Lethality, obviously. But also, we decided to buff it. Give it 15 seconds less cooldown on the active, and it's a fairly strong active to use if you time it correctly. Think of like Jankos jumping in and his first Q gets blocked or Shen taunt gets blocked. Like that can be extremely impactful in a potential fight.
So much damage protected. It's 30 seconds till the next dragon. H2K, not the greatest vision, but setting up for it, it feels like.
It's just very hard to get down wards when you can't push lanes.
Yeah.
Because that means it's often 1 or 2 guys kind of moving in on their own, and the chance of you then getting caught is very, very high.
I mean, talking about getting caught, like Nuclear and Shay getting caught at that level 1 and starting E and then being pressured the whole time, that small little impact has had such a big snowball effect on the entire game. Vitality played very well with KaBuSha, they played very well with Steelback's Varus, but Vitality, are they really starting Baron here instead of Dragon? They know there's no smites.
They're trying to rush it down with Daisy because Jankos was spotted down near the Dragon.
There goes Daisy. Chain of Corruption's going to start to spread. Odo's on the front line, locked down, but it's Che that gets caught with Nethergrass. Che's able to flash away. Stranglethorns is going to buy some time. Daisy still alive. Redemption buys a couple seconds, and Nuclear with the Mystic Shot gets the kill. Stand United on Jankos' back. Jankos flashes over the wall, leaves Sodoamne behind. Realm Warp still available for Nukeduck, gonna get needed. Steelback snipes one down. Piercing arrow across H2K's broadside. Steelback still alive. The shield survives for a few seconds longer. This is a fight on a million fronts. Nukeduck with a double on the back end. 3 for 3.
Let's see, Nuclear or Amner. There's an ulti from Ryze. It's a bait though.
It is a bait. Nuclear trying to at least clear this wave. He's got a Vamp Scepter for HP. Disappointed Prolly. In the bottom of your screen, Odo and Nuclear. They're looking for Nukeduck. No, they turn. It's Choco the target. Mystic Shot, Rune Prison, Nuclear, Arcane Shift, but the shield explodes! Nukeduck and Choco ace H2K.
So in the end, Vitality win the fight because of Nukeduck, but damn, that was a tough start because Achani ulted Che instead of that Shen. We talked about the combo, Trevor. They could have killed Orana so easily. Baron will go down though, and it doesn't matter because this is the year of Nukeduck. I had to say it, Trevor. Just for the fun. Come on, he's playing well. He's playing well. He's playing well.
Exceptional performance. Nuke Duck and Vitality have Baron at 27 minutes. They won the team fight. And now Steelback's still looking for a steal. Is this a steal?
Do it.
Close. Yenka's able to steal the third dragon. But what a great fight. And exactly like you said, Deficio, Nuke Duck cleaning up on the back end.
I really want to see it again, because I think the start here from Vitality could have been much cleaner. So, ulti is great for Steelback, and now if you just ulti Odo Amne as the Malzahar, you kill him very easily, and this fight is much, much simpler to play. We see the kiting. We talked about this in Champs League from H2K. They want, Vitality engaging in, you kite back, you set down some of your CC, Nuclear can deal a lot of damage. It's very hard to get onto them, but now H2K also chase. Chase too far, because Nuke Duck is on top side. He's kind of ignored. All the carries are just running towards the rest of Vitality, and Nuke Duck kind of sitting on his own, flashing in. And at this point, as a Rise, if you get to clean up this
so much
backline,
damage.
Oh man, that was some sick ass
Through
damage.
exhaust in a 1-on-2.
Oh, H2K are gonna be so annoyed at themselves when they rewatch this fight, how they just ignore Nuke Duck on the top side and they just chase and chase and chase.
And Prolly was watching that entire fight.
That's why he was mad.
Yeah, exactly. We understand even more clearly. The Nuke Duck was allowed to run free. Vitality applying pressure on two lanes. Remember, there's no inhibitor turret up top. There's now pressure being applied middle and bottom lane. Jankos at risk of getting caught out. Sidesteps the root caller very luckily, and Vitality slowly but surely chipping away at these objectives, Deficio.
Yeah, really, that was the fight for H2K. To get a goal lead and get back in this game, and they're really far behind now. Yes, they have 3 dragons, but at the moment, the goal lead is the more important thing. Vitality 7 towers to 2. KaBuShot, while he's 0-2, can still have impact in a side lane. Rise is the Fed member.
Deficio, can you explain to me how backstage we were talking about the matchups today and talking about how, H2K should be favored to go 2-0. H2K should be able to punish Vitality, and yet they're 8,000 gold down.
League of Legends is a weird thing. European League of Legends is always very hard to predict. I think based on what we've seen the first 2 weeks, H2K should be a much stronger team than Vitality in current form. However, each week can change a lot. We're early. People are still learning a lot of stuff. So if you had a great week with some really good scrims, maybe you come in as a completely new team. They did take down Origin 2-0. Second game, yes, was a bit of a mess. But Vitality clearly had a plan with the draft. While we can question the first pick, the winning side lanes have allowed Vitality to get a big lead in this game.
Absolutely. Vitality now, side lane pressure for Nuke Duck. He's got that Ghost and Realm Warp if he needs to join a fight. Shay is taking a lot of damage from those piercing arrows, as does Jankos. Look at that. The rest of Vitality now working with the minion liners. Another piercing arrow. This was a first pick Varus. Duskblade of Drakthar, Ghostblade, Edge of Night. And the inhibitor turret in the mid lane is just... it's melting like a hot knife through butter. That quickly. And H2K, where do they find their fight? There's no hard engage.
They can't hard engage.
You said this in picks and bans.
They cannot hard engage. They can literally stand here and wait for Vitality to engage on them.
Okay.
But Vitality, as we said, are playing for structures.
Yes, they are. They're ignoring the champions. They're still behind in kills.
They don't care. I'm like, oh, is that, a Shen and a Kha'Zix in front of me? I'm just going to step back. Then the rest of my team are going to hit the inhib. We don't care about Israel, we don't care about Victor, we're never gonna let them fight. Jankos is trying now.
He is indeed gonna deliver Odo Amne. That's a decent taunt, but it's not enough yet. Odo this time gets locked down. Hachani's figured it out. It's Nuke Duck that's unstoppable. His 5th kill of the game. Inhibitor in the mid lane is destroyed, and H2K are running with their tails between their legs.
Vitality getting everything at the moment. 2 inhibs going down. 10,000 gold lead. And H2K can have all the damage they want from the backline. The backline can never get to deal the damage.
No, it cannot. There's no tower to worry about in the top lane. H2K, 25 seconds in a 4-on-5. The inhibitor being chunked down. Steelback's running out of mana. We've got to be careful in the gigantic shield on Nuke Duck from that Seraph.
Bjergsen? Oh, okay.
Nah,
I thought it was
far
TCM
enough.
play.
Baron wasn't even up.
No, but still. Whenever I see a Rise do that now on top side,
Is that what you're calling it?
They have to call the Bjergsen now.
Okay, I
have
can
to.
go with that.
We don't have a choice.
I mean, it was a team play, so would you not?
Yeah, but if you heard the mic check, it was his call.
It was.
So yes, the team stepped into it.
Yeah,
So congratulations, you clicked on the...
Hey, he provided instructions, bottom left corner, and everyone stepped in the bottom left corner.
That's very
Which
true.
made me funny, because the circle doesn't have a corner.
Not bad, not bad.
Meta to fish here.
You're very smart.
Vitality have got 3 inhibitors down, a 9,000 gold lead in H2K. Their mind has to be on game 2 picks and bans. H2K have side selection. Picks and bans, though, may have been an element of why they lost, you know, not being able to control early game. But it was in-game decisions where Vitality earned their lead.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was a mix. I think H2K's comp, as we talked about in Champs, like, is very hard to play.
Yeah.
Because again, it's so slow scaling, it's so passive in what you do. So the way you beat like these comps with Victor, Orianna, Corki, is again, you play side lanes, you play split push. So you don't give them the 5-on-5 team fight where you just like run at them. And that's what Vitality have been doing because they drafted a Trundle as a counterpick to Shen. The Ryze had control in mid and has been able to control side lanes. Nukdog again has been playing well. So it's really a smart answer from Vitality. Maybe it was all a bait with the first big virus.
So Fisher, is it fair to say Vitality have won this game soon based on macro play? Is it decision making? Yes, team comps are a side of it, right? But understanding the weaknesses of H2K's team comp is what's allowed Vitality to now start on the Nexus.
According to that, definitely fair. Vitality, I think, actually would feel like it's been a fairly easy game to play.
Yes, looks like it. It's a good taunt into Nukdog, but he's able to escape with his life. So much damage in Odo 1. Then Nether Grasp onto Febivan. Febivan gets dropped down before he can even use the Chaos Storm. Odo 1 is killed as well. Super minions. The army is flooding into H2K's base. The Nexus is now the target. Nuclear gets knocked aside by the Pillar of Ice. And it simply does not matter. Hachani will die as Vitality pick up game 1 against H2K.
Well played, Vitality. Some curveballs in the draft, for sure. Still don't think like necessarily need to first pick that AD carry, but that doesn't matter because they had some good answers later on in the draft. With Trundle, of course, blind pick Ryze for Nukdog. I said you have Nukdog in the game, and I think
indeed.
We might not have to, you know, call him the best mid laner in Europe, but I think he's the best performing member in Vitality right now. And I think he showed that in this game as well. And H2K drafted a passive comp that needed a lot of time to scale. And yes, they got some early kills, but they still lost bot tower, they lost top tower. And it kind of snowballed out of control. They had no mid lane pressure with the Victor at any point in the game.
Yeah.
I don't actually think I saw H2K able to like really push out these lanes at any point.
No, you're 100% right, and that's why they lost the game. So that's 1 on the board for Vitality over H2K to take a closer look at how it happened. Let's send it to the analyst desk and say, how the hell did Vitality win that game?
Well, we're going to talk about that in a little bit, but we want to start with a little montage of the Hachani early game. Now, over the course of the last few weeks, we have been very critical of Hachani as a broadcast, but this is just not the level of play we've come to expect from him. And there was part of me that wanted to wonder, is Hachani in the right place? Is his team not following? And how did you guys feel about the early game here?
Honestly, I was very surprised because the big question with Hachani has always been, okay, he's a Korean import, and you expect him to have good map movement, good game sense, but it just seemed like he was completely lost this game. He just kept walking into them completely blind, sometimes knowing exactly where they were, and he still went in.
My biggest problem is Hachani has no respect for his own summoner spells. He's never like, oh, no flash, I probably shouldn't do that. He's just like, I can walk forward, just go anywhere I want. And you saw that it was like 30 seconds before that first death that ended up being first blood. No flash, he'd just been used and just walking straight forward into Che, and Che just punishes him as you'd expect.
And we call him out because we keep seeing this time and time again. And this is a huge glaring issue for Vitality because when we now kind of turn our attention to the draft, we thought Vitality had this one in the bag from the pick ban phase. And Hachani very much risked throwing that away. But now we take a chance to look at pick and ban. Were Vitality just 100% out-drafting H2K here? What do you think were the thought processes is on both sides?
So I think that Vitality definitely had the better draft for sure this game. I think H2K were like nearly completely reliant on Jankos just like snowballing early game, which is why Hachani like controlling was just like all the more scary because it's just like really dangerous. But I think that H2K had like a really bad draft a lot to do with like the Shen third pick on red side, because you pick Shen, you want like a strong bot lane to play around, like Shen ulti level 6, you dive, you like snowball from there, get first blood tower, and so on. But they pick this Shen when they don't have an AD carry, and then suddenly Vitality just ban like Caitlyn, Jhin, and now you have a losing bot lane as well. So you have losing top, you have losing bot, and your Shen can't really make good plays happen bot lane. And you just get outscared by Ivan. So the draft was really unlucky, I think.
Yeah, I really think they were trying to do what unicorns keep doing, which is we'll just save our AD carry for rank 2, and Samux will pick up Caitlyn in the second phase. The other problem that stemmed for that, we were talking about this during the game, the Victor last pick. You've already given away the Ezreal for no pressure on bot side. Now you're going for a mid laner that only wants to wave clear and gets poked down every time he steps forward. What were some of the other options? We were looking at like the Syndra.
I think what it comes
maybe?
down to is when you play Shen, you're either looking for the bot lane snowball or you're looking for like a 1-3-1 from mid lane. And Victor doesn't offer any of those. He's just a wave clear tool for your side lanes, which they have weaker ones. So then what I expect is like maybe something like Syndra would have been good. Corki would have been okay, because either of those with Syndra, you have mid pressure. Kha'Zix has a lane to make plays in and then roam to side lanes and try to bring these lanes back for H2K. That would have been good. Corki has his package, so in those package moments, maybe they'd be able to make plays on bot lane with Shen. Like there were just better options that would have made this comp fit together. But with Victor, they really gave themselves no room to make plays.
So the big thing that I want to point out here is that despite all this, Vitality, clearly drafting a superior comp, it still feels like there were some small weaknesses in Vitality's strategy, and H2K were in a position to potentially exploit that here at this Baron.
And this is one of these moments where Vitality, we were talking about it, they start the Baron, which is the right call, they peel away from the Baron, which is also good, but then they kind of get grouped into this fight where Hachani tries to ult onto targets that he really shouldn't be. They should be looking at the Shen at this point. Jankos, with the Shen shield, comes forward and thinks he's still okay to move into this fight and does not, again, really respect the damage coming from Steelback. And the rest of it, Alfaro, you were looking a lot at how Odo Amne was positioning here to finish this fight. We still thought this was okay for H2K up until Nuke going off, right?
Yeah, well, I think this is like particularly bad for Vitality to do. Like the initial turn was fine, they get flash on Shen, everything's looking good, and they just chased way too hard on the Che, I think. And it's bad because I think Vitality outscaled them really hard. So the only real way for H2K to win, particularly this draft, is to like have like a really big, 5v5 mid game, which is exactly what Vitality are giving them here. They're giving like H2K the only chance that they can have to win. And like luckily for them, Nuke plays this fight really well, and they managed to, win the fight regardless.
Nuke popped off that series. Like, we have to praise him because there were still some weaknesses in Vitality, and I feel like he carried them through those team fights, but just came in. H2K have chosen blue side in the following game, so they have the power to adjust here in draft. Do you think we're going to see the same issues from them, or is there just no way that that's going to happen again?
I hope they fix this, because like the Shen pick comes down to like the basics of draft, which is you have to know that Shen is really only good into 2 types of compositions, and it's just weird to me that like such a drafting error can occur at this level, especially from H2K. We expect so much from them at that point. So I hope that this time around, at least if it's not a winning draft against them, it's a cohesive composition. I
think we learned, though, get phase 1 AD carry in this one, and I feel like Nuclear and Che are just going to crush Steelback and Hachani if he's making the same mistakes.
God, I'm curious to see how it works out. Hope Hachani can turn around. Hope H2K can turn around their drafting phase. But while the players prepare for game 2, we're going to take a break, kick back, toss some saplings, and we'll be right back after.
H2K! Odo this time gets locked down! Hachani's figured it out! It's Nuke that's unstoppable! But it does not matter! Hachani will die as Vitality pick up game 1 against H2K!
Inside the book that I wrote are all the words that we spoke, yet only with our eyes. Now is the time to choose. Somebody wins and some loose. I can see through your disguise. Lay it down, hope for something better. Looking at the clouds, the cyber and the weather. You can't keep this up. The lies are just too much. Kick back, start another fire. Looking at the clouds, making shapes that you admire. And you can't stop it now, 'cause you don't know how. And you can't stop it now.
And welcome back to Berlin for Game 2 between Vitality and H2K. You're in caster vision because I'm still joined by Deficio as we're getting ready for picks and bans. Deficio, how are you feeling on selfie cam?
I think it's kind of lame, but I'll take it. I'm feeling good.
I've never been a cameraman before.
You're kind of shaking as well.
Like, I know, dude. This so much heavier than it looks. Anyways, I'm gonna put the toys down. I can hear production laughing in my ears. On stage, Vitality and H2K are getting themselves set up. H2K picked blue side for Game 2. Deficio, I heard it was going to be a 2-0 today, and that both of the series are going to be 2-0. So Vitality 2-0, right?
Yeah, of course.
Right?
Yeah, of course. Like, why would you even ask that question? That's what everyone predicted. Especially Jankos right there. He said it himself.
That's a very serious look from Jankos on stage.
I think he did his job on the Kha'Zix. I think composition-wise, it was really hard for H2K to play. We talked about almost too much in-game, like no hard engage, losing lanes. Really hard to actually force anything.
No room for error.
I mean, just no room to do anything, I think is kind of the problem. And it's something we have seen before, but not really from H2K often. Like, think back to like the Elements days where they would draft like these full disengaged compositions, and
they
you just kind
dark times.
You would just fall asleep because nothing would happen. And H2K kind of tried the same here.
Hey, there was a time when Vitality and Rocket last year did similar things, where 40-minute games, 50-minute games,
50,
and not a lot
60.
happened.
Yeah.
Now Vitality, clean.
See, he's happy.
Clean starts. I feel like their map movement and their map pressure was good. They finished the game in 35 minutes.
I agree, they played well.
You have to praise that.
Yeah, there was one mistake they made in forcing that team fight.
Yeah.
And then obviously H2K got caught a few times. But apart from that, they played extremely well, especially Nukeduck. Again, fantastic game on the rise. And that's what we want to see more of. Vitality are going to be red side. Smart by H2K to say, you know what? you're going to have to ban Camille, LeBlanc,
Yeah.
and all that garbage, and then we can instead actually draft like a real composition.
So what does H2K then decide to ban? They have the ability to target, maybe removing Jace, maybe some of the support picks. What else?
I think, yeah, remove Jace and probably actually remove Malzahar. Not because you're too afraid of Hachani, but just the pick in itself is something Vitality uses all the time.
Yeah.
And you want to get this Kha'Zix first pick down for Jankos. It's super impactful. And then I want to see the Jhin or the Varus or the Ashe. Because last game, they had the chance to pick Jhin. They didn't. They picked Shen instead, banned 2 top laners, and then Jhin was gone, obviously. And they had to play Ezreal down the bot lane and would just lose the lane no matter what. So really, some questions there.
Yeah.
I want to see Che and Nuclear get a proper lane.
The one thing I do like about best of 3 is the fact that if H2K wanted to take a risk, you know, go for this type of composition, game 1's the time to do it.
Fair.
You have the opportunity to bounce back.
Don't you normally want to be 1-0 and then take the risk?
Well, you can play it safe that way. Either way,
All right.
now the test is game 2, right? What do H2K do? They're on the preferable side on blue. If H2K can pick this up, it means Vitality gets side choice in the next game. And of course, for H2K and Prolly, they do not want to end this first half of the group stage with 2 wins and 2 losses.
No, of course not. If you're H2K, you are fighting for that first place. Unicorns of Love are sitting there right now with a 4-0 record. This pick a ban phase, Ryze I think is smart as well. I actually think like a lot of good blue side bans are like Ivern, Ryze, Jace, Zyra or Malzahar if you want to aim for the support pool. But honestly, I'd ban away Ivern from Joko as well, just because Ivern is so annoying. He's even better on 7.2 after some changes to the jungle, where you don't need to leash for him, so obviously that's very effective. And just because Joko has struggled with champions, if you can first pick Kha'Zix and remove his Ivern, like they're doing now, Joko might have to default to Olaf again.
All right, default to Olaf. It's something that has been played 3 times already by Joko. He had an incredibly good start to both of his games last week. 1 game on Kha'Zix, 1 game on Olaf. Vitality sticking with the standards. There's no real surprises here. So we're setting ourselves up. Let me rephrase that. H2K are setting themselves up for a
Right.
Kha'Zix first pick.
Kha'Zix first pick, unless they don't think Joko wants to play it, and they first pick something like Jace.
Okay.
Which is a flex pick. Smep was first picking it earlier in the LCK, like yesterday, because most of the tanks who are good against Jace, some of them, due to Curse of the Colossus being nerfed have been, you know, taken down a little bit. They're still very good, but not as strong.
Taking down a small notch. We'll get a better insight. Jace is available, Kha'Zix is available. So again, H2K can go either direction.
Yeah, and you know that Vitality will play Jace. Nuke Dog likes it, Caposhot likes it, so if H2K does not first pick it, then Vitality will grab it. And that's why, again, the Kha'Zix can be the bait here. If you then go Jace first pick as H2K now, and say, Joko, do you want the Kha'Zix or not? If he doesn't pick it, you get an insane first rotation,
And
or first phase from H2K.
Even if Joko does go Kha'Zix, Jankos could just run that Lee Sin into it.
Sure.
Yes, he ended up losing that game last week in game 3 against UOL, but he was 3-0-1, I think, by 10 or 12 minutes. He had a phenomenal performance. All of that
safe.
theorizing goes out the window,
No,
though,
no.
and it's the safe jungle pick.
Yeah, when we talked about Vitality, then most likely opting into the Jace right here as that flex choice. Malzahar is still available, Hachani's preferred pick. He was fine taking it even against Zyra in the last game. And then also Jhin Varus. Like Varus on red side, great. Can go for Varus and like Jace here. Would be a very standard combo from
So
Vitality.
much poke.
Yeah, you get a ton of poke. You can even go Corki later then and have Corki Jace Varus as a comp. Which has like insane poke, but obviously no frontline.
What do you combine for frontline? I mean, Poppy's still up, Maokai's still up.
you
but like, you don't really want them, right?
No, you needed the Ivern then.
Yes.
You needed the Ivern that is banned. But wait, prediction so far, pretty good with the Jace pick. We
Okay,
knew
so-
that was going to be taken by Vitality.
Theorize, knowing that Ivan's banned and there's the potential to squeeze some of those top lane options.
I just give me Jhin Zyra here,
Okay.
and I'm happy. Yes, Nuclear likes his Ashe, but I think Jhin is just better with lethality at the moment. And Jin's ulti also works well against these long-range compositions. So I would love Jhin Zyra to come in from H2K, and then Vitality has to kind of respond against the jungle pick.
Jhin Rumble?
All right, very early show Rumble.
I mean, it's
Interesting.
Odo's Rumble. It also...
But
So,
most
does
top
Cabo,
laners...
does Cabo want to run Jace into Rumble?
Yes, most top laners really like that. Like, they really like running Jace against Rumble, but clearly Odoamne wants to play that matchup because there's such a high chance that Caposhot grabs the Jace. Give me your AD carry here, H2K. Do not just let them ban out AD carries again. All right, they're sacrificing Nuclear second time around.
Sacrificing Nuclear again from H2K. I feel like that's something I have heard already this split. Maybe not the focus every game. And no surprise, we're going to get that Olaf for Joko with obviously Rengar, Ivern off the table.
Does mean, again, they don't value the support here. If you're H2K, you can ban out Zyra to remove that from Hachani. Jhin is obviously a no-brainer here. Vitality will most likely also ban Ashe. And just say, yeah, you know what, Nuclear? You can play Caitlyn then, but we're not going to let you get anything else. We're not going to get you any of the top picks in the AD carry position. That might be what H2K is aiming for. But then again, if you're H2K now, to Tahm Kench, do they not think Hachani plays a proper Zyra? And they're fine leaving it open?
If there were a gamble to take on a member of Vitality, that would be the player that you would risk that on, right?
I agree. So far, Hachani has not played Zyra at all. He's played Bard, Nami, Tahm Kench, and Malzahar. So I can definitely understand where H2K is coming from with this draft.
All right, one last ban on phase 2 here for H2K. With the Ashe and the Jhin taken off the table, Nuclear could fall back to that. Ezreal could go for the Caitlyn. It's Katarina removed as well with not a huge amount of CC outside of Malzahar on H2K's side.
Most likely means H2K wants to blind pick Syndra or Corki when they get their choice. And to say, yeah, we don't want like a last pick Katarina that can be super annoying to deal with. Because again, Jace is going top lane is what we should expect. So that means we need a blind pick for mid, unless they value, or from H2K side, while Vitality can then last pick for Nuke Duck.
Right, quite like the Lulu lock in there. A little bit of survivability speed up for that Olaf as well. Some kiting for that poke as well.
Most importantly, you one-shot the Voidlings. So it is that counter pick we've seen in Europe quite a few times against Malzahar. It is traditionally very effective.
Still leaves the question, where does Jace go, top or mid? We assume it's going to be top lane for Cabo.
I'm going to assume top. Again, I think H2K, again, looking at Syndra as a very standard choice here. Because then even if Jace goes mid lane, Syndra can do more than fine there. Corki was the other one we mentioned. That's also like the safe one.
So looking at these team comps, Fisher, it feels like whichever team gets ahead early is going to have the damage and the tools to stay ahead, assuming they play well. There's so much damage
there's
and
no
range,
front lines.
And you get caught, you die. That's it. There's no margin for error here.
No, it should be a really high kill game. This one, oh, Nuke Duck. What have you saved for us in the end? Like, there are 5 squishies on H2K.
Yay!
That means Zed suddenly has a place, because every single member can die to a Zed. It's the tanks who are really good against Zed. It's things that can like block him from dealing damage. Think like Tahm Kench. But 5 squishies with no real defensive tools to keep them alive. It's like a dream for a Zed player to look at.
Hey, and DeFisher, you called it. The year of Nuke Duck. Can he show up on this Zed matchup? Where yesterday, Caps was unable to do so.
It's the same thing again now for H2K, where Vitality have the 2 winning side lanes. Zed will win the split push, and Jace will win the split push. And H2K are not running like hard engage, other than a flash ulti from Che. That is really the key way for them to like guarantee a fight is started.
Yeah.
They do have way more poke, which is something. Poke into like a rumble ulti, and then you start a fight. But once again, if they start falling behind early, start losing some of these side lanes, the Zed will be unstoppable.
Well, both of these teams have a lot of poke, have a lot of pressure. Pretty good wave clear at multiple stages of the game as well. So now we get to see who hits harder, right? Who uses their resources more effectively. In the previous game, it was all about Vitality. They built themselves up an advantage.
You guys get to see our new graphic.
Who's behind square number 1?
Oh, open it. Oh, it's Vitality.
There we go. Vitality 1-0 up. Looking to take down H2K. Looking to surprise a whole lot of people.
I think probably has surprised a lot of people today in the pick and ban phase.
Including yourself, DeFisher. I can hear it in your voice.
No, 100%, 100%.
We'll have to see if H2K have bounced back effectively or not. They, of course, are on the blue side. Odoamne's got his Rumble. Choco's got his Olaf. There's a lot of sort of comfortable picks here on both sides of the rift.
Yes, but Odoamne is picking Rumble against Jace. On purpose. He knew it was going to be Jace
Opted
top.
into it.
As soon as he picked the Rumble, he knew it was going to be Jace top. And Odo is a player who always have like very strong opinions about how certain matchups are being played out. Oftentimes, there's the general opinion that this champion does well against that champion, and then Odo Amna is more like, no. If I play like this and this and this matchup can actually go in my favor. So I want to see how he plays it out. We know Hexdrinker is going to be super effective for Jace. We know the split push is very strong. Typically, when you play these squishy top laners as well, you need the jungler around them. Yeah. There's a high chance we see a lot of jungle focus, mid lane and top lane. Because Vitality especially have a lot of snowball potential.
Oh, yes. Especially when you look at the matchups. Cabo's so comfortable into that Rumble Jace. His champion of choice, of course. Taking a look at the jungle starts. Red buff start there for Jankos. Double exhausts on the side of H2K. Only single for Vitality. That's going to be very important once the game plays out. And once again, weather report says thunderstorms are brewing.
Definitely.
Thunderlords on the map. Joko with an early invade, and that looks like a potential 3-buff start if Vitality can defend their blue.
Right, we have to see Jankos' unusual start on the Kha'Zix. This is a start that does put him around the top side when he's done most of his clear after he's stolen away this blue buff. Because he's starting bot lane without a leash. Normally you have the top laner helping you, and Joko very early as well on the top side. So both junglers starting a little bit untraditional. Hachani will know something is happening in here. Jankos has no smite.
Oh, so much damage though. Flash over from Shay. Not going to be able to get any damage. Flash forward, first blood for the king.
I don't know, Hachani, man. Jesus. Sure. It's almost like he's not even trying. Like, he walks in, he's half HP. Jankos is like, I'm level 2, you're level 1. I'm just gonna jump and kill you, and he does. Like, so not only did Jankos get the blue buff, he also got first blood, which is great. I really don't know what to say.
Yep, it is just Hachani special.
Because like, at least then flash when he jumps you, so you don't take the damage from the jump and like try and run away, but no. Fair.
Okay, so we've seen Jankos once again gifted that first blood by Hachani walking in. I want to go back to Joko on this Olaf. This is now the 4th time that we've seen him play this champion. And, you know, by his own admission, struggling a little bit with some of the meta picks. He looked pretty good on Ivern in game 1. But this is far and away his favorite champion this split.
Yeah, and he loves to gank top lane as well. Especially when KabaShot is on the carries. We talked about the jungle focus on the top side. 100% kill participation
until this game. Until this game. Because, of course, H2K got that first blood.
Ah, stat is ruined.
So,
take it down. Here's the gank, though, Trevor.
All right, ghosting up. Remember, it scales on 7.2. Flash away.
Yeah, it feels so lame now when you use it instantly. Because you're just like, I am so fast. Never mind. I need time. It's a weird way to use ghosts, because normally you want to sprint instantly. You don't want to, like, have to
It builds up momentum. You know, it builds up momentum.
Really is a bit of a letdown. We'll have the Whimsy later, though.
Yeah, going to have additional speeds to play with. And for Joko, a couple of minutes before he can go up to that top lane and put some more pressure on Odo.
Yeah, and Joko is a bit behind against his counterpart, but not because of him. Like, not in levels, but just in terms of gold, because Jankos got that very easy first blood. You really couldn't ask for a better start as a Kha'Zix.
No.
You get your double buff, and yeah, take a first blood as well.
Damage onto Hachani. Nuclear spread out those Yordle snap traps, so got to be careful for the Vitality bot lane.
And one thing I've noticed a lot with Steelback Hachani, and it's something you guys should also look for, is how they never trade together. It's one guy steps forward, the other guy steps back. Like this situation where Hachani just took a ton of damage, Steelback had already stepped back. He was not ready to auto-trade, because always when you trade in the bottom lane, like unless you are so strong you can win the 1v1 trades very easily, you want to trade 2 members together. Lulu autos while you shield your AD carry, and they both hit the same target. When one guy only hits it and the other guy steps away, you lose the trade. Like this, again. So it's really inefficient.
But it's a bait. It's a bait. Flash is not available for Che. He seems to be the target. The snap trap, though, turns around into Joko.
Oh, he missed the Q. That was a kill. That was a kill, Nuclear. All right, no one in bot lane wants to do anything but miss skill shots and die.
Well, nobody died yet, but they'll die soon.
Soon. Jankos, he's sneaking around. Is he going to smell Joko?
Leap over.
Jump, flash. Yeah, he
No
has no
flash.
flash.
The two of us so badly.
You suck, Yankas. Where's your flash?
It would have been insane if that
they
had
had
happened.
flash, yeah.
If he'd hit the Scryer's Bloom, got some vision, but then Joker would have been able to waddle his way to safety, I feel.
Most likely. Yankas, he's okay though. He's gonna take 2 camps because Joko obviously got very low bot lane, and they call that Olaf is low. He's probably gonna recall. Either you're gonna find him on Grump, which is why Yankas just jumps in, because then he's gonna find an Olaf on like no HP. That's a kill. Or Olaf is recalled because he's so low, and Yankas gets 2 free camps. So it's like a win-win situation for the Kazakhs.
Low risk, high reward, and Yankos gets away. Continuing to advance that gold lead. It's around 500 for the moment, and Shani and Steelback, they're being burnt down very low. The Malefic Visions burning away. We've not really touched on mid lane yet. Tafisho at 6 minutes in. Febevin now level 6 against NukeDuck level 6. That Serrated Dirk picked up, and I want to see now how NukeDuck plays this matchup, because yesterday it was actually a roam from Corki that allowed an early kill to be picked up when Fnatic was playing.
Yeah, it's hard for NukeDuck to actually pick up like a kill here, mainly due to exhaust, but also Corki is really good at just kind of sitting back, clearing the wave, and then when you try and engage, Valk away.
Yeah.
It's like very easy to just Valk away. So as long as February has mana and has his exhaust ready, NukeDuck is just going to try and farm, and then he's going to try and look for kills elsewhere. That's the thing about Zed, like he's level 6. It's not that insane in terms of his all-in. Often you pair up with the jungler or your top laner, and you pick up like 1 or 2 kills in a skirmish because he's still very strong there. And that's how you kind of start snowballing.
A little bit of a non-traditional pairing this time around, right? Because NukeDuck's going to be relying on Cabo to hit some poke on that Jace before he looks to go in for the kill. Or really needs Joko to pick a good engage and ghost forward, slowly running all the way in.
NukeDuck, if he can avoid joining a teamfight at any point in this game, he'll take that.
Yeah.
Like, he's going to sit in one side lane, it's Capuchat in the other side lane, and then it's Vitality just putting pressure on both. And that's like the way they want to win this game. And that's always the thing. 1-3-1, great when you're ahead, like fantastic. Disgustingly bad when you're behind, because you're like, I can't push out bot lane because my top lane is getting pushed in, my mid lane is getting pushed in, I can't team fight, like it gets hard.
Tafisha, please explain to me, how afraid is Steelback this game? First item, QSS, with the Dorans and a longsword.
He's done that before.
I'll say I've not seen that in a while.
The last time I saw it was Steelback who did it, funny enough. I think it was week 1. Gank mid lane first, Trevor.
Leap forward.
Man.
See, I didn't get excited for that one.
You're so smart.
It was so slow.
Yeah. No CC gang with Kazakh, just like...
Kazakh's Corki into a flash living shadow available Zed. It's like, well, there's a lot of options to run away from this one.
We might have to discuss your role, Trevor, because I'm pretty sure your job is to start yelling when something could happen.
Could happen, right? But I'm not going to overhype. I don't want to misrepresent the game to the fans. You know?
You do it for the fans.
They don't
You're
need
a nice guy.
unnecessary hype.
No. What about now? They saw him bot lane.
No, because it's a QSS and double flashes. I'm going to get excited later.
Man.
Tafisha, you are the most boring caster. You never get excited, so you can't be schooling me on this.
See, I agreed 2 years ago. No one in the crowd should agree with that.
Yeah, there was like a few chuckles, but most people were like, ooh.
Yeah, most people were like,
don't go in, dude. Don't go in on that one.
Do not say something like that. I agreed 2 years ago, but there's been moments.
There have been.
You know, where I've been screaming a little bit here and there. But I saved them for the very important moments, Trev. Like the one time you hit me.
Vitality hit H2K in game 1, which allowed them to win. They've got a very different scenario this time around. Down 1,000 gold.
You're spotted, Yankers.
All right.
Here's a package.
Special delivery, special delivery. Bebevin's looking for an opportunity. The focus is the tower, though. This just seems to be a reverse of game number 1. Death Mark, that brings NukeDuck super far away. Exhaust goes down, that saves NukeDuck's life. The Ignite is burning, but no death.
Again, NukeDuck. Not strong enough yet to pick up the kill. You really want to get ranks in that ulti, because it's so much stronger later. But yeah, we're close. Yangas could use of the stealth there to stop NukeDuck from getting an additional auto tag down. I like the setup though from H2K. You got the package, you send it to the bottom lane, try and create a dive, but everyone is spotted by wards, like all the time. Both junglers have been spotted like 24/7.
Yeah, no surprises coming in from either. Except Yankos, he was surprised for first blood because Sajani just walked in and gave it away. But different type of surprise. All right, Yanko's going to be sniffing around on the bottom. A teleport's available. Another lane that we've not touched on yet is this Odo Wamnek Cabo, because even though Odo gave up his flash early, Joko just didn't find another opportunity, and it's an even farm lane for now.
Yeah, Odo's actually been able to kind of shove it in very often. Kabashak going for Hexdrinker first, no surprise. Then Arm Guard Rush from Odo. Again, no surprise either. You go Armor and MR. And Odo's not been under any threat, but I think it comes later in the game. That's where Rumble becomes the much stronger team fighter, and Jace becomes a much stronger split pusher in that regard. Nukedog taking a lot of damage because he used ulti. That's kind of all Zed offers right now, unless you get a gank.
Valkyrie away. Another undertow comes down. Reckless swing, flash defensive. Febivid's going low. Vitality get the kill.
Oh, nice gank by Joko and Febi. Getting caught out. Bot lane. Surprise, surprise, you lose tower with your QSS rush. You have 0 damage. The enemy AD carry literally doesn't care about you. And also, again, Hachani still back. Not really laning together. Let's see. Oh, the first axe hitting. Almost unlucky by Febiven that he just gets to dodge out of that one. So he just gets slowed down. Does end up costing him his life. Could also then say Joko did a great job aiming the axe, so it actually would still attack.
See, when you land the skill shots, you get the kills.
That's the thing.
Nuclear was unable to do in that 2v2 trade, but plus 25 CS. Jankos has got a flash available and leap. Jankos turns damage onto Nuketuck. Instant deathmark comes down, returns away. Oh!
Ow. Oh, God.
Jankos survives by the skin of his teeth.
Oh, man. That was close.
Everybody clinched.
Yeah.
Everybody
It came
clinched.
like out of nowhere. But still, this QSS virus, QSS virus doing absolutely nothing, losing lane with the Lulu. That's a bot tower down. That means H2K now can push out bot again with the Caitlyn. Then say, do you want Cloud Drake? Maybe. If we don't want it, let's swap top lane. Take top tower instead. Jace can't wave play against that properly, against both Malzahar and Caitlyn, because remember, every other member on Vitality are without QSS.
Yes.
So Jay can very easily lock down anyone and actually kill them, except for the Olaf.
All right, except for the Olaf, Odo Wamnek.
Oh, the 1v1!
Danger zone, he's overheating! Cabo puts a hammer down to the skies! Odo can't get the equalizer out because he's overheating, but it's just turned off! Where's the equalizer? Holding on to it. That cuts off Cabo's retreat. Here comes Jankos, who's going to tank the tower. 1, 2 shots for Odo. The shield blocks the third, and Jankos gets a kill.
So cross map means my Vitality are looking bottom lane. But they're not doing anything, because Steelback is still clearing the wave.
They're just sightseeing.
Bot lane. They were just checking. It was a Cloud Drake. They said, no, thank you. AD carry once farm, and Vitality are suddenly very far behind.
All right, 2,000 gold. H2K looking to put damage on their second tower. Jankos has got both of the kills for H2K. And actually, it looks like Cabo instantly going to teleport up, try to get some of this CS and experience. Does Odo reply, or does he hold on to his TP? I feel like
You hold on.
on to it.
Yeah, because you put it all the way into enemy tower. You don't need to TP back to lane here. Keep it. You now have full control on bottom side, because you have TP advantage. Your bot lane is already stronger, because this other guy has decided to go with his QSS item here. That, yes, I understand. You can use it against the Malzahar ulti, but you have Lulu there to save you with her shield, her ulti, Whimsy on the Malzahar. Like, there are tools. That's why you pick the Lulu, to kind of save the AD carry.
Again, the champion mechanics, but you also have to trust the player to make it work too. And the two of them are just not on the same page. We discussed this in the laning phase.
Yeah, you're right, you're right. Yes, Trevor, you win.
I'm just being overly negative here. But unfortunately, it is, or it could be, part of the reason.
I accept my role in the relationship, and I just say yes, Trevor.
Thank you, Deficio.
You are correct.
Deficio,
Yes, Trevor.
is this the performance we were expecting out of H2K?
Yes, Trevor.
Thank you, Deficio. H2K now, a little bit of trouble. Chain of Corruption connects onto Odo. He blocks some of it with the W before he gets away. And here comes Joko with the slow run on the Ghost. It doesn't look very powerful,
It is
but it
not.
is fun. It is fun to watch.
And if Vitality keep falling behind, their composition will not look very powerful either, because you need to win the split push war. And right now, Ramne is staying even against the Jace. There's TP advantage for H2K, and we've seen Febi just kind of hold his own against Nukedog. Twice the Zed has been very close, getting Jankos down.
Fair. This isn't fair. This isn't fair. It's in his own jungle. Equalizer. That's going to be the flash from Hachani. Jankos looking for the Void Assault. Gets caught out by the Glitzer Lance, and Hachani escapes with his life.
All right, let's see where H2K does send the members. Rumble should be going bot lane and catching that wave while you didn't play on top side. Vitality really does not want to play 2v2 lane because, again, they have no teleport, so they will always lose. Like, guaranteed lose. One, you're weak at 2v2, and 3, 4, 5 members of H2K can join. Package from Corki, TP from Rumble. Vitality has no way of actually getting a tower down right now, other than KaBuShot. And that's why they're trying to put up this bot lane here. Trevor, check this out. They're gonna try and trap odoamne. 2 members being sent down. This is it for Vitality. This is the way back in the game.
But how many more times do they need to do
Odo's
this?
too smart. He just put a ward down.
Vitality stood on top of a ward, so Odo's not going to give up the kill. But Vitality get the tower. That is very crucial. Tefisio jumping middle. Oh, that's a flash engage from Che. The passive even helps under the tower, and one more rockets!
Really nothing they can do to defend the turret. Hachani is trying his best. He's just trying his best, Trevor. He's really trying. Mid lane, also bot lane, I actually like the setup from Vitality to try and trade it. But odoamne placing that ward needs to be praised. Very smart play. They call the mid lane moving. Places ward, doesn't get dove. It's small things because most of the time people walk in and die.
Yeah.
He did not. And we gotta praise that.
Yeah, we absolutely do. And odoamne, 3 games played on this Rumble. Currently undefeated, 3-0. And just showing really good mastery of the champion. Definitely my favorite Rumble of 2017 in Europe. Preferred in the top lane, not the jungle, personally.
It was pretty impactful.
It was
impactful.
I think Odo's impact from the top lane is more impressive to watch.
I'm just saying, don't hate on the unicorns.
Just personal preference, man.
All right.
I can have a favorite, Rumble player.
It's
so
fine.
far, it's Odo.
All right, I agree.
Thank you.
Like-
Yes, Trevor's what I'm looking for.
Yes, Trevor, yes. odoamne is great.
Right, how do Vitality bounce back to Fisher? You touched on the Death Bush, you touched on the tower, but like the gold lead is growing, they're giving away kills, they're giving away control.
And it's always that really like annoying question because you want to like say, hey, big outplay from Nukeduck in the side lane, and then suddenly they're back, but it comes down to like H2K actually making a mistake, and you don't want to like sit and fake hype it or anything.
Yeah.
Because odoamne knows, whenever he's in a side lane, either Jace or Zed is there to kill him. And most likely there's someone else coming as well. So odoamne's going to play back.
Yep.
And then the group of 4 with the Corki, Caitlyn, and Malzahar are just so much stronger than Vitality's 4. They are the ones just putting pressure. They're the ones pushing mid lane. They're the ones pushing bot lane. They're the ones getting turrets. And that's why odoamne, like his job is sit back, peace out, wait.
Yeah, peace out, use that equalizer when you need to.
And now his team is here, now he can play aggressive.
All right, the target is Nukeduck. Living Shadow, just use. Instant flash. Equalizer's gonna slow him down. Shay, no flash to lock down Nukeduck, but the silence does. Here comes Jankos. Deathmark goes down, exhaust, instantly killing Nukeduck. Jankos not killed either.
And this is what we talk about. Odo sits back, plays smart, never gets caught. The team comes with the 4 members. And the reason they can do this is because mid lane is always being pushed by H2K. They can always roam first. Odo getting caught.
He is indeed. Chain of Corruption locks him down, but Vitality, they're out of support. Defensive flash from Steelback, and the exhaust slows down Feb a bit. Joko's running in. He's ghosting and Ragnarocking. Hachani and Joko looking for more. Cabo's got the double, the triple. That's the quadra. Looking for a pentakill.
Get it!
Continues to chase. Odo
No, yes, no
shoots
matter.
out the Electro Harpoons, and Cabo cannot get the penta.
Almost, but man, Vitality finally find a team fight. But this again comes down to H2K overstepping right here. They already got what they wanted. Easy kill, get some damage on turret. And then suddenly, almost a classic by now. H2K are like, hey, let's keep fighting, let's just keep chasing. And damn, we just overextended. Let's see it again. So you have the 1 kill. Odo has no ulti, and yet he's trying to like scare them off with the flank. And they end up just fighting between 2 towers here. Very quickly. Good arrow from Steelback. Great shock blast from KaBuShot. Damn. Game is still alive. However, it was a setback.
Game is alive.
It was a setback.
If KaBuShot says it's alive. First quadra kill of the Spring Split to fish out.
Like from him or from anyone?
I mean, anyone.
Wow.
I will confirm that. It was a stats whisper in my ear. Let's take a look if Nukeduck's going to be in trouble. Near the grasp. Actually looked like it was cancelled. Now Jankos continuing to chase down Nukeduck. So much damage. Jankos is the one that picks it up, though.
Third time Jankos is down on like the last 5%, and he just refuses to die, and he taunts everyone.
Yes, confirming Deficio. Sweet whispers from our stats team. It is the first of the splits in Europe.
Yeah, we're not allowed to name them anymore, just the stats team.
That's it. There's more than one.
Exactly.
They've multiplied.
It all started with Spellsy and is now expanded.
You just said we're not allowed to name them, and then you name one.
I just said it started with him. It's no longer just him.
Well, props to Spellsy, Connie, and Ica, because the three of them are our stats team. High five, guys. All right, Vitality, 3,000 gold behind still. It's all on KaboShot with those 4 kills. And if he can get some shock blasts, I mean, that's the game changer, isn't it?
Yeah, but it is. I agree, 100%. Like, great comment, you know, land some shock blasts. That's basically how you play Jace. But the problem is still, while KaboShot is playing like a beast, and he's able to try, or he's trying to win the game here. Now the Baron is alive, all the outer turrets are gone. H2K are gonna get control over Baron, and they will eventually just start like a fight around it. They're gonna threaten it, they're gonna poke, and then KaboShot has to leave his lane. And I'm not sure he's going to get another quadra kill.
But there is an inherent risk in that. H2K need to have absolute vision control. It is a Varus Jace that they have to deal with, poke-wise. They can't allow themselves any time. So clearing out the wards.
But keep in mind that Jace most of the time is not there with the team. Like, he joins and he tries to all-in the fight. It is rare KaboShot is sitting and poking with the guys, early on at least, when H2K is setting up. He comes in a little bit later. Nukedog is also the man we are looking at. Never count Zed out. Like, he's still sitting in the side lane. He will get a second item soon. He will have enough damage because levels is the key thing for him. Getting rank 3 ult is so huge for Zed. Once he has that, he's still a massive threat to all the squishes. It's still 5 squishes on H2K's side.
It is indeed. Deathmark is down onto Odo-Wamne. Full combination, shadows, slashes, and shurikens, but Nuktak just can't make enough damage to burn through Odo, who's getting closer to that hourglass. One of the hard counters to Deathmark.
Probably the hardest counter right now. QSS no longer works. Sad day for all AD carries, and the start of the downfall of a lot of solo queue AD carries. When it became so much harder to stay alive against certain assassins.
Many assassins these days.
Yeah, a lot of assassins. I want to see some talent soon as well. Like, lethality has been buffed. Problem is, he's just like, he's such a snowball pick, and he's so used to sit behind.
If anybody were to play, like, do you figure Nuktak could be one of those guys?
I think Nuktak could definitely be one of them. He played Quinn last year.
Oh, I'd love to see talent. Parkour on the map. And the option, like, the possibilities. Maybe. We can dream.
Maybe.
We can dream.
Yeah, I think Zed is step 1.
Yeah.
Because squishy comms, he's really strong against, or he can be really strong, yes, a little bit more versatile. He's on top side right now, but this is going to be a gank from H2K.
Special delivery! Epimet's coming in. Nuktak's now running for his life. He wants to get the tower. Not going to get the chance. It's Nuclear that gets the kill, though.
So, KaboShot sitting bot lane will have TP in just a few seconds. What you can do as H2K is push out this top lane and try and force that Jace teleport to make KaboShot even weaker as a side lane split pusher. Top lane tower should be the goal. They're pushing for it right now. And just holding it because there's a long way to this tower in the bot lane for KaboShot. He's running up now. Want to save teleport.
No risk involved. They caught a quick glimpse there. Nuktak still down 50, 60 CS. It equates to nearly 2,000 and a bit gold. Odo-Wamne starting to overheat, but it's Cabo that wins the 1v1. Change the corruption is spreading, slowing H2K. Not enough though, because Jankos just leaps over everyone. Gets the tower, gets the kill, and H2K lose Odo-Wamne.
So we talked about the Jace getting further into the game against the Rumble, how strong it can be for KaboShot. He's utilizing it. We'll get this bot lane tower as well. And he really is the saving grace. Nukedog!
He's dead already. Just gets chunked down. Death push from H2K.
He even had the Ghost Blade on. Or maybe it was the Whimsy.
Does that open Baron or is it still too risky?
Well, Jankos is very low, so that is risky. Joker is around with Smite. TP from Kabo. This is very... HK should not start it. They should just look for a fight.
They are indeed. Leap over onto Joko. Ace in the hole comes down. Shock Blast is good. But Febby and Nuclear use their displacement to get over the wall. All right, so teleport blown from KaboShot. Odo's is down, but there'll be a window of opportunity where it is available for Odo-Wamne.
Yeah, it's really good for H2K.
Yeah.
Because now you have that free setup where you get TP, they do not.
And Cabo has to stick with the team this time round.
More or less, because whoever goes bot lane will not be able to join from Vitality. And again, what should have been this 1-3-1, we have control in 3 lanes, we pressure you down, never happened in this game. This time around, Hachani is calling for Nuke to face check instead. Smart change. Very smart change. Nuke flies into that brush, dies instantly. Now realizes never follow Hachani's calls. And he goes down.
Team rule. Walk the opposite direction. Fortunately, was not the case this time around. So it's 25 minutes in. H2K have not extended their lead an excessive amount, but they haven't needed to. They've been in absolute control, and they've maintained presence in the top quadrant.
Yeah, and like 2 things to that. Like 1, let's respect the mid-game of Vitality with Jace and Zed. But also, Baron had to spawn, and you had to be strong enough to actually do the Baron.
Yeah.
So like, everything very often slows down when the auto turrets are gone. You're too weak to take Baron, so you have to kind of wait another 5, 6, 7 minutes before you can do it. And that's kind of what they've been doing now. Another face check, Hachani's calling for it.
Who's the target? Hachani, equalizer burns down. Chain of Corruption coming out. Jankos actually leaps over the spread. Deathmark coming in from Nuke, but he's shut down where he stands. The pop doesn't get a kill, but maybe the accelerated shock blasts will. Cabo's come up with red buff. Remember, he doesn't have teleport available. It was a 5-on-3 and H2K very low.
Auto-used ulti. People will take a lot of damage from Baron. Remember, the Voidlings do not properly tank it. They will start hitting the champions right after. Kill these like small friends, get one-shotted.
Vitality are nowhere near.
Joko, where are you going?
And there's so much vision.
I used one's vision. Fine. Yeah, he knew he couldn't steal it. He's like, you know what? Let's get a ward down, see if we can steal a camp, and then get away.
No flash, no ghost, no ultimate.
Yeah, it's fine.
No options for Joko.
No, and we kind of set this up, you know, H2K, TP advantage, set up around Baron, force Vitality to fight. This is exactly what they're doing. Really good setup by H2K. And nothing again a split push comp can do at this point. Like, just nothing. There really is nothing.
Yeah, unfortunate for Vitality. And that goes back to sort of, not necessarily the draft, but just how the opening levels played out.
Yeah, opening levels, and there is always a lot of risk in playing these pure split pushing comps. It's something we talked about yesterday, and Joko was still bot lane, by the way.
My words. Just burned down. Jankos was sniffing around Caboshot, but unable to find the kill.
But it's the thing we talked about like yesterday in the analyst desk, in post-game lobby as well, is like this play simple to execute compositions versus the very hard to execute comps like split pushers, but the reward can be very high as well. Corki compositions tend to be fairly easy to play, where pure split pushing 1-3-1 comps tend to be very hard to play. And Vitality showed this in this game. Yes, they draft the composition, the Zed made sense against 5 squishies, but you fall behind them, especially against like a Corki comp, and there's just like so little you can do.
Yeah, really no options for Vitality. It took H2K overstepping for Cabo to get the Quadra.
Yes, and that's what we talked about when you asked me, like, what's the way back? It's like, well, I guess H2K overstepping, but that's it.
All right, Feberbin uses the Valk in and then Valk's out. Realizing he bit off a little more than he could chew. Equalizer's available for Odo1. They look at the burn damage onto Hachani and Nuke. They're forced away from the tower. Equalizer down on the back end, and Odo gets the kill. Lockdown onto Cabo. He's able to flash away for a few seconds before Febby shuts him down with the rocket. And now H2K turn their attention to the Nexus. It's nearly 30 minutes, and this has been such a one-sided game. H2K take the first Nexus turret, take the second Nexus turret. Look at the player cams. It's all business. It's all focus. Jankos is a machine. There is no emotion, and H2K even up the series.
H2K, they're angry after losing that first game. Coming in this one and just stomping Vitality. Vitality rolled the dice on the 1-3-1. Tried it in the last game, it worked. Tried it this game, and against the Corki, and especially the very fit Kha'Zix, a very different story. I really like the adaptation for mid lane pick. I think Corki with the package can have way more impact around the map than Victor.
Yeah.
And I think also just H2K securing the Caitlyn over the Ezreal was another important factor, because they won the 2v2 lane this time around.
Yeah.
They lost it in the last game. They lost it to Achani and Steelback, who is one of the, honestly...
I mean, do you not think the Malzahar as well has an element to do with that? Because maybe without Malzahar, Steelback doesn't go first item QSS at 8 minutes?
Yeah, but again,
yeah.
Why do you go first item QSS? You have Lulu right next to you. What's the point then in playing the Lulu?
Yeah,
the thing,
exactly.
The thing for H2K and what they will 100% realize, probably already knew coming into this, was that if they just play like at least a 50-50 2v2 lane, bot lane, they should win it. Just because Steelback and Achani right now really do not have a whole lot of synergy together.
They're not on the same page.
They're just simply not on the same page. So as long as there's no Israel, H2K's bot lane are going to do fine.
Yeah, they look pretty good. I mean, game one was a different story, but this time around, Vitality as a team bounced back like 29 minutes and 20 seconds. They absolutely destroyed Vitality.
Completely. Super stomp. 1-3-1 comp falling behind, as we said in game, 500 times. Useless. Like, it gets almost impossible for you to do anything, because if you go split push, they push up mid 4 members, and you're like, all right, I'm not split pushing anymore.
So Vitality have side choice now going into game 3. We anticipate they're going to go blue side.
They have to take blue side, 100%.
They have to go blue side.
Yes.
This means Ivern over Kha'Zix again. Is this a question? Do they think about it?
It's more the fact that you want to have the 3 bans that are locked almost by H2K.
Yes.
So that things like Ivern will be open.
Yeah.
Because if H2K is blue side again, they ban Ryze, they ban Ivern, and that's the 2 best picks right now for Vitality out of the window.
And I mean, game 1, it was a Varus first pick for Steelback that ended up really helping them, and we need to see what they decide to prioritize the next game. Before that, we are at 1 game apiece between H2K and Vitality. So how did it happen? Analyst Desk, H2K, they smashed Vitality.
Thank you very much, QuickShot. Interesting game for sure, and the first thing that I want to bring up here is obviously there were some moments where it felt like Vitality were coming back, but for the most part, H2K dominating. However, the thing that stood out to me is this is the second Zed that we've now seen, and it has not looked good. I'm curious what your guys' thoughts are on the Zed pick. Can it work? Was it an execution thing? Let's talk about it.
Well, I think it's difficult to just make Zed work in general, because both times you've seen it against Corki. Now Corki tends to run exhaust. That makes it survivable against Zed. In this game, he played it into Malzahar, which was difficult. Red Smite, as we saw, was difficult. QSS can be built, so like it's very difficult to execute Zed. He's very good in 1-3-1 comps, and I think if they had a Shen, like Fnatic did, it would have been better. But otherwise, I think it's a bit questionable.
I think we saw also some kind of big hiccups coming in the Vitality early game. Once again, we're not going to dig on Hachani anymore, but obviously some small mistakes there. But was there really any point where you felt like Vitality could come back in this game once they got behind?
I think there was a fairly obvious moment where you're thinking, okay, it looks like Cabochard is starting to build himself a platform that maybe this Jace can go unstoppable on. He can get in front of towers, have that side lane, and it was after the quadra kill that really showed itself up. And we are going to take another look back at it. You can see H2K on your screens, obviously going over the game plan. Didn't really account for this quadra kill that came back out, but it was a big overstep from H2K, and we saw Jace from you, Alfari, maybe you want to have a look, take us through this quadra and see what it is that Cabochard is doing and punishing H2K on.
Well, it just starts off with H2K getting the pick onto Nukta. Like, he hasn't got QSS like Steelback has, so they just managed to Malzahar ulti him, and they chase forwards, but teleport behind, they disrespect Jace TP. And you can see the pug from Varus and Jace coming together with like the Olaf access to chase, and he just ends up going really badly for H2K, overextending, disrespecting teleport, and they get cleaned up.
It feels like one of the things that we often underappreciate or we don't see as much with Jason competitive is the potential for him to kind of clean up in team fights. So often he's that poke pick, he's that split pusher, but here I feel like Cabo did pretty well on the Jace. Do you expect to see that in his hands again as we move towards the next game?
I believe Vitality will choose blue side, so it's a possibility. They can always first pick it. So I hope so. I think his Jace looked really strong, and it wins almost every top lane matchup. So I want to see them play more on Cabochard because he does look like he's on form right now. I
also wouldn't be surprised though that if Vitality don't first pick the Jace, that H2K might just first rotation Jace because they can flex it with between mid and top buff.
I think if they do pick blue side for Vitality, first pick Varus again, first item maybe might be a little bit different because...
Yeah, we bring that up. I think we talked about it. Let's hit on it quickly. Steelback loves this. Steelback loves this QSS. I'm a fan of being safe in lane, don't get me wrong, but I have never in my life built a quick Saber Sash first. So we talked a little bit, as I said, the thought process there. What is the thought process behind this QSS first?
I mean, the thought process is like to not die. That's the only thought process there is. It's not to win lane. It's not to win the game. It's just don't die, preserve my KDA. Like the only way he can get earlier QSS is by like building the null magic mantle instead of Doran's Blade's first item. So it actually makes no sense. I don't understand it at all.
Someone's going to do that.
Don't build no magic first time.
The first time he used QSS was on a Rumble E 26 minutes in the game. I think that speaks enough for like how useless that item was early on.
Yeah, but one thing I do want to bring up is that while Vitality, we're comfortably behind, we're not comfortably behind, we're behind for the majority of the game. Definitely not comfortable. The one big defining moment, it feels like, is that time after time, Jankos makes it out of these 1v1 scenarios. And now keep your eyes on it, that red smite, it's not the first time. You look away, he ticks down, he's got 40 health life, rinse and repeat for the entirety of this game, and you have to feel bad for Noob Doug.
Yeah, I mean, you play a snowball pick like Zed, so it's like really disheartening to see. Like, I don't know, it's really unlucky.
Of course, red smite comes out here. Not as crucial because he has the team to back him up, but those two instances, maybe those were the 2 kills. Maybe that was the snowball opportunity for Vitality. Not that they, couldn't have found it anywhere, not that their other parts of their game couldn't have improved, but really just shout out to Jankos for mitigating the impact of that Zed, even taking risks to go in, but I don't know if it's calculated or blind luck or what it is, but he had red smite every time.
Probably a mix of both, too.
I mean, worked out pretty well overall. But of course, we're going to party portal to the other side of the break, where we'll be bringing you Game 3 between H2K and Vitality. Don't go anywhere. I'm watching you.
Unless you get a gank.
Valkyrie away. Another undertow comes down. Reckless swing. Flash defensive. Featherfit's going low. Vitality get the kill. Rocking. Hachani and Choco looking for more. Cabo's got the double. The triple. That's the quadra. Looking for a pentakill.
Get it.
Continues to chase. Oda Wanda
No, he has no
shoots
mana.
out the electro harpoons. And Cabo cannot get the penta.
Like, we can keep doing this, just don't overdive next time.
H2K, take the first Nexus turret, take the second Nexus turret. Look at the player cams. It's all business. It's all focus. Jankos is a machine. There is no emotion in H2K, even up the series.
We lose ourselves in the spirit of things. We lose our sight when we put our trust in things of this material world, of things that fade away. Yet we keep coming back, 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 keep coming back. Keep coming back, keep coming back, keep coming back, keep coming back. Of things we know. Spirit of things, we lose our sight when we put our trust in things of this material world, the things that fade away. Yet we keep coming back, 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 keep coming back. Of things we know.
European LCS. We're about to get into game number 3 between H2K and Vitality. And again, serious looks inside of H2K.
Yeah, almost the same shot as going into game 2. Yanko's walking back. Normally he likes to smile a lot. Vitality smiling even though they just got stomped.
It's nice to see big smiles though on the side of Vitality, because you have to come in with a positive outlook. You're on blue side now.
Yeah,
it was blue side that allowed Vitality to win even with the Varus first pick.
It's also,
I know, like...
wow. It's also expectations coming into the game. Like if you're Vitality, obviously you want to win 2-1.
Yeah.
But if you take H2K all the way to a third game, you have competitive series. As a team who has been struggling in the start of the split, that does feel nice, at least. Yes, you want to win, of course. But if you're H2K, you're supposed to win this series. You're supposed to be one of the absolute best teams in this group. So the fact that the fact they have to play this last game and now ban Camille, LeBlanc, Rengar, actually, would I leave Rengar open against Joko? I probably would.
And ban one instead?
Either you can remove Ivern, because what Joko will do is he will give you the Rengar and then pick Ivern against it. So you can ban the Ivern. Potential strategy for H2K.
Okay, so one of the options, of course, H2K are on the red side this time around. Vitality elected to play blue side. Just before we came back on air, Fish and I were talking about that game 1 picks and ban strategy and how Vitality got themselves into that Varus first pick and actually, you know, removed that Caitlyn, removed that Jhin. So Nuclear did not really have one of those preferred ADCs, and he had a weak Israel. Let's just, you know, call it what it was.
Yeah, of course. And in order for Vitality to do that again, they have to ban an AD carry here in the first phase. And then H2K has to not pick an AD carry, but I don't think that will happen right now. I'm going to look for this Rengar, because Joko's Rengar performance in week 1 was really weak. There we get this AD carry ban we talk about. This means now that Varus, Ashe, Jhin are available. So if H2K in the first pick phase does not log in an AD carry, they might be forced to play Israel. Or maybe that MF they hovered, if they've been practicing that. So that's what Vitality are trying to set up here. I still think it's easy enough for H2K to just lock in an AD carry in this first pick phase. And then this strategy kind of falls apart.
Well, we didn't get any shenanigans with the junglers to Fishio. Rengar's removed from the table. There's no ways you allow Camille to go through, right? Not with Cabochard on the other side.
Then you would allow the Rengar. If you want to leave an OP up and then take something else, it would have been Rengar, I feel, against Vitality. Should be just Camille ban coming in. And then first pick, because they banned the Kha'Zix, which is now something we see that Joko does not want to play.
Yep.
Are we looking at Varus first pick again?
Oh.
Man, they leave Camille open.
They left Camille.
Why not Rengar then? The guy has literally played the worst game on Rengar we've seen.
Oh. Does Odo take a skill matchup into this Camille? I mean, he has to.
A lot of people like to take tanks against Camille. So like you just take Shen as an example. Are they actually doing this just to steal away Ivern as well?
Okay, Defisho, explain to me if you like or dislike the fact that Cabochard has been given Camille and Yanko seems fidgety with this Ivern.
I mean, so obviously HK knows that Camille will get locked in instantly. They get Ivern, it's a takeaway from Joko. It's good in team fights against things like Camille, who wants to like try and assassinate targets. It has fantastic scaling, the Ivern as well. We're getting some new juicy picks here. Sivir coming in as well, normally picked against Jhin, not Varus, because he loses lane to Varus.
The Hyonin special.
On Steelback.
On Steelback. But I like the combination, Sivir plus Camille. Camille can run anyone down even without Sivir.
So, will H2K lock in the tank, potentially Shen, or say, no, let's pick the Zyra instead and get that support matchup? It's gonna be the Shen. As we highlighted, a lot of teams, if they are gonna face Camille, it's with a tank top. You just rush like Ninja Tabi, early armor, the Sunfire comes in as fast as possible, and you try and just stay alive for as long as possible, maybe even try and like out-trade her in the early game. And then you use that Shen ulti to snowball elsewhere on the map. But this is Cabochard. This is his chance to redeem himself and show that he's still a top-tier carry. This is his chance.
It's more than a chance. He's been given a super weapon.
If he solo carries this game, then he's back, baby.
He's back. Along with the year of Nuke Duck, Vitality could be on fire. I mean, if Vitality do this and they beat H2K, Unicorns of Love and Vitality
Really good performance from Febiven. Love the use of the package, and then you can combine the package with the Shen ulti. Super strong. Vitality do have the option to ban the Corki, but they do value taking away that other counter pick to Malzahar.
Yeah.
Honestly, I'd love Corki here from Febi. Coming in, or Syndra can work too, but I just like the impact.
What do you prefer into the Camille? What options? You know?
It's Shen.
Shen. No, I know that's for top lane, but in terms of your mid laner, does it make a difference for the Corki or the Syndra in the mid to late game?
I just think what you want to do as H2K is you want to draft like this very simple team fight comp, where it's like, yeah, we have fantastic backline damage, we have great poke, we have Ivern to protect us with 500 million shields, and then if Vitality does not snowball the Camille and she becomes a split pushing threat, you just do exactly what you did in the last game. You play as 4, you have Shen ulti, and you like take turrets, you go for Baron setups, and you force Vitality to come teamfight you. I think that is the correct strategy from H2K.
It looks like that's what they're building. Officio, Vitality gonna lock in the Syndra.
They need the jungler. Olaf is always the default pick.
Again.
It's getting a little bit boring.
Well, they do say play for comfort, you know?
They do. They do.
And if Joko's not, I mean, the jungle pool was pinched heavily, or banned heavily this series.
Tahm Kench is still available. Could be a very strong pick here for H2K. Counters the Malzahar directly, and also Tahm Kench ulti, plus package, plus Shen ulti. That's a lot of ways to move around the map very quickly. MF is an old school in terms of Malzahar counters that the European supports are talking about. Gives them a very strong bot lane 2v2 for H2K. Even matchup in mid, where Corki will just wait until he has Hexdrinker before he does a whole lot. And top lane is where, again, I've heard about this Shen, Ninja Tappy, Sunfire Cape against Camille, and you can actually keep her down for at least the start of the game.
And I mean, that item build is going to be so much more valuable against the likes of Olaf and Sivir as well. Just really keeping all of those threats itemized against relatively easily. And of course, if Malzahar and Syndra focus your Shen, H2K are going to be over the moon. They'll be very happy.
Yeah, 100%. A lot of good poke here from H2K. Very, very strong team fighting comp. MF ulti should never be underestimated, even as support. Because so many members are so squishy anyway, even in the late game, like Syndra, Sivir, Malzahar. MF ulti will deal almost half the HP.
Yeah, H2K. Team fighting composition. They lost to a team fighting Unicorns of Love last week. Can they take down Camille? And of course, KaBuShot's already faced off against a Camille once this split already.
And he misplayed it.
And he lost that matchup.
It's his time to shine.
Again.
Right now. Again. Yeah. Actually, it's time every time.
There are many times to shine when you play 13 best of threes in the spring split. Vitality in Group B along with H2K.
And it would be so huge if they can take down H2K, because they're trying to climb their way back towards these playoff spots where Splice is currently sitting with them at the moment. And it's going to be close.
It's so exciting. Group B could be a lot closer than we anticipated at the beginning of the split.
Well, we knew it was going to be 4 teams fighting for it.
Pending the results of this series as well. And as we load up onto the Rift, unfortunately, we do have a brief pause. So hold the applause for now. We're going to ask you to do that again in a little bit.
I love whenever we have a pause going into it, we hear our producer in this really sad tone go like, pause. And we're like, all right.
Especially after we've just got the crowd riled up and hyped up. Now, Deficio, 29-minute stomp for H2K in game number 2. You know, they really ran away with that game.
Can you call it a spanking?
You can. Vitality now have the option to bounce back. They've got Camille in the top lane, ridiculous powerhouse. Joko's Olaf, which can grow, especially when working with Steelback.
You don't want to
Sivir.
use powerhouse there.
No.
You're like, Joko, he's on Olaf.
I get to the point here.
Sorry.
Joko and Steelback not playing traditional meta picks right now. But do you like it in the context of the team composition?
I think H2K's response to the Camille is very good. Currently, I actually prefer their composition.
Okay.
But whenever there's a Camille in the game, you have to be like, you know what? Sometimes we got to throw comps out of the window. Because she has that ability to just take over the game. That's why she's banned so often. But I actually think the answers are very smart from H2K.
All right, H2K, can they answer all of the questions Vitality put on the Rift? Ladies and gentlemen, the ping noises, the Rift noises. That means we're into Game 3 of Vitality versus H2K. Camille. I want to see what Cabo can do. Double exhaust on the side of H2K.
Double exhaust, shields coming in from Ivern, Shen ulti. A lot of ways to try and stop KabaShot from being a big carry. Joko can turn his attention towards the top side. If KabaShot is able to get some damage on Shen, you can then actually dive him later on as well, especially once you hit level 6. There's no way out of that ulti from Camille.
Ghosting up. Undertow. Number 2 finds the target. Jankos actually flashes away. Early flash, so this could impact that early clear on Jankos' Ivern.
It's interesting that he didn't just try and Q instantly, Jankos, and then walk away. And instead he saved it and flashed and then used it. Bot lane, while the Malzahar is great and been a pick China used a lot, it's not always we see the full impact from him. I think Che had a much better Malzahar game in the last one. And Nuclear and Che with MF and Varus have really good 2v2 lane right here against what Vitality drafted. So we might get the same situation where Vitality gets pushed in and the tower will go down.
And that's going to be so crucial for H2K when you consider Jankos, Febiven maybe want to apply some support to Odo Omne, keep him in a comfortable spot. Yes, Odo's going to itemize a lot of armor early, but if there's no pressure bottom, Nuclear and Che can handle themselves.
And now
one less worrying trend, right?
Vitality also lost a chance to even push for level 2 very early because Hachani went back to base. So now that he's returning very late to the lane, you can see how H2K is already taking full control. They're going to take down the minions very, very easily and just want to get that the 3 melee minions down in the second wave and then hit level 2. And Vitality have to just kind of sit back and wait. Mid lane's going to be interesting. Nuke will have pressure early. Hexstringer comes in for Corki, and then suddenly the lane is very even. And the package then becomes the impactful thing because Pepe can impact the side lane much more effective.
Yeah, with the help of Jankos, Daisy, Stand United, H2K just have so many more tools when they want to start a party in a different lane.
Yes.
And that's something Vitality need to, well, they need to be so prepared. Hachani cannot afford to make the same positional mistakes he's made all series against this H2K comp because of the tools they're going to have available to them.
I 100% agree, and we see H2K value the bot lane, like the laning phase, by going for the MF pick against Hachani here. And that's something we haven't always seen from them, because in the last few weeks, they've actually been using a lot of like pure utility bot lanes and then not gank it and just kind of leave Che and Nuclear to kind of do their thing. Sit back, don't play aggressive.
Oh. No flash for Jankos. Gonna be in trouble. Stand United, not available. And that's first blood for Nuke. Catch a glimpse down bottom. Che was run away. Jankos, well, he got cut down with his Ivern.
Yeah, gotta go back to that start, level 1, where he flashed. Didn't want to Q instantly to try and lock down Joko. Looks fancy, deals almost no damage.
Pretty even trade between that Spirit's Refuge from Shen and Shield.
Odo Omne sitting right now on like 45 armor with a Doran shield as well. We'll get some more armor on his first back. Obviously almost all the damage he's going to take in this game is going to come from either Sivir or the Camille.
So Fisher, how bad is this early death by Jankos?
I mean,
oopsie. Definite oopsie indeed.
It's fine, he has a blast cone, he doesn't need it. I mean, it's bad, it's obviously bad for him. Especially because the kill went over to Nuke, and we mentioned how for Vitality, it can be really difficult to kind of snowball this game because your bot lane is under pressure, mid lane is going to be even, and Shen is going to itemize heavy armor on top against Camille. So the fact that Nuke is getting the kill is huge because he's the man we're looking at. If he can win his mid and actually start roaming, Vitality can look to get some kills because they really want to get KabaShot going up here. Like Joko is going to join, Cinder's going to join, but it's hard if you're just even mid, if there's a package. Even with attacking the global, it can become really difficult.
So the sooner Vitality pull the trigger, the happier they're going to be. So take advantage of the early game power that the team composition has.
Yeah.
And
I think Vitality will struggle like late game fights. Jankos is coming for the gang. Nuke, no flash.
Is indeed. Trigger seed or root caller. Where's it going to go? Scatter the weak. Knocks back Febiven. Rush caller blocks the vision down to 100 HP, and Febiven's going to run it down. It's Jankos that gets the kill.
Almost too easy. Nuke stayed to push out the lane so you could then recall. It's that moment where as a mid laner, you've already said to yourself, I'm going to recall after next wave. Yeah. So I'm like 5-6 seconds away from recalling, and you have no flash, you overextend, and you end up getting ganked. So honestly, really easy return kill from Jankos. Hachani's on one of his crazy adventures,
All right, but is there any potential? It looks
he's not
like
six.
They're backing away. Odo One, they're doing very well in this lane. Look at that hook shot.
Che has no flash up bot lane. Hachan is moving in behind them.
All right, Che's in trouble.
That is
Malefic
good.
Visions and the Voidlings are going down. The Boomerang Blade rattles across. Summoner heal used by Nuclear, but here comes Yankos. Steal back on Achani, get heal and exhaust for the trade.
And now Kabushar will most likely use TP back to lane top, like we see here. That means Odo gets his ulti. And suddenly, Vitality cannot do anything on the bottom side of the map because of that Shen global. And that is where you're now investing everything into top side. That means Joko needs to be ready to go up top and try and snowball Cabo further. If Joko goes bot lane, it gets nullified by Shen every single time. And that also means if February leaves mid lane, Steelback and Achani has to back away. Because otherwise they might get dove. And that means they're probably going to lose this bot lane tower.
Okay, so rinse and repeat. Teleport to top. Stand United on the way. Nuclear and Che doing relatively well despite being jumped on. Looking at the itemization, Bomby Cinder and that cloth armor. Odo is already sitting on 65 armor.
Yeah, there's not been a better game for a tank to just go like Ninja Tabi Sunfire when it's pure auto attack damage late game from Sivir.
Yep.
It is a lot of auto attack damage from Olaf, and then of course from Camille. Like, it's gonna be so effective. This is the top lane thing we talk about. Nuke able to roam from mid. Odo's been chunked a little bit.
There's a flash available to Odo One. They're looking at Joko. Flash away. Hookshot finds nobody. Hextech ultimatum. Odo One is locked in. Trigger Seed doesn't catch anyone though, and Odo goes down. When the gates are closed, you cannot escape. Nuketuck, Joko and Cabo turn their attention to Featherford. There's no damage support and the shield is already burned through. Featherford's running away for his life, but it's Joko with a reckless swing.
Oh, we talked about it, Trevor. Vitality putting all the focus topside is the only thing they can do. Odo Amne not quick enough to leave the lane, because the thing about Camille is she can close the gap so easily. When she jumps towards a target with her E, she gets double the range. And then just flash ulti, and there's no way out. Really good roam. We mentioned Nuke getting first blood being important to push in that mid lane. He's top lane. This is the jump into flash, into ulti. No way out for Kabushar. Ivan is never going to help you here. Like, he's not going to save you. Also, pre-6 Ivan without Daisy. And now, if you're H2K, cut your losses. You're not going to get anything in return. You're even tanking the golems, February.
And blows the flash as well.
Yeah, oh, this was so huge for Vitality because the opening for H2K is bottom lane. Like we see now with Yankos. It's pressure in bot, threaten with the Shen dive, and you force Vitality away from turret, but you cannot give more kills over to Kabushar.
Vitality needed to not play aggressive on the bottom lane so that dive couldn't happen. And H2K needed the same up top. You know, they needed to play around that Kabushar power spike. Hextech ultimatum blocking Odo's escape. Okay, H2K, they're 1,000 gold down. There's 2 assists for Cabo. He wasn't able to pick up the kills in that trade up top, but he's got pressure for now. And now it's up to Vitality to avoid the pending dive. There's Daisy, there's Stand United.
And there's ulti again from Kabushar. No flash from Odo Amne. So once again, you E the wall as Camille. You get close enough to ulti the Shen, you ulti, and then you can actually, if you gank, take him down.
Yeah, tactical sweep into that hook shot. I was looking at the minimap. Nuketuck slowly was moving up, but did not, in fact, continue with the roam.
But he's just gonna keep doing the same. Like push the wave, leave, threaten top side over and over and over. Kabushar's TP is soon back up in case anything will happen bot lane. So this window H2K had to force something is gone now. Cool little thing, by the way, when you spawn the Voidling, even before it actually shows on screen, it will block a skill shot.
It's the same with the Pantheon ultimate a long time ago. You could actually target him and hit him with spells before the animation dropped him to the ground.
Oh, there you go.
Yep. All right, Kabushot's going to have support here from Joko. Hextech ultimatum can go down. Pretty good taunt from Odo Amne, buying some time. Spirit Refuge buys a few extra seconds, but it will not be enough. The tower onto Kabushot. He manages to escape. No support from anyone else on H2K. Joko and Cabo, now they're looking to escape. Yankos, he could flash engage. Caught up by the undertow. Trigger Seed onto Cabo. Daisy not going to do enough until one more auto. And here comes Febby with the double buffs. That's a shutdown. H2K with 2.
Oh, best H2K could hope for here. Good return from H2K. Febby and Yankos getting 2 kills. Nukdog not able to roam there. Actually, we didn't see if he came back from base. He just couldn't match the Corki roam, allowing H2K to get these kills. But once again, it's focus top lane, focus top lane, focus top lane. Yes, Cabochard not getting the kills. That's like the good thing for H2K, but the assist, they still help for now.
Yeah, plus the big CS advantage is 800 gold in the lead.
And again, he TPs back to lane. He TPs back to lane. He sacrifices his bottom side because they're going to keep doing the same. So the dive in itself, Joko tanks first due to the taunt as well, but that's still fine because then the Cabochard gets his ult down, gets to deal the extra damage, picks up the kill, and mid lane, yeah, Nukdog just on the turret here, not able to join. And even if Cabochard are trying to get out.
Such a good skill shot as well from Jankos. All credit to that Q. All right, hook shot, jump onto Odoam there. This time around, Jankos is around. Sweep shot goes backwards, Cabo. There's a flash available, a lot of damage going down onto him. Being blocked off, that trigger seed shield, that's hard to say. Jankos and Odo, double team Cabo.
Cabo going forward without any assistance, Joko on bottom side. Gives a big opening for H2K. They have package, they have Shin ult, like, okay, they had package, but it ran out. I really want to see them try and force a play on bottom side. It should be so simple against no TP Camille.
I mean, as long as Vitality keep the pressure in the top lane, Odo doesn't have the opportunity to leave that lane just yet. It's been 3 or 4 repeated ganks.
But due to no kills.
4 minutes.
Yeah, but due to no kills for Cabochard and him now overextending, like the actual gold between them, it's 500 gold right now between the two top laners. That is something Odo can still survive. And we keep talking about like H2K, they're looking for that opening. Push in bot, have Ivan go down. But the reason they haven't been able to do it is because Jankos has been topside, protecting Odo Amna.
And Jankos, despite giving up that early death much earlier on in the series, game rather, has now got that redemption, 3-1-1, has responded very well. Chase pulling a Hachani, and he's going to get cut down.
And this is what we see sometimes with imports very early on in splits. See if there's anything happen. No deaths up top. But Jankos goes in, Che follows, Jankos backs out. Che does not back out. Che continues to go in. Like, you always got to stick together there if you want to have any chance of actually deep warding.
Have to hold hands. You need to.
Yeah, it's just some of that miscommunication, mis-synergy we see sometimes. And it costs a death now.
It does indeed, and that's another one secured. So 3 kills for Joko, 2 kills for Nukdog. H2K maybe more even than they'd want to be.
Yeah, again, this is huge for Vitality because it stops H2K from pushing out bottom lane. Getting that kill on Che. Gank in mid.
Jankos exhaust comes down. Where's the root? Where's the root? Looking for the root. Oh, I held that really long, but they got Ghost and Flash for exhaust. Repeat opportunity, or at least alleviating pressure, right?
Yeah, most important thing is it stops Nukdog from being able to match a roam because he can't blindly face check the Corki without any summoners. So if they're both pushing out at the same time and one guy leaves, it's Corki who's leaving first, not the Syndra. And that is super key for H2K to stop the snowball on top side.
Stop the snowball, slow down the pressure, the focus. Cabochard's getting closer to that Trinity Force as well. Double attack speed daggers, and H2K looking for this Ocean Drake. So that's good. Good objective for H2K. It's only 14 minutes into the game.
H2K knows they can get everything on bottom side. Red buff, dragon, everything. Odo always using his TP back to lane to not fall further behind. Basically just valuing, slowing down Camille. That's all they're doing. Like, they're just slowing her down. That's why Jankos was topside, defending Odo Amne, stopping Cabochard from being like 3-0, or potentially being like 3-0 by now.
Deficio, we so rarely see Camille in the top lane. We saw her in support in North America.
Yeah, that was weird.
Well, I want to ask you a question about that in a moment. As Hachani gets caught by the chain of corruption, he uses the Nethergrasp, then reply. Bullet time not going to be enough, and it's Jankos that's on a rampage. Stand United was used by Odo as well. H2K.
Bot lane play, baby.
Yeah, use their numbers advantage to get this first blood tower.
And I know we make a lot of fun of like Hachani and it can get a little bit annoying, but you have to then point out again when he makes some of these macro mistakes that I don't expect to see from Hachani. I didn't expect to see coming into the split. You know you can't do anything bottom lane. As soon as you are stepping in there to place a ward, you're at risk of dying.
Yeah.
You have no flash. Just don't. Surrender the tower. Because you know they're going to be there. And you know they're going to Shen ulti. And it's just a very big macro mistake. Joker's trying to respond. Febby can jump over the wall to the bottom side if he wants to.
Flash available to him. Good damage on the Joker already. Shield onto Febivin from Jankos. Joker just does a flyby. Hey guys, swings his axe, offers the guys a Greggy Ice, and then walks on.
But here, Trev, like, if you're Hachani, is this really worth it? In any way possible, what is the outcome? You know you can't do anything bottom lane.
You should know.
You should know.
Yeah, gonna add that clarifier.
And you keep having these situations. I'm actually 99% sure Hachani is the support who gets the least experience. Because there's so many games where he's roaming a ton. He's like level 3 when his AD carry is level 6. In this game, he's a level behind Che as well. And it happens like so often. Yes, he's taking out Malzahn. That's all that really matters for him. But on other champions, he delays at level 6 too long.
Yeah. And I think we have to give some credit now to H2K. It's 16 minutes into the game. Their picks and bans strategy, they allowed the Camille to go through. They knew they were going to run the Shen. And despite pressure onto Odo, he is currently, he is 800 gold down, which is sizable. But H2K have got themselves a tower. They made that dive in the bottom lane, and Stand United's going to be up again in about 30 or 40 seconds. So more options available to them.
And he's sitting on 141 armor now with the Ninja Tabby. We talked about this in Champs, like Sunfire, Ninja Tabby, those are the key ones. Against Camille, almost against all of Vitality's composition as well. Joker is setting up a gank top now.
But Febivin's got the package and flash, so he absolutely can make it away.
An important thing for H2K is keep Shen with Camille, like all the time. Just keep them together. Try and push out the wave, delay Camille even longer, and then force plays with the 4 members. Like, a Varus ulti is enough for H2K to win this game.
I remember when watching Fiora a couple of years back at Worlds, there was a point where Fiora would have like 3 or 4 items and that would be it. You know, like when that itemization breakpoint happens, pretty much Fiora would win the game. Is there a point like that for a Camille, and how many items do you think it is?
Well, it's actually funny because this is something Dragos and I have talked about before. I'm kind of hesitating to say it because there might be a big fight around mid lane. But there is a thing like Camille, in terms of the design philosophy, it was you're supposed to be weaker in late game split push than pure split pushers like Fiora. But you're then supposed to be stronger in team fights in the late game than those pure split pushers. So like you're supposed to be like this middle ground between a team fighting top laner and a split pushing top laner. But then because the numbers are so strong, like a little bit overtuned from Camille, she's kind of doing everything extremely well. I still think full late game, she's not as strong as like Jax, Fiora, these kind of things. And that's where Shen might actually have enough in the tank to just kind of hold her at ease.
Okay.
But the problem about Camille is when she then enters the fight. If you make a misstep, she locks down your AD carry, kills the AD carry, jumps all to the next guy, insane mobility, boom, 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 boom. 2 or 3, 4 kills.
Like dominoes.
Exactly.
If she knocks the first one over, you're screwed.
And that can happen already now, just on Trinity Force and Tiamat. Keep in mind, her Q, like she autos, Qs, autos. That's 5 Tiamat procs right there.
Yeah.
That's gonna become a Titanic Hydra. And the damage is just insane.
Stun onto Jankos, near the grasp as well. He's already used his shield. Stand United though coming in. Redemption's gonna buy more time, and Jankos survives. Here comes Daisy. Nuke is sniped down. There are so many shields for H2K.
Yeah, again, it's what H2K wants to do. The 4-man group is way stronger than the 4-man group of Vitality, and you have a Shen ulti to help you. That's always the same thing they're looking for. EpicSkillshot is trying his best to do what he can in that side lane. But H2K are trying to do way more than he can do alone as a group.
2 kills and a tower for H2K in just a moment. And Vitality secured only that bottom outside. Not done yet. H2K continuing to apply pressure in this middle lane, using that Brushmaker for cover. Daisy takes 50% of Steelback's HP before H2K peel away as well.
Good use of Shen ulti by Oramne. More kills for H2K. Next step up for them is Baron is going to spawn, and they're going to start playing around that as well. And this is just not what you're looking for as Vitality. Like, this shot calling is just not good enough. Because you know the way for you to lose this game is by trying to engage in these 4-on-4 team fights, and then Shen joins. And Chani, whatever.
Yeah, a lot of damage taken. Febby flashed for that one. Sorry, Valked for that one. Just to get the kill, and H2K, they extend the lead. So, Deficio, we've gone over 20 minutes. Still a big advantage for EpicSkillshot's Camille in the farm and pressure on that side lane. But H2K slowly seem to be in control. but it doesn't feel like they're in absolute control, you know? There's still options here for Vitality.
Yeah, I just feel like all the options are centered around Camille.
Yeah.
Titanic Hydra is what we need to see from a counter shot to make him even stronger. Like, that is really a huge spike for him with 2 items. His damage on turrets is insane because of Q. You can keep using that on turrets as well. But he's against basically the entire H2K team. He should not rely on Steelback or Chani or Joko to help him.
Yeah.
And that's the thing for Vitality, really. It's this whole, like, you have to fight for mid lane control because you know H2K will set up Baron soon. They're going to force a fight at Baron. And if Camille is not there, H2K will get the Baron. And then you're going to use that to, like, smack down the base. So really, it's boring, but couple shot, couple shot, couple shot.
Yeah. But that's what happens when you play Camille composition, isn't it?
It is, and the other team drafts a comp that is stronger elsewhere on the map.
Febivin really fancying his chances with Exhaust and Hexdrinker. Valk aggressively forward. Blue buff playing into his favor. Now H2K, remember, coming into this game, they had 2 wins and 1 loss. And we're taken down by UOL. UOL have beaten every team in their group, 4-0. The top of Group B. H2K are really looking to close this out and at least guarantee 2nd place as we start the cross-group play next week. Because that's where H2K expected to be, top 2.
Top 2, 100%.
Maybe top 1, actually, but they definitely should have been top 2.
Yeah, I mean, if H2K can win this game, then the only disappointment so far in Group B, honestly, would have been Splice.
Yeah.
Sitting with a 1-2 record now. And they're the ones where we expected them to come in and be fighting for 1st place, and they haven't actually done that just yet. Fight now again with Shen ulti coming.
All right, Febivin's going to get the stand united. Chani is already taken down, knocked up by Daisy. So much follow-up damage, and H2K, they might lose a tower.
Now, if Vitality can actually defend Baron, then Countershot can still go for another turret. Remember, Camille damage on turrets with Q is insane, but they gotta be able to just hold H2K here. Nuke Dog is full HP, Countershot is on his way.
There's a teleport coming in, 5-on-4, stun onto Febivin.
Oh, they missed everything.
Away from Nuclear, every skill shot is going wide. Cabo's tagged, that's a taunt onto Joko. He's got no Ragnarok, remember. He used it earlier on. Che now gets killed by Baron. Nukeduck's the one that gets the kill credit. And H2K, they don't get Baron.
And suddenly Hechani going down is actually worth it for Vitality. They get a bot lane tower, they stop the Baron. Very important though, TP was used by Caposhot, so he's not able to do the same now. If he goes bot lane again, H2K has a very easy way to start the Baron and fight 4v5. But this is suddenly a big swing now for Vitality. Even out the gold, mid lane tower is going to go down as well.
It just means there's no room for error, because as Caboshot continues to scale, there's going to be options.
Whatever, almost died.
Going to be options here. Vitality didn't get the tower there, as you mentioned, so H2K hold a minor lead. Ocean Dragon's still alive, has been for a while.
And we have to almost go back and rewatch that kill on Achani and see if H2K could have gotten way more, because whenever the 4v4 fights break out, we expect H2K to get like 2 or 3 kills. Then they take the Baron. That's how they obviously want to play the game. But the fact they only got 1 kill on the support meant that Vitality could still stop Baron, and Che obviously going down. Ooh, Febi.
No stun though. Just the force of will. All right, Dragon's being started by H2K down on the bottom. Ward's being cleared out on the top. And now H2K starting to push that advantage. I mean, look at the itemization here. Nuclear, QSS, Blade of the Rune King. Locket for Yankos. Randuin's Omen for Odoamne. Already continuing to scale. Che, he needs to sidestep. He's going to flash away, and a Chain of Corruption will buy time, but now Che is a very juicy target.
All Vitality's trying to do is just push up mid, secure Baron, and let Caboshot go bot lane and have his TP ready again. Like, it's a few minutes now. It's going to be really difficult for Vitality because they have no teleport.
Yeah.
But Odoamne is going to have 2, basically, to use. And this means now H2K should get full control over Baron. I wish they had more control wards in the inventory. This makes me sad to see refillable potion and these kind of things instead of control wards at this point.
Yeah, 25 minutes in. Need their health. There's 2 refillables.
All right.
1 control ward just picked up. Now to Fisher, Vitality as a team, you know, they've had glimmers of hope over the last 3 weeks.
I mean, right now they have a lot of hope.
Do you think they're getting better each week, each series?
I think they're getting better, 100%. I think they couldn't really get much worse than it did in the first one. It's an engage.
Lockdown to Hachani. Stand United comes out. Vitality get the tower. Flash for flash, and Odo doesn't lock anyone down. Sweep shot, that tactical sweep rather, slowing people down. Nukeduck instantly exhausts. Now he's flashed, maybe too late. Gets caught out by the taunt. Hachani all of a sudden bursted down as well. H2K in the team fight, they got more than one kill this time.
Yeah, again, they won these fights. They have Shen ulti. KaBuShot didn't even get to join because he had to run from bot lane. It's the same story all game long. We've talked about it so much. And whenever there's these team fights, it's in favor of H2K. The starting Baron, they have Daisy. KaBuShot looking to be the hero.
5-on-3, the peel away into Joko. He's the target. Cabo's actually jumped into 5. This isn't going to end well. The ultimatum is you are dead. And steal back, left a farmer. Cupcake named Daisy.
H2K in control. It's been a tough game, obviously.
You know, just as I stop praising Vitality.
Hey, I mean, it's still well-deserved praise. You went from not being able to do anything week 1 to now taking H2K to 3 games. Joko getting caught on the turret, and then I actually didn't even realize KaBuShot was in the fight from the get-go. I thought he was running, because he didn't get to use anything. He took almost no damage. He didn't use ulti, because they were running away, so that was my bad. But actually, he was still in the fight, so I stand by my statement.
I mean, Deficio, overcommitting for that tower? Is that what it boils down to? I mean, did Vitality really need to go 5-man deep for a 30% HP tower?
No, they actually needed to wait for teleport from KaBuShot and let him split push.
Yep.
So, yes, that is a mistake. Gets punished instantly by H2K. Now they get the Baron as well. Now this game is so heavily in their favor.
Yeah, exactly. It's a 3,000 gold lead. There's 2 oceans. More importantly, Cabo's split pushing power so heavily reduced if anybody's going for toe-to-toe with him.
Yeah, and if Cabo wants to do anything in that side lane, your base is gone. Like, that's really the main problem.
Like this.
It's not that KaBuShot can't be a split pusher, it's the fact that the rest of the team can't defend.
And that means Vitality now, their map is becoming so much smaller. Look at that damage and poke. Misfortune, Corki and Varus. Daisy now is going to start tanking up this inhib turret. Taking a look around, Odo and Cabo still going toe-to-toe in the bottom lane. Stand United is available. KaBuShot can teleport up if he wants to. And even with the stun, H2K, they're just playing the siege game, like nearly flawlessly with this poke, Deficio.
This is what the comp can do. This is why so many teams in Europe, they love these Corki comps now. Because most AD carries are very long range, a lot of poke. Add in a Corki in the mid lane, you add basically double the amount of poke, and it's very safe as well to play. So when you get in these situations like this, where you have Baron buff, where the enemy team doesn't have like hard engage against you, you can just sit back, relax, poke away, and surely take down the turret.
Sit back, relax, shoot the fish in the barrel.
Yep.
You know, just be like, whatever. There we go, steal back, takes a big one to the face. He gets burned down, double stun, the stun onto Nuclear. He actually used the QSS.
And then when you finally do get hit by something, Redemption comes in.
Yeah.
And then there's a locket as well.
10 stacks on Medjai's for Jankos. Despite the very slow start, he's definitely picked it back up. And by the way, the whole time that siege has gone on, Odo just keeps shoving the waves into the tower. Now Cabo at least can clear slowly against those Baron minions.
Now Cabo wants GA, so he can actually do something in a fight, but he also really wants some armor pin. If he wants to try and actually kill Odo Amna in the side lane, which will be very difficult to do, but might be one of the only ways back for Vitality, because it's going to be hard for them to actually win a 5-on-5. Now GA is going to be huge for Camille, so she can actually dive in.
As Fisher, we're in a position where H2K, this is their game and their series to lose, right? They've got a big lead, they've got control of the map, they've got an answer to Cabo's Camille. So if we look at Vitality, 1 win, potentially 3 losses in the first portion of the group stage. Was this where your ranking had them? Were they the number 4 team?
I think, yes. If you look at just the tier list itself, we had Splice, Unicorns, and H2K all above them coming into this. Starting the split, Vitality was kind of in the Misfits one, where...
Questions, right?
We liked some of the things about the team, but there were just so many questions, and we needed to see some of those questions answered before we could really rate them higher. And I think Misfits had gone up, and Vitality have gone down on this list, because there's honestly still too many questions for Vitality. There are some underperforming members as well, and they're still kind of trying to find that identity for themselves. Where I feel like Misfits have kind of come in and kicked some butt very early.
Find the identity and find a cleaner level of play. You know, there's there's a lot of criticisms that you can see really throughout all of their games. And Vitality, now they're 5,000 gold down. They got their hands on this first pick, Camille, but overcommitted to the mid lane. And, you know, that allowed H2K to get this gigantic lead. So we're going to see another teamfight breakout. Hachani tries to commit onto Nuclear with 0 support.
And a QSS on Nuclear.
Yeah, Febervin now gets jumped on by KaboShot. Kabo instantly flashes out. Redemption buys some time.
This is like the thing that Iron offers is just insane late game scaling and tankiness for squishy members because of his locket, his trigger seed, and due to the fact he also offers like a heal later.
Yeah.
So it's just so hard to burst anyone. And Camille, Syndra, they all want to burst the target and they just can't.
And not only is Ivern the problem, they've also got to get through a Stand United. You know, you're still going to do that. Cabo decides to jump back in. He's got a GA, has killed Che, but not the damage dealer.
Oh, actually, Nuclear.
And the GA is popped. Nuclear's managed to flash away to safety. Oduwame is on a killing spree. Now Steel backs the target. A decent spell shield buys a little bit of time. And Vitality, with the numbers advantage, have got H2K on the run. That's a flash forward. Steelback and Nukeduck, they get themselves 2 more.
Man.
Nuclear is so low, though.
Classic H2K. They always need that one team fight every game where they completely overextend and end up giving away kills to the enemy team.
Does Nukeduck flash? Does he flash for this one? Doesn't even need to,
That's
actually.
a free kill.
And it's so into Scatter the Weak. And Odo's the only one that escapes. So H2K also making mistakes.
Well, it's just a classic H2K team fight in 2017. We see almost every time. Sadly for Vitality, there's nothing to get on the map.
That is so brutal. You can have like a black and white GIF. H2K team fighting, 2K17. H2K aced.
They do it every game, dude. Every game. Even when they play well, there's that one fight where they overextend. And then we hear in the mic check, the anchor's going, guys, just don't overextend. Just don't keep diving, and then it's fine. This is good. This is great. Congratulations. You're playing your comp. You know, you're getting turrets. It's awesome.
At what point does it turn from good, great to bad?
Well, first of all, Che ends up getting caught here in the front line. Takes some damage before it actually happens, and then he ends up going down. Like, this is still great. All good. Great. Fantastic. Good stun from Nukeduck. Look out, loadout. Back away. Just back away. They try, but it's a little bit too late. Kappa goes in. Fight is open. Back away now. Okay, just back away. Now you can back away. And then look at Febby. Look at Febby. Look at Febby. Whoops.
Flash forward.
Ah!
That's not backing away.
No, that's the opposite.
Yeah, the opposite of what the Fisher wanted to see. That happened earlier this series as well, a few times.
Yeah, it did. And it's not one member, it's also the calls. Like, one guy could just yell, guys, back away. But no, Odo can basically out-yell everyone on this team.
And he's yelling, go, 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 apparently.
Maybe he is.
Well, we'll have to find out, of course. We don't know for sure. H2K, they didn't get the inhibitor, but they do grab themselves a Mountain Drake. Now, I do not like what I see.
The trap.
I do not like what I see.
Wait, there's no QSS on Febby.
No! Got him! Even with the flash, Feathervin's down. H2K now turning it around into Joko. He should
Are you a believer, Trevor?
Not yet. Hachani is jumping forward. Nukeduck is killed. It's Yankos that gets the kill. Somehow, with a no damage Ivern. Vitality on the wrong side of the map.
Right,
Shadow dash from Odo.
They all still died.
They absolutely died. And Vitality trying to escape. Only Cabo and Joko survive. Baron is alive. H2K should be able to get it.
I believed for a moment. Hachani hiding in the Raptor camp against the no QSS Corki. What a great start to the fight, but then all your damage was kind of gone.
I love it that there was still a failed flash, but luckily Nethergrass still connected. And Baron is secured by H2K. It was short-lived. It was short-lived.
Very short-lived.
The Vitality flicker, like a bee, swatted down where it stood.
He knows there's no QSS. So he spawns on the side, flashes in, gets the ulti, kill. But they're in an MF ulti, like 4 members just took a full MF ulti to the face. So now obviously you're super low and you're gonna die. I liked it though. If you're behind.
I know, you grabbed me and shook me. Are you a believer? And I'm like, no, because I'm watching the fight, Deficio.
Yeah, but like for a moment, like the start we believed.
Look at that intensity. Oh, Bebefin. 143 damage, meta.
Late game Corgi, baby.
Late game Corgi.
208 from KaboShot. Camille in team fights right now, not able to do anything. against the shields and protection.
All Cabo got down is, I think, the ulti onto
Yeah, I think
Shay,
ultied on-
and then ran away.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
So, H2K now got themselves a second Baron. If they don't pull an H2K team fight...
But they won't, because they
can
only
close-
do it once per team fight.
Only once per game.
Oh, sorry, once per game, yeah.
Once per game. Right, I'm going to hold you to that.
Well, against Unicorns, they pulled a few, but...
That is Unicorns,
yeah,
right?
Yeah, Unicorns are really good at team fights. So I'm going to say
Unicorns
it's only
Chaos
one.
style made it happen more.
Oh, Trevor, triggering me.
No, that is not a thing. Unicorns played very well against H2K last week.
Yes.
And H2K played very well to get their inhibitor. Two control wards, just slowing
now.
them down.
Step in, take inhib, step back, Trev. It's controlled, it's nice. What you do now is you make Prolly happy. That's all these H2K members care
Oh,
about.
I think we're way beyond that. At the moment, Prolly's disappointed.
Yeah, he's disappointed for now.
Yeah.
But he will mainly remember the last 5 minutes of this game. Jesus, that was close.
That's so much damage just from Nuke.
That was the QSS down now from Febby. Where's the Chani?
All right, Shay's on the back line. Bulletstorm still available to him. Joko, no Ghost or Ragnarok yet. Steelback is forced away. H2K just brute forcing their way onto this tower, but they're not getting the autos just yet.
It's slow and steady. Oh, Steelback gets
Summoning
jumped
heal
away.
used from him as well. Tactical sweep. The taunt doesn't connect. The chain of corruption is starting to spread, but won't lock anybody else down. Hachani's got the Nether Grasp, but he's not going to find a target. GA for Cabo is available, but the second inhibitor is going to get popped. It's taken down. Nether Grasp onto Onoamne. Cabo's got GA. He's trying to buy some time. Here comes Nuke. Unleashed power. He's killed Shay. All of a sudden, Vitality have a chance. By H2K peeling backwards, but Daisy is wrecking Vitality.
Oh my God, Daisy.
The cupcake has never been more killer. Back on the sidelines, Febevin kills off Nuke, and here comes Daisy.
Oh, close fight. Oh, this is Cabo shot.
All right, what can Cabo do? Flash is available. His GA wasn't even popped. He's just going to run away. Just to farm. That TP I call worth.
Oh, man, Cabo, I thought this was going to be the 1v3. Old school Cabo would have gone for it.
Old school Cabo. He doesn't have the fancy shoes anymore.
It's very true. Apparently he's actually not allowed to flash his shoes anymore, just like randomly.
Okay, good to know. Joker's thinking about on the sideline. Cabo's not going to have the ultimatum available, and there's just so much damage from H2K. Cabo pieces out, and he's like, Joker, that's your problem, bro. Boomerang Blade comes out, Steelback too late to the spell shield. He may fall shortly as well. Piercing arrow from Nuclear. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it?
Man, that... See?
Damn.
It's because they want to make Prolly happy, so now they just play like safe and they want to get the turrets down. They're not trying anything crazy.
Nothing crazy just yet.
Except
Force
for
of
Daisy.
will.
Daisy's going nuts.
Just gonna throw that tower out. Wonder if Vitality are diabetic because nobody cares about the sugar. They're not touching it. Finally, Daisy's being focused. Stunned up, and Yankos is gonna back away. Run, Daisy! Oh, that's not fair. How can Daisy be expected to survive when Nuke can just fling him backwards?
There's also a Smiter and Killer. But you know what? I think Daisy has done her job.
All right.
Also, is it a new Daisy every time, or is it the same one?
I don't know. It is a debate.
Is it? I've never seen that debate.
I have.
Is it something you're debating, or?
So, DeFisher, what's happening in this replay?
So, see how they're playing back. They're not, okay, they jump forward, but everyone else is kind of staying back. This stun didn't actually connect. I think it's the other one that forced the QSS. No, it's just all in. Good all in from Cabo here. Febby dancing away. Honestly, Cabo shot is just all in for Febby there. He doesn't need to back away. He has GA. He already got the ulti on the Corki. I think you just have to stick to him. Him jumping back and saving the GA.
Right, here comes Vitality. Tactical sweep onto Odoamne. Up version of Daisy, whether it's the same or not. It's called out. Nuke and Cabo now running for their lives. Flash is available for Odo, so if anyone sticks around, they can just get taunted. And H2K, as long as they're fighting Vitality, super minions will do the work for them.
Yeah, exactly. And again, to go back to that team fight, I really think if you are Cabo shot at this point in the game, you have to just trade your GA for a kill. I think he had the option just before. You have so much DPS right now. But he didn't do it. He saved it. And that means H2K actually get away. Well, it was a very close fight. And
yeah.
While they're still so far ahead, Elder Drake, like, it looks like this game just should be over. It's been some pretty tough fights for him to win.
And the problem is, it's tough to win because H2K are overextending, right? H2K are have put themselves in situations to allow it.
Yeah. Like Fabi jumping forward with the Valk there actually allowed KabaShot to jump him and ult him.
Yes.
Which put him at risk.
It's those small details. All right, looking at the mini-map, Super Minions are not inside Vitality's base yet, so H2K ideally want to play this one just a little slower.
You just want to get inhibs down. Just get inhibs down, get Super Minions, double Super Minions in every single lane. And try and honestly almost win the game without having to 5-on-5. Because that's how you can still lose the game. There's no more split pushing, that's out the window. It doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah, there's no more map for Vitality.
No, it's just pure 5-on-5 team fights.
They officially live in their base. The inhibitors respawn in the top lane. Middle will fall in just a moment or two. Tactical sweep. Che is the target. He's already dead. On the hunt is thrown down. Joko's running in. Joko's still got 1,000 HP. They've got nuclear. H2K have lost 2 members. Super Minions are pouring into the base, following Jankos and Febiven. That's a 2-man stun. But Vitality have still not killed Daisy or returned the fight.
That was a one-team fight by Vitality. Yes, inhib goes down. Nothing they can do to stop that with the minions pouring in, but they still got 2 kills. Baron is alive. You can't really get out there if you're Vitality.
Leave the base.
There's too many Super Minions. Let's see what was used. GA was popped by both members. That's huge, actually, for a potential next fight. Cabo's just going to face check.
Oh, goodbye, Cabo. Just gets dunked down. That shield buys some time. The Jankos' shield just gets the kill. Okay, so this should guarantee Baron for H2K.
Yeah, because if Vitality wants to try and stop them, you just peel away from Baron and you wait for Super Minions in the base. So they are on their way. Vitality probably think this is the last chance to win the game, and they should just peel away now. Good job by H2K.
Okay.
Except for Odo, who didn't get the message.
Keeping the aggro. Chunk down and tag, re-engage. From H2K. I'm looking at the mini-map. Vitality have bailed out. So look, it's still H2K's game. But it's like riding a bucking bronco. H2K just can't keep in control and keep getting flung around by Vitality.
They're trying, Trevor. They're really trying hard. Oh my god, this fight actually. Insane damage coming down from Luke Dog.
Oh, that ulti. It felt like that was nearly a one-shot.
Almost. Joko helped a little bit. But now, Super Minions, no GAs, Baron buff. Can you ask for more?
I mean, H2K will. Raptor Camp, red buff. There's Super Minions in the middle lane. So maybe,
always kind of get that Raptor Camp.
Sorry, there's an inhibitor in the middle lane. There's no supers, so that's where the focus has to be, I'm sure. All right, Jankos has got like nearly 4,000 hit points right now before the shields.
We just have to see this.
We'll quickly see.
We need to see the sickest outplays from Vitality to win this fight.
Trigger Seeds currently on a 5-second cooldown. All right, couple of autos onto the inhib. I'm looking at the spacing for H2K. Odo's playing aggressively forward and using Daisy.
So the Spectator UI kind of tricked us there. The GA from Joko is actually available now.
Okay.
It just wasn't available before, and it shows the same cooldown every time whenever it's on cooldown here on the Spectator.
Right.
So we thought it was popped in the fight, but it is here. He can dive in. Oh, but they have to coordinate
There's no support. There's a stun, but it's not onto the back line. Cabo's been chunked down. Cabo's still got that ultimatum.
Flash for every single carrier on H2K's side.
Oh, big burst damage onto Hachani. He's already down. That's the AoE from a big one. And now all of a sudden, it's a 5v4. Steelback is chunked down as well. Fiberman's just landing so many skill shots. A Nexus turret is down. Super Minions are slowly pouring in. This could be the final push.
I mean, you have to fight without Hachani now, and everyone is taking so much damage. Febby!
Oh, wow. Steelback is forced out of the fight. Bullet time comes down from Che, and Vitality are running. Ragnarok from Joko, not going to be enough. Steelback still alive for a few seconds longer, but not Nuke Duck. That's Odo on the front line. The ultimatum comes down. It's enough to kill the support, but H2K take down Vitality.
And I think H2K probably expected today to be a little bit easier than it ended up being. 2-1 victory, last game. Honestly, insanely close. Yes, H2K was in control. We talked so much about it during the game. And yet, getting those last team fights down, nail them, actually win the game, was tricky.
So much to talk about.
I love the fact, actually, they have this strategy ready against Camille. At first, I was like, damn, why would you not leave up the Rengar? Because, again, Joko's shown he's not the greatest Rengar, but then the Camille, Shin,
they had the answer.
We talked about the Shin Ping Man face with Ninja Tappy, Sunfire Cape, all that.
Just have to jump in there really quick. It's so great to see Odo, Jankos, and Feberbin, giving a hug to Nuktak. Hard-fought series, hard-fought game. There was some banter online before the game loaded up.
Always.
And, H2K, yes, this was expected for them to be easier, but they put themselves in a position to make it not easy a few times.
They keep having that one crucial fight where they just overextend.
Yep, and that means it makes it more difficult. Officio, that does it for us here at the Caster Desk. Let's take a closer look at that 2-1 victory for H2K with Dracos and the boys.
Dracos and the boys. All right. Might be the worst band name I've ever heard, but we'll work with it. We'll work with the quick shot. Thank you very much. Needless to say, a very crazy game. I don't think any of us expected Camille to get through that in that game at all. Obviously H2K have found some counterplay to Camille, but normally when we see this locked in, do you just expect the game to pretty much be over in the favor of whoever picks it up?
I think if Shen is open, there's like the Shen and Ivern combination was very interesting against Camille because you can just stack so much HP from shields, from Ivern healing and stuff. It was very smart from H2K actually. I was impressed.
I think historically, though, the drafts by and against Vitality tell you so much about how much the teams disrespect their pick and ban phase. Multiple Rengars available in Vitality games, multiple Camille's available in Vitality games. No one seems to mind giving them these top-tier picks that every other team in the world is avoiding giving up, and Vitality did not pick up the win. I mean, Camille just never snowballed.
The thing is it felt like it at the beginning of the game because what we did see was a very effective dive on the top side. And when we were talking about it on the desk, we said, this is exactly what we want. We want to see Camille finding an early lead. And, Vitality are executing pretty well here. Now, Alfari, why don't you take us through this one?
This is just Camille flash ulting and haha, Shen, where are you going? He's not leaving the ulti. Dying, so,
From behind one turret all the way through to the inner turret, Camille just chases down. Feberbin tries to come forward to help out a little bit here, realizes Jankos, despite having a good end to the game, Jankos can't actually offer too much at this scenario, so Feberbin goes in to die. And this is where it looked actually really quite solid for Vitality, where you're thinking maybe they can still build their way into this game to pick up a series win. Well,
of course, the story of the game felt like as we move more and more forward, as we looked at the fights to come, both teams seemed very content to overextend or to go so deep for any objective, anything available. And as we take a look at these next two replays, we can really see what went wrong on the side of Vitality.
And this, how many times are you going to see a Syndra and a Malzahar all in someone and them survive? Because of the Shen shield, everything else coming through here from the Redemption. I mean, Jankos just kind of walks away and just realizes he can turn the fight. This was just the strength of that Shen pick into the Camille. And this was how you can just really undo so much of what Vitality were opting for. Hachani, for some reason, is walking out there mid again.
A little bit of a trend for Hachani. But the thing I want to ask is, Ivern Shen, clearly very strong in terms of shielding power. Is this a combo that you need to take away? Is this something that you absolutely cannot afford to play against?
I think you have to start considering it as either a must ban on blue side or maybe develop I think a poke comp into it would be okay, because in general I think split push or poke against Ivern is generally a good way to go. It's very difficult to win in team fights, so it is playable against, but it's probably one of the strongest combos that currently exists in the meta for sure.
I mean, especially when we're seeing standard bans coming out, and even allowing Camille through, it still manages to be an absolutely lethal threat. But despite all of this, despite H2K finding these leads, kind of outplaying Vitality, H2K, Deficio called it that one moment. We see it every H2K game, he said, and he said H2K overextended. They have to pick a bad fight, and this was it. And I mean, was this an opportunity for Vitality to come back? Alfari.
It was, but it wasn't until Forbidden decided to flash in, and then it kind of was. But I think at this point, you're so far ahead, you have the bad team fighting comp by far, so even though H2K were didn't end as cleanly as they could have, it's not the end of the world, I think they're still likely to win this game after this, so it's not too bad.
Cabo goes in, is I'm just gonna get one, that's all I need with the GA, catch everybody out for the rest of it and let the rest of the team clean up.
And yeah, we see the fall, of course, that's the flash forward that you were talking about, Alfari. Now, looking at H2K, how are you feeling about this team overall? Because looking at them after week 2, I was like, this is going to be great. Aside from the Unicorns loss, I was like, this is a pretty solid team overall. After week 1 especially. Now I'm not so certain. It felt like a sloppy game. You guys, of course, going to go up against them when you play across groups. Are you still considering H2K a top team here in the EU LCS?
I think they have some improvement to do to be considered a top team after looking at this series and the last one. But I think they have all strong players in every position. I think they just need to maybe change draft a little bit. In game 1, I think their draft was very bad. And I think, obviously, like later on in the game, they have a tendency to go for these unnecessary fights, which is sometimes bad for them, like you just saw. So I think they need to fix that, and they can be definitely a top team.
Something, of course, to work on, but one man who had a phenomenal series was, of course, Jankos. Going to give him player of the series. Amazing plays coming in on the Ivern, was consistently, fantastic for the team. Of course, game one was a little bit rough overall, but from there on out, he was, once again, just the major factor here on H2K.
I was actually, even for game one, it was a difficult draft for a jungler to use because there's very few lanes that Kha'Zix could make plays in, but he still managed to keep the game close. He still managed to try to find plays. So Jankos had an amazing series today.
Yeah. Well, we'll have to see what Pyra thinks, because he is standing by with H2K's coach. Let's hear what Prolly has to say.
Thank you guys very much. I am, of course, joined by Prolly, the brains behind the H2K organization. Congrats on your win, 2-1. You're solidly looking at second place in Group B. So just want to start off with you. A lot of people criticize your draft in game one. I want to hear your side of the story.
Well, I don't really like to take stuff very slowly when it comes to our team because I kind of want to get us to the finish line as fast as possible in terms of creating synergy and learning the fundamentals of the game. So I'm not really picking any easy comps for them to play. So I kind of want them to be, showing the weaknesses we have early on right now. So with these comps, when they're played incorrectly or without discipline, you can really see it and the comps crumble. So that's the kind of thing I want to do right now and kind of, painfully make them learn the game this way.
All right, well, that approach, we'll see how it works out for you guys. So far, you are at least still getting the majority of those wins. But moving from that, I want to talk to you about just generally your thoughts on your team's performance so far and how, with this approach, are you happy with how that's going for you so far?
I guess it's okay. It's really a painful thing. It's like one of those massages that hurt you while you're, and it's supposed to feel good later or something. It's one of those. So normally I follow that until the third game in the series. I was really upset after that second game. The way Vitality was playing against us, I thought was really disrespectful. So in the third game, I decided to draft the most easy mode scaling comp in the world. So I knew my team could survive early game and then eventually just never lose. And a couple throws happened. But that very third game was the opposite of us trying hard comps. That was a very easy Shin Ivern comp where you super tank their whole team with your carries. And, I was really upset that I had to play that kind of comp now. I would like to hold that until we were much better as a team and then pull out the easy stuff. So I'm upset we didn't get that practice, but so far that's the only game we kind of gave up practice for a win.
Well, and you pulled out the win at the end of the day. It's still a few wrinkles, though, to work out. And, talking about it, you're going to be going up against G2 eSports next week. And how are you feeling about, toughest opponent in the league for the most part?
G2 eSports. I just really hope Perks and Forbidden play the lane normal and they don't try to all in at level 3 like they do in scrims. But other than that, all lanes are pretty equally matched. So I'm really excited to play against G2. And hopefully both of our comps will be a lot of fighting.
Well, I'll look forward to see how that actually goes. Thanks for the little insight on the scrims. All right, so let me hit you with one last one then. So we don't often talk to coaches on this side of things in the EU LCS, but you're noted as one of the more vocal, big brainiac kind of coaches. What do you think of some of your newer peers here in the EU LCS? We've had Daco on the desk here today, and a lot of newer guys coming in like Arian for Vitality. What do you think of them?
I prefer Nerd King, but I'll take that. I don't know, I actually like the new wave of coaches in EU. Something that I noticed really early on when I was coaching is a lot of coaches were just either ex-pros or they didn't really feel like they try-harded for the job, and they kind of just took it because they had game knowledge, so they wanted to be a coach. But the coaches now, when I speak to them, they seem a lot more put together, and they want to win with the team and not really just have knowledge and apply that. They kind of want to lead a group of people. And that's kind of what a coach needs to be. So I've really enjoyed, new Misfits coach and everything like that. They're all really knowledgeable, and they seem like they actually care about their team.
Yeah, stuff definitely leveling up. So, well, for you, Prolly, congratulations on your win for now. Best of luck for next week. But we are going to go ahead and throw it over to the break. Back at 3.5, we'll have Giants and G2.
Don't play aggressive.
No flash for Yankos. Gonna be in trouble. Stand United not available. And that's first blood for Nukeduck. Nukeduck, Joko and Cabo turn their attention to Featherfit. There's no damage support in the shield. He's already burned through. Featherfit's running away for his life. But it's Joko with a reckless swing.
Wait, there's no QSS on Pepe.
Got him! Even with the fire flash, Featherfit's down. Longer, but not Nukeduck. That's Odo on the front line. The ultimatum comes down. It's enough to kill the support, but H2K take down Vitality.
H2K!
Good job, guys.
Welcome back to the EU LCS studios, where last Blitz champions G2 are about to come up against the Giants. Of course, guys, Giants did take a game off Fnatic last week, and that first game looked really clean.
Thanks for the introduction, Dracos. My name is DeFisher. I'm here with the guys, and I'm doing it for you now.
People know who you are, man.
Yeah, but you still introduced me.
All right, guys, this is Martin Official London.
Hi.
You may have heard of him, maybe not. He likes to troll. Well,
He does. And I think it's going to be a 2-0 game. There you go.
Yeah, I think I agree with that.
Come on, dude, answer question.
All right, Giants, let's talk about how good are they. I feel like Mento popped off in this series and played incredibly well. Do we expect him to do the same here against G2?
I mean, yes, he was the reason that Giants were able to win a game against Fnatic, but this time he's going to be joining against Trick, not Amazing, so I don't think there's much hope for him to be out jungling Trick as hard.
Is there a chance that the solo laners of Giants can match Expect and Perks, and then Memento is not alone in trying to carry this?
I think Memento will have to help them to be able to get ahead. I think Knight hasn't looked as good as he has in summer.
Yes.
So I'm not expecting him to be like getting a lead 1v1 likewise for flag shifts. I think if Memento can like gank the lanes, get them ahead, maybe they can influence bot lane and kind of recover the bot lane, since I think that Mithy and Niels will have a good time versus Hustlin and EQ.
Is there a way then for Giants in the pick and ban phase to kind of secure a better jungle matchup that can put Memento in the lead? Like Kha'Zix's first pick is what we see all the time. Ban Ivern then maybe and get rid of that?
I think they have to ban Ivern, to be honest. They have blue side, I assume, for game 1. So without Ivern, there's a chance that you can get 2 early game junglers and maybe Memento can make plays in these solo lanes, especially mid lane. I think he has to make plays on Knight and get Knight ahead and move that over to the side lane. So there is a chance. I think I want to see the Ivern ban. I want to see them move into more early game junglers and contest G2 on that part, because I have not been impressed by Perks' laning, to be honest. And I think that is something that can be abused against G2 at the moment.
So for me, I mean, the big question is we're kind of trying to find ways for Giants.
Yeah.
How much of a stretch are we going on right now? Because we're saying, you know, they need to go even in lane. We want Memento to get lanes ahead. I mean, is this even a realistic possibility, or are we just expecting G2 to roll over this team?
I mean, I think we have to remember that while G2 have looked like strong, they've also had issues. They've lost some games in there, lost the game to you guys as well. And I think actually that series was fairly close until the very last game. So I don't think G2 is like just clearly way above everyone else in Europe. And Giants have showed some especially good early games, which through Memento, obviously, as they highlight. So I don't think it's like impossible that they take a game. I think it's very hard for them to take the entire series. Yeah. That's why I'm expecting G2 to take the 2-1, 2-0.
Well, good to start on predictions. 2-1, 2-0. I want to hold you to something
2-0. I'm going to say
2-0 G2. Okay, so despite the positives for Giants, despite the weaknesses,
I said it earlier, so I'll have to stick
still the 2-0 for G2. Alfari, what are your thoughts?
I think it'll be 2-0 as well. I think even Memento can like get an early lead. I think G2 will just be able to win late game too hard.
Yeah, I agree on the 2-0 as well. I think Giants don't really have their vision down, and G2, at least in our games against us, I was very impressed with how they played vision. So even if they fall behind, I expect them to come back in the mid-game.
Well, we will see how Giants stand up to G2 as we head into picks and bans for Game 1 over at the caster desk.
Thank you, Dracos, and hello, esports aficionados. I'm Devin Pyrotekis Young, trying out a couple new words here with James Stresso O'Leary, as we're going to bring you Giants in G2.
If it's a catchphrase, it's got to be the same. You've got to condition people. Hello, esports fans.
Well,
that's how it's gotta be, right?
I triggered you into doing it, so that's perfect. All right, let's not waste time. Let's run down the starting rosters. In the blue corner, Giants. Well, they're always blue, but this time they're going to be on the blue side. We've got Flaxus up top, Memento in the jungle, Knight in mid, Hiku as AD carry, support Hustlin, and the coach.
Leduc.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, I hated that one. Leduc is not actually the coach.
I was going to say, yeah, it's okay. It's fine. Sometimes that happens. It's all right, though. On the other side, they used to have a lot more red in their, apparel. It is G2 Esports. In the top lane, it is Expect. Jungle is Trick. Mid lane, Perks. AD carries Sven. Support Mithy, and their coach is Youngbuck.
We checked it this time, so definitely the case. All right. So G2, I mean, they're definitely looking where we expected them to be, but as the analyst has pointed out, there still are some mistakes. The question is, can Giants take advantage of any of those?
That is a massive question, because honestly, up until this point, and even in previous splits gone by, you would have to argue no. Really, like, there aren't that many weaknesses of G2 that Giants specifically can exploit. And we're going to get into this further as we go through the game, looking at some of the key matchups that we think will be influential. Right. But I think even from the draft, Giants have got their work cut out for them on this one.
Oh, that's a good point. But I mean, this is the time to kind of like slap down the haters, prove them wrong. I mean, Giants, they have been in org for a long, long time, but this is a newer roster. We'll see if they've got what it takes. We're getting to picks and bans, though, starting off with the Jace on the blue side, followed quickly by the Camille. No surprises.
No surprises yet. Rengar LeBlanc likely to join them for G2. Giants have the preferential side here, being on blue side. A lot of teams think that this is the strongest side, and pretty much has shown itself on 7.2 specifically as well. Malzahar banned. We'll see whether there's another support ban with Zyra if Giants aren't looking for that for the first pick. That would indicate the Kha'Zix. Really, they're the only two picks in Europe that we typically have seen first picked.
Right, so the Rengar banned once again. No surprises there. If I had to guess, I'd say maybe there's a LeBlanc coming up. I don't know. Let's see, the Jin's banned away, so an AD carry actually taken off in the first phase.
We saw this earlier between Vitality and H2K. A very early priority on Varus here if Giants were looking that way. It would, however, give over Zyra and Kha'Zix to G2. This is an exceptionally strong rotation if G2 want it here. But that's Giants putting a lot onto Hiku. Remember his Varus yesterday, last week, instrumental in their games against Fnatic, where they ended up taking one game from that. Was an unsuccessful series for them overall.
Right, they are also giving G2 maybe the option to pick up some supports here, as the Malzahar might have been banned, but the Zyra was left available. When you try to pinch one roll, the other one sometimes can fall through.
And the funny thing here, if there's Ashe locks, is there is no rush for this Ashe to get locked in either. So G2 giving over the pacing back to Giants from what should have been a fairly straightforward Zyra, Kha'Zix, if you were taking things by the book. If somebody had written a book on 7.2 drafting, that's what you would expect. So, Trick, again, you've got to look at now the jungle. The Kha'Zix now goes over to Memento if he wants it.
Yeah, it seems like G2 really prioritized getting this, your quintessentially strong lane, at least from 7.1. We know Ashe has maybe gone down a little bit in priority, but the Ashe Zyra lane is still something that's hard to deal with. Giants have the option to pick up that Kha'Zix, though, now.
Kha'Zix is Memento's most played jungler. 5 games, 3 wins on it. This is giving over one of these picks that we have said Giants have looked fairly strong on. Likely they're going to take it this rotation alongside, and completely not at all.
Okay, so more Iverns. I mean, they just keep coming. So Memento's actually changed things up a little bit. Giants have valued that over the Kha'Zix pick.
Yeah, which I think does have its benefits at particular times. Obviously, Ivern does fairly well in a defensive capability later on. Daisy is, as always, going to be a big portion of the fight.
6-man on the team.
So, bot lanes have been fully locked in if this Bard goes through. We do have the Misfortune available if they wanted it, but this is a large departure from every other pick and ban phase we've seen so far this week.
Yeah, the Maokai's going to be locked in, so Giants have got a pair of trees for themselves now. So a big front line. I mean, I'm wondering what damage they're going to be pulling out for Knight. Honestly, after this is all said and done, they still need to pick their support too. G2, we've seen one Zed today.
Well, Perks has been tweeting about how, Zed's being played, there's going to be Zed bans. So G2 rounding out the more influential role in their minds for expect to get this Shen, likely would have been banned as we head into phase 2. You have to think Giants going to ban out that Kha'Zix if it comes to it. I know I've talked about it a lot, but it's actually very surprising for a Kha'Zix to get through phase 1 and not be picked or banned at all.
Yeah.
So likely Giants will take that out of the way as they're going to pinch that pool for G2.
But the mid lane is what G2 is prioritizing banning right now. The Cassiopeia has been removed from the pool. Ball is in Giants' court now. See if they do get rid of the Kha'Zix, if they dare Trick to play it. I doubt it would with the Shen. I mean, that's a deadly combo.
Yeah, it is. We've seen it to great effect. The Ivern as well has been used well with Shen, but they're on opposite sides of the Rift in this game, unlike in our last series with Vitality and H2K.
Oh, there's the Rise ban, so they keep throwing mid lanes out the window. G2 have one more left, and then it'll go back Giants' way.
I like this one when you look at it. If that Rise was available for Perks, you had a lot of global presence. The Ashe, the Shen, the Rise alongside it. So Giants, will they do what we're kind of expecting, or both teams actually just going to let a jungle pick go further through? Syndra would be the other pick if they didn't want Perks to just take that in the first rotation. Of course, Giants don't really have the option of taking the Kha'Zix away in the pick phase if they want it.
Ah, there's the Warwick ban.
Ooh.
Okay,
And
interesting.
That's an interesting one because a lot of the junglers are saying that in scrims and the competitive games, there's not a lot of pressure put on that Warwick. Trick has been playing it a lot in solo queue.
Yep.
I was dropping into a bunch of his games, looking at some of his builds. He has been playing it, but a lot of junglers will also tell you it's not quite as good as an all-round jungle pick as a lot of the other factors.
Yes, indeed. Hovering right now, the last couple of seconds for G2 to lock this one. This is an old Trick special. That's something we saw him use quite a lot in the spring of last year.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of Graves in previous splits, seen a couple of games on it in 2017. Still not one of the top tier junglers I would have expected to see, the likes of the Olaf if you weren't looking at the obvious few picks.
Yeah, I mean, no Kha'Zix in the picks or the bans the entire time. I can't remember the last time we've seen that.
It's kind of crazy. I'm very surprised about that, actually. And I've checked the ban phase so many times to make sure I'm not just missing that it was actually banned and we're just ignoring it.
Sometimes it's a head fake. Okay, well, let's check in with what's happening, though. We got the Karma lock in here.
Syndra
a little extra poke. Syndra makes a lot of sense. I mean, but a lot of the damage is going to be on Knight when he picks this, so here it goes.
So Syndra comes through. You likely wouldn't go towards the Z in this game with Maokai and Ivern, so now Perkz has to find himself something a little different. With Jace banned out as well, Ryze banned out, maybe opting towards an Orianna would be one of these scaling mid laners if they wanted it. Doesn't have the most amount of synergy with the rest of the composition, apart from perhaps the Shen in some of the team fighting situations. We're actually going into an unorthodox pool here out of mid lane picks.
Ooh, boy. He's going to lock it. The Echo. Okay, that one's coming out for this game for Perkz. So talk me through this G2 comp. We talked about unorthodoxy. What do they want to do here?
Well, honestly, they're bringing damage out of the jungle role with this Graves. They're bringing, some types of an assassin out of the mid lane with Perkz. Fairly strong side lanes is the big thing here. Shen and the Echo here, typically very good at pushing out on side lanes, being on their own. You got Ashe, Zyra, great for, disengage in that mid from 1-3-1 setup. Whereas for Giants, this is a lot more towards the threat of stepping forward to a turret. With a Varus, with a Syndra, an Ivern, you can kind of move up, push people away from a tower, and dare them to try and fight you, and it can be fairly difficult, but we know how strong G2 esports are typically. We'll see where the Giants can hold their own.
We'll see if they can indeed. Got themselves a siege comp if they're able to use it. We did see quite a big Ivern in the last game. Definitely seems to be a much more popular champion right now as it's coming up and through the ranks, no longer in Xerxes' pool, as the coaches will shake hands to walk off the stage for game number 1. Giants have a mountain to climb, but if they can be truly Giants, we'll see if they take out G2 Esports. If you guys think that can happen, hop on Twitter, go to LoL Esports, tweet out #GIA win. But they've got to face down the reigning champs. #G2 win if you think they're going to take this one nice and easy.
I don't know whether it'll be nice and easy at all on this one. We'll see when we get through the game, because G2 do have a good side lane setup for the mid and late game portions. But we've seen Hiku's Varus. We've seen it to good effect. My eyes are on him for a lot of these portions where Giants are trying to group.
Yeah, it's something I want to ask you about. When we talk about these support AD carry matchups, the Ashe Zyra for so long was kind of your golden standard, right? What you were expecting to dominate. It's on Sven and Mithy. What are Hiku and Hustling going to do against that?
What are Hiku and Hustling going to do in a 2v2 setup? Well, there's not really a whole lot of things many people have ever come up with to go up against this in Europe. So honestly, what they need to do, utilize the poke. They've got the Varus, the Karma, very strong in that regard, but the engage, the slows, the damage out of G2's bot lane are difficult to contend with, and you can see G2 already putting the focus down bot side. Everybody is grouped up here. Gonna try to keep Giants at bay.
Cheeky level 1 for G2. Spotted out though, so Hustlin', they back away, the rest of the team. It does give a chance though for Flaxation and Memento to throw down some deep vision, spotting up in the top. It'll be important to track the junglers this game for sure.
Yeah, it will be important to track the junglers. It's one of the metrics we looked at pretty in depth coming into this series. Most junglers that play against G2 have exceptionally high proximity to their lanes, looking to get deep into their own laners to assist, facilitate, gank, everything, you name it, try and put G2 behind. That is one thing typically Memento has not done for Giants, and I don't see it changing in this game specifically. He's going to go against the trend of what everybody has done with G2. Ivern needs time to farm. We'll see how that works out.
That's true. We've also seen a lot of Iverns taking jungle camps away, but it is an unusual matchup with the Graves there.
And here you can see it on your screen. For Giants, about 40%, just under jungle proximity. Junglers that play against G2 average around 49% jungle proximity. This is a massive difference, and I want to see where the Memento changes this up.
He might indeed do. We'll take a look. You guys can't quite see it on your screen just yet. There it goes. There is something else unusual about this game.
There is. I was waiting to get to this as well.
Why 3 rejuvenation beats? Tell me, Stress.
Because you expect nobody to die in this lane, and expect is just going to utilize them in his build a little bit later, build towards, and just get the regeneration in lane.
Yeah, okay, well, I guess we'll see if it works out for him, but they are going to trade a few blows. It is a Maokai versus Shen. But, I mean, Expect is the guy who, kind of, if you can call somebody a weak link in the G2 chain, he's it.
Yeah, that's very fair. Also, this actually makes him fairly squishy in straightforward trades.
Which,
He
like
can
we
back
just saw,
away.
yeah.
Exactly. He can back away, get the health back, and come back to the fight. But when it comes to actually having health to trade right now in this fight, he's a lot lower than you would normally expect.
All right, so we'll
Sorry
see if
for the bad pun. That
happens.
one was unintentional.
Just let it breathe, I guess, for a minute. I mean, you kind of can't avoid it at some point. We want to keep an eye on this mid lane matchup as well. But before we shift off the top lane, normally we talk about it being a wet noodle fight. Well, it may not be the case if Flaxfish can find that opening to attack. And, if Memento actually changes it up a little bit once he's got some of those levels, focuses topside, perhaps we start to see if Giants can find a way to crumble G2's armor.
It's interesting with this rejuvenation bead. I mean, Shen we normally see end up going Titanic Hydra, which of course it fits into that Tiamat. I want to see if Expect goes Warmogs. It's not a particularly straightforward item, but obviously it does go into the Warmogs as part of the component, so
makes him tankier.
Keep an eye on it. Not typically a first or second item on Shen. And you can see he's dropping so incredibly
But Trick
low.
is there. And Trick's able to tag in right now. He's got the double buff, so Flax just can't really get anything else done. But you're right, Expect is incredibly low. Kind of playing a dangerous game here.
We've seen Expect have trouble into Maokai as well. He actually died as Rumble in the Maokai matchup, and a lot of top laners will tell you in lane that shouldn't necessarily happen. The matchup evens out later on, rather than actually in the early laning phase, but nevertheless, TP back into lane. No Magic Mantle, Rejuvenation picks up the potion as well, just picks up everything quickly as he arrives back into lane. And we'll continue to farm.
Checking back in with junglers. Memento's actually gone to try and find a counter jungle opportunity. It has not happened since there's no camps left and available. Is going to, however, spot out Trick, who's coming back down towards that side. Wouldn't be too surprised if they end up shifting and playing around this bottom, because we do have a Mountain Drake on the map.
Well, the only difficulty we really have right now, at least when you look at jungle presence, is that neither of these junglers want to do anything really yet. They're still at level 4. Ivern can have some impact, but it's fairly tricky to get it off. Graves wants to hit 6. Always has been a farming jungler, and that's going to be the same type of thing. So this is where Memento can actually have a fair amount of passivity in this game, like we said we've come to know from him, because he knows Trick's not having an impact for at least another minute or so in this game. So we'll continue to farm up. We'll be able to just play at his own pace to start this one off. But Trick has been farming fairly heavily, does have a level advantage.
Yes, he does, even though he's taking the trip up top. Expect, still trading out, but he has a little bit of magic resist. Mantle added to those rejuvenation beads, and some potions to keep himself healthy. Flash is just pushing in, but it hasn't resulted in a net advantage for him just yet. The other lanes, close to even right now. It does seem like G2 are content to play the waiting game overall.
This build that I expect. I'm looking, we'll see how it plays out later. Hikyu takes a fair amount of damage. We haven't seen too much around bottom lane in this game yet, but of course, level 6 for Ashe Zyra, always got to be potent.
Yeah.
Well, always got to be careful of how potent
It's like the whole team, the level 6 is going to be kind of crazy. I mean, it's not just Graves, right? Expect he'll have Stand United available, and he can just bail out of top lane. And, maybe get chunked a little faster than usual until he gets some more items.
Same can be said for Perks once he hits, now he is level 6, so not only is the Echo good in the side lanes, we didn't mention this in Pick and Ban, but against Syndra, very good stylistically.
Actually takes a little bit more damage than he's able to dish out, but you're right. I want to see what Perks is able to make of this one if he tries to go for those flashy solo plays. Memento has now joined Knight in the mid.
Oh,
Trick's coming
Trick's
around.
coming through too.
Okay. Oh, he flashes right into him. Oh, Trick, we've seen it before. Knight's going to flash. And that's no first blood. What a close call.
Oh, Trick is only a couple of minions away from 6, but couldn't really get it. You saw flash for flash in mid lane is fairly critical, because Knight now has to play a bit more carefully around Perks, who is going to be able to teleport back into this lane, will have his ultimate available, and we don't see a whole lot of Syndra Echo in the current meta, so those of you that haven't seen the match in a while, a lot of it is to do with that chrono break, the ultimate, of course. As soon as Syndra pops her ult, you can survive through it fairly effectively. That's what makes Echo particularly strong against it.
So we spend a fair bit of time talking about our top laners, but just seeing how they stack up. I mean, it is kind of middling for both of them, and you're talking about Flaxish, not necessarily the kind of guy who can punish Expect as hard as some other top laners here in Europe, but right now, Trick is joining him up on top side. Flaxish has got to walk out of this. He has flash available, but he goes in on a twisted advance, and now he flashes just out of the smoke screen. I don't know if that was the wisest decision, but he makes it out.
Well, plays it fairly riskily, but flashes right at the last moment, was able to get away. That was what Trick was looking for out of the entire thing. Trick did have his ultimate, but didn't have the mana, I believe, was the limiting factor there. So Flagsish, a little fortunate from that.
Yeah.
The funny thing about this is because now G2 have taken away the one blue buff, they thought, yes, we've denied Ivan's team 2 blue buffs. Turns out Ivan actually took your blue buff at the same time, so Knight gets one too. So everybody's happy, 3 blue buffs at a time. If you can somehow deny Ivan both sets of buffs, which is very, very rare, obviously it is a fair detriment.
Yeah, it's hard to do when he can do. Well, I'll wait for it because he's not got smite yet. Never mind.
Oh,
I tricked
is it
myself.
the most troll champion, it's also trolling us
Yeah.
outside of the game as well. I like it.
Yeah, he'll be taking a little bit of time before he gets up to it, for sure. Still a fairly even game, despite a couple of action attempts up top. Trick has been unable to secure himself first blood, and also on mid, he just didn't have that ultimate available. Knight's still down a level versus Perks, but the farm has been pretty close on even. And actually, the boots start here for Knight, or the boots first item completion for him is an interesting choice to try and dodge out a little bit more and have that magic pen early.
Yeah, not only is it Magic Pen, as you said, it's a little bit more about being able to move forward in lane, trade, move back away.
Nope.
Memento.
See, he's trolling everybody.
Trick didn't smite. He could have, but was trying to just at least be a little more conservative on having that. But Trick actually opting for the Tracker's Knife here. We don't see it all that much. Seen it once or twice here in Europe. Actually saw it on Ivan in the previous game. Just wanting a little bit more vision control to go with that, so been a fairly hands-off game for both junglers. Trick showed his face in a couple of lanes, but only got summoners for it. Nice little advantages coming from it, but no real gold lead to speak of.
Yeah, and it has been as a result of, it looks like, these jungle choices. I want to ask you particularly, Stress, how does this really affect how the game will go later on? G2 are known as a team that ramp up pretty heavily, and Giants seem to be playing into that.
Well, the ramp-up moment, I think, in this game is going to come a lot from Perks pushing and moving all the way through mid lane. That's one of the reasons why Knight is struggling, is because every time Perks is moving forward to try and trade, yes, Knight does have a CS lead right now, but you can see how the wave is getting pushed out as soon as Perks throws out the Q. That then influences the rest of the map, because if Perks disappears off the map, beats Knight across to the fight on the bottom side when Shen's coming in, suddenly G2 have 5 people there. Knight is still stuck mid lane trying to wave clear. That's the danger here for Giants, is that they just aren't quick enough to respond.
It's definitely the case so far. Still, the gold continues to be very even, but Perks is pushing Knight out of lane now. So Flaxius, expect dueling it up on the top side, but Trick is once again hovering here. See if Flaxius is able to get out. He's got no flash this time around. He throws on the Maelstrom. The damage is just not enough, and he knows he's a dead man. Down he goes for first blood.
This time, no flash available for Flaxish, and he's pushing too far up in the lane, trying to trade as much as he can, and it's a good punish. G2, rather than looking for the bottom lane plays, which is where everybody else seems to be going right now.
Ooh, he got a flash out of that instantly.
G2 have been playing more around the top lane here, and it's normally something that they're not as influenced to do in their games.
Yeah, I mean, there's been almost no attention down bottom for either jungler, but in particular, Trick has been a couple times in mid, but almost other than that, exclusively up top. And they can trust that Sven and Mithy are going to continually shove these waves in, not give Hustlin and EQ a chance to do much. It seems to be working out for them.
And we were talking coming into this game about how Memento's jungle style would be. Would he be in the enemy lanes a little bit more? Maybe camp, expect. Maybe they could turn it around. Well, so far, 11 minutes, nearly 12 minutes into this game, Memento has dealt about 100 damage to enemy champions right now. Not been in the lane, of course. Hasn't really had that opportunity, so it's been a slow start, as we've come to expect from Memento on the Giants.
They left the Kha'Zix open and took this instead. What is the plan for them if they were trying to look to have this damage? I mean, maybe they just want a more front line. I'm not sure.
Hey, Daisy.
Hold on.
Daisy's done more damage.
All right, they're on 2v2,
Memento.
but that's not enough. They get blown up right there, so Trick just punishes him. Meanwhile, Perks is going in, and he's even got the insurance policy of a stand united as he chrono breaks back. Expect does not land the taunt. Heavy investment into mid, but G2 walk away empty-handed there.
That was a little messy from G2. They still were picking up the kill. Hang on, Mithy did just get caught.
A lot of chunk damage. Hustlin and HQ were able to put it on, but Sven deterred any further. So all of a sudden, all over the map, we're starting to see things happening, but only one kill to show for it all.
They did, however, get both of Knight's summoners in exchange for Expect's ultimate and his flash, but the fact that Flaxish had died early, didn't TP back up to the lane, actually means Flaxish can't quite punish on the top side in enough time. And Trick is just going to solo down the Drake. I want to go all the way back to what you were talking about with Kha'Zix in the pick and ban phase, in the sense that this is what this can lead to. Kha'Zix would have basically done the same thing as Graves in this situation, but I don't mind Giants picking the Ivern, but just the damage coming from this Graves, from Trick, from Mithy, finding their target, pick up the kill. Then mid lane, Perks didn't get the damage from the Chrono Break. Expect is fairly, not weak right now, but still susceptible to Knight's damage, so has to play that a little more carefully. So it didn't quite go as much in G2's way as they would like, but still, a net gain over to G2.
Yeah, right now, it seems like they play this game out fairly controlled, and then they just sense an opening, and without any hesitation, they just dive in, but it just hasn't really done anything for them lately. They haven't really been punished for it, but they did have to burn a couple summoners, so, you know, Perks had his ultimate used, it's already back up again, but Expect doesn't have his flash available.
There's been a lot of discussion recently, Pyra, about Flaxish and his top lane prowess. And
yeah.
I think a lot of people have some fairly justified concerns over some areas of Flaxish play. The one thing that I think he has been fairly decent on in previous games is his teleports into team fights, specifically on Maokai. He's had a couple that have actually been fairly impressive, so that's one area that I think Giants can use to kind of fight back into this. With the Maokai, with Daisy coming from Ivan, they've got decent fighting potential. You can see Daisy even pushing Sven and Mithy, the best bot lane in Europe, back away from their tower. Go get him, Daisy.
This is what you're talking about in the pick and ban. What Giants want to do is siege up right now and force G2 to kind of back off, because there is this big front line of Mementos, Ivern, and Daisy. And Mithy just keeps tanking these piercing arrows.
A lot of damage. A lot of damage come from those piercing arrows. You can see Hikyu actually opting for the tier build. We've seen all the variations of Varus today. We have seen Blade of the Ruin King. We've seen the Ghostblade Edge of Night build. We've seen the QSS first item into doing no damage build out of Steelback as well. And this is the last one where you can get tier. Oh, people are kind
Sounds
of
like
murmuring.
there's different like tiers of
So
builds.
this one, you get more mana, you can poke people back. You still build a fair amount of lethality, so you get the good armor penetration that got buffed on 7.2. But there are these plethora of builds, Hikyu wanting to be able to throw out a whole load of those piercing arrows, get a lot of damage down, and then when it converts, start adding that onto your auto attacks as well.
Kind of reminiscent of the the old Legolas build, back when there were different items. I mean, some of the same core, but yeah, the tier's stacking it up right now, and as he had completed the cheaper item first, TQ, was able to put out a little more damage, but G2 are heavily moving down now towards this bottom side. And there's a teleport for Expect, and a Stand United. Mithy spotted out. They're gonna be able to finish this tower. They just showed some muscle and got it. That's first tower blood.
And Perks moved down through the jungle first. Will get caught out for now. Shen's coming in already.
Stand United.
No Giants don't want this fight.
No, they don't. Knight's isolated right now. There goes the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. It nails him in the face. Insult to injury. And Mithy picks up the kill.
There was a moment where Knight knew he'd made a mistake, and it was when he showed himself out of the bush to Perks, realizing he had nothing more to do. And Giants, they're going to lose their mid tower here. G2 should be able to push this one through fairly effectively on this next wave.
Daisy, unfortunately, not able to do enough to hold the line here, and the minion wave may be chunked a little bit, but G2 are able to get enough damage out to finish the tower, so they take bottom, they rotate mid. Flaxish, meanwhile, is desperately trying to equalize up top, but he can't get the job done.
And the pacing of that fight, how quickly it ended, meant that Flaxish never had a moment to teleport into the fight. He doesn't even have one completed item, and this fight was already done before it ever started. You can see how deep Flaxish is, waiting for the TP. They already know Knight can't escape this.
You can see Memento started to go in. It was like, wait, nope, 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 and Knight did not get the memo.
Memento threw out the redemption to just be like, maybe that'll help a little-ish?
I don't think it was very redeeming, to be honest. Unfortunately for Giants, they just haven't been able to get much going right now, and as it stands, the gold lead's starting to roll a little bit out of control thanks to those towers. It is a 4,000 lead for G2. On top of that, you've compounded with a Mountain Drake, and it'll just kind of keep going. G2 are controlling this game, and they're playing what looks like a very comfortable mid game.
Yeah, very comfortable. Trick recalling on 2K gold, comfortable. With a 1,500 gold lead over his opponent, comfortable. And one of the other things we were tracking coming into this series this week was how Giants performed in different situations. You can see in wins, they have a steady increase on the green line to where they kind of gradually win the game. Unfortunately for Giants, when they're losing, it gets worse and gets worse fast. You can see typically they lose games not even at around that 35-minute mark. They lose heavily very quickly when they start going down, and that's one thing we have to watch out for on this series as well.
Yeah, this is only game number 1, but it's starting to look like the ladder column. If they can pull something out, we'll see, but they've got a tough task ahead of them. Everybody knows when you're going up against G2 Esports, it's not going to be easy. But Giants have not been able to offer a whole lot of resistance right now. No objectives on the map to speak of. No kills in their pocket just yet. Flax just on sidewave duty. What can they really get done?
Well, it's interesting about talking about when you go up against G2, because I think G2 have been given a run for their money by a couple of teams already. We of course, saw Misfits and Fnatic to some extent looking decent in their series in the odd game. So, yeah. I mean, G2 don't look like the unstoppable force that they have before, but still look very strong compared to the field. I do just wonder, though, now that they're showing us a little bit different setups from this draft, this 1-3-1 style on the side lanes, which is what we found ourselves in now. Echo on the top side, Shen on the bottom side. This is a little scary that G2 is starting to expand the playbook once again, because now you never really know what to prepare for in the series.
Yes, indeed. Giants, hard to tell if they were really taken by surprise too much, but trying to make something work. The Syndra hasn't been able to get up to speed just yet, with the Morellonomicon only the item completed as the boot started happen. Trying to use Daisy to siege up on mid, but Sven is there to really stop it. Seems like a lot of this game might end up falling to HQ. See if he's able to get enough done. I mean, he has the front line.
And that happened in the Fnatic series as well. When you look at it, like HQ hitting the Chains of Corruption on, you know, on Reckless a couple of times where really they should have been flashed, but HQ good precision on those really gave Giants an edge. The problem is right now, I don't know whether that edge is quite enough, because you've got the Shen shield coming through. It's difficult enough to kill an Echo as it is. So much crowd control comes from Sven and Midney, and then Trick just bursts you down. That unless Flaxish and Memento are providing a solid front line for HQ and Knight, I think the time is already starting to run out for Giants on this setup. Syndra just doesn't really have enough to kill the Echo or the Shen right now. And there's a more Malmortius on Trick too.
Yeah, it seems like Giants have kind of let this happen a little bit, though. The proactivity, and part of it's built into the comp, right? You need Memento to take some time to scale up, but as you see, I mean, yeah, he's not done a whole lot of damage, and I'm wondering how much of that's Daisy, to be honest.
Probably like 800 of that 925 damage is all from Daisy.
The rest is like 2 auto attacks. one root collar.
Yeah.
All
You
right.
can see Expect bring in the damage as well. Getting those rejuvenation beats, we can make it into Tiamat early.
It worked. I mean, he got really low really early, but I mean, he could count on his buddy Trick.
He hasn't been punished. If you had a camp-heavy jungler in the top side, unlike an Ivan, somebody that can jump right in and just obliterate a squishy Shen, which is a weird thing to ever say, maybe that could have been punished, but Expect gets away with it and is easily in a comfortable position. Like, this is a spot that he can afford to be in.
Yeah, they can just rotate up top and take this. And this is what we were talking about, though. If there is a weak point on G2's squad, it is Expect. He went for a risky starting build, but Giants just didn't have the comp to do anything about it, and they didn't really make too much of an effort either. It was Trick who was up top. Memento was just jungling.
Yeah, Trick came up, got the flash, then ended up getting the kill from the top side.
I mean, they're playing from an old playbook, it seems. G2 are just several steps ahead. This is the quality difference in these two teams, it seems. It's only game 1, though. Things can change. Ah, the arrow.
Oh, no!
Oh, you flashed in place.
They can't punish, but when you flash in line with the arrow,
it feels bad, man. Like, let's, you know, that's not fun.
They still can't punish it, but get the flash, so...
Yeah,
I mean,
cooldown win. All right, there's an Infernal Dragon on the map, by the way. I'm wondering if Giants are going to try to fight for this one, because they pretty much backed off and given the Mountain and the Air Drake away. I mean, it's kind of you know, like they're not as important. Well, the Cloud Buff's not as important, but still.
They're fairly focused on the mid lane now. With 4 people in mid, you can see G2 have actually brought Echo over because Echo has like a little bit safer wave clear using the Time Winder, throwing it out. That does, however, leave a big target on Sven's back as he's recalling out now. This is smart of Sven to have pushed it and recall as soon as he is in the situation. You can see 2k gold on Echo, 1600 gold on Sven. So that was a moment where G2 had to, on the fly, change up who was wave clearing, who was pushing on the side lane. But I kind of expect them to revert back to normal right now.
Right. Okay, so we'll see how it goes down. I mean, a lot of vision for G2 in this river as well. It's going to be hard for Giants to kind of push out and take any territory. They've had to kind of stick a lot of it with inside their own jungle, in all honesty. But they are getting some clears off. Still fixated on this mid lane, trying their hardest to siege into it, but G2 have just not given them anything this game.
Yeah, they really haven't. I mean, even Sven hard pushing top lane out so that the minions couldn't kill top tower. You can see as Perkz passes the top tower now, it's on very little health. But Giants were not able to take it down. Now Sven in mid lane. Oh, he missed it. Oh,
one
that's
arrow
bad.
for the other. Flash forward, and Trick has the Stand United on him. He's locked up for just a second, and so is Expect. They're going all in for him right now. If they can melt through the shields, they just can't do it. And the rest of Giants caught in a massive Stranglethorns. G2 smelled blood, and they went for it for a big victory in this fight. 3 for 0, and it's not done yet. Flaxish is down. Perkz picks him up, just like that. G2 eSports with a big, big lead, more than they had before.
This has happened time and time again for G2, where they catch their opponents between 20 and 25 minutes, and it's an easily secured Baron. They have done this 13 times. They have taken Baron and only given away 2 to their enemies in their entire progress this spring split. And again, that makes 14. Beautiful turnaround on the fight from Expect and the rest of G2. From what started out looking bad for Giants, Hiku didn't quite connect, takes so much damage. There's a turning point here, though, where Giants look to be able to fight this. Expect got pushed back. But as Expect comes forward into the fight, it's a multi-person taunt, multi-person Stranglethorn. Sven is untouched, landing so much damage, and the rest of this fight comes from the flash from Expect. Watch for it, taunt flash. Pixel perfect on the Maokai, gets another kill, gets them the Baron, and that's gonna get them game 1 in about 5 minutes.
It's a bold prediction, but I don't think it's as bold as it might seem. G2, I mean, they reacted quickly. There was so much damage dumped onto Trick, but he absorbed it all. The Mob Malmortius was really paying for itself in that fight, and Giants just didn't have enough damage. Memento wasn't even around for most of that fight.
0 on that counter. And, man, G2 have done this so many times. And with an Infernal Drake coming up in 10 seconds, they've got a 1-3-1 setup with the Baron buff. Both TPs available. Giants, their summoners are just completely on cooldown all across the board. They have no fighting potential at the same time, and they're going to get pushed in every single lane.
Yeah, it was beautiful coordination from G2. The multi-taunt, the multi-Stranglethorns. It wasn't the only thing that won them the fight, but I mean, it was a big part of it. Trick was able to solo out the Infernal Dragon. So G2, they've got the Baron, they've got an epic gold lead, 7 kills to 0. And at this point, they've got Earth, Wind, and Fire and Cloud Drake, so they're disco dancing.
I think Giants are going to remember this game, if I'm honest. As Perkz trying to push down that bottom lane. Now you can see Expectors joined in the mid lane as well. A little bit slower, but keep in mind they have Ashe, they have Graves to push down. It's such a big lead.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot Giants can do from this. Seems like the rest of the game plan might just be starting to think about what they can do for game number 2. Remember, best of 3, you can always turn things around.
Here's the arrow coming.
Oh boy, yeah, I think he's sensing it this time. When you get nailed by enough, it's like a spidey sense, you kind of start to learn. Is that how it works?
I suppose, oh, there it goes.
Ah, he dodged it.
Trying to be a little flashy on this one. That was ambitious.
That's okay, Sven's going to have that back up soon enough. Okay, so it is G2 that are sieging. They don't need to do the 1-3-1 just yet because they've got enough powerful fighting that they can just keep on pushing. And even though Expect is tanking the tower here. He's barely taking any damage for his trouble. The shield's not even melted through. There it goes. Not got the tower just yet, but they should be...
But look at bot.
Yeah.
That's where the key damage is being done, because Perks with a Lich Bane is already pushing through and has taken the inhibitor tower on the bottom lane. Just cracking the base with the last few moments of this Baron buff, and Hikyu cracking through his health bar as well.
Yeah, G2 are just giving no quarter whatsoever right now. The easiest tower for them to take would be to move up towards the top side, which is what they're sending 3 to, still keeping Sven a little bit hung back for a moment, although he's going to be joining them soon enough, it looks. And Perks just keeps on pressuring bottom, keeping Knight's attention down here. They're just dragging them across the map.
And this is something we haven't really contemplated too much on. We thought jungle picks may have stayed very much the same. With the Rengar, we've seen a lot of the Kha'Zix. The lethality buffs will help junglers like Graves as well. You can see Edge of Night comes through, the efficiency on that item, not only on lethality, but remember the cooldown on that went down to 30 seconds. That's a 30-second kind of like Banshee's active that you can just have all the time. So
as long as you remember to hit it before you go into a fight.
I
was playing with it a little bit earlier this week, and I found that out the hard way a couple of times.
It's not like a spell shield. It's not the same thing.
Once you pop it. But yeah, I mean, Trick is you could see he was actually fairly tanky even sitting on just the Malmortius and his jungle item. So now he's going to be a little harder to kill from the magic damage department. And to be honest, Giants didn't have the most damage to begin with. It was pretty much all on Knight and Hikyu.
Yeah, it has been fairly reliant. And Daisy.
I don't want to forget about Daisy.
I mean, Hikyu right now, you can see Tear of the Goddess.
There we go, Perks.
Right
jumping
now,
out.
that tier is barely even at 500 stacks at 30 minutes into the game. That is a slow tier build. A lot of that is because Hikyu, obviously prioritizing the lethality items, the Ghost Blade, the Edge of Night, doesn't give you the Muramana's or the Mana Mune's auto attack to stack function. So it is a slower stack on that one. So can't really say too much more on that, but the vision control right now from G2 behind Giants could be the turning point. Remember, double TP on the G2 lineup.
I mean, yeah, and then a third when you count Shen also being able to stand united onto somebody. They've got flank wards. I mean, they're totally in control of this game, and Knight is just getting batted down. Oh, Perks is gonna do it in style. He snaps back all the way to his own minions.
Perks is adamant on keeping this to be a perfect game for G2 right now. Snaps back, gets all the health back. 8 kills to 0, 6 towers to 0, 3 barons.
Make it 7.
3 dragons to 0.
They got everything right now. Giants have just been unable to find a single objective this game. G2, if there was any doubt that they were the dominant power in their group, well, this game should definitely dispel that right now. They'll have to finish off Giants, but they are marching in for the win in game number 1. Daisy on the front line, Memento's there, the Chains of Corruption were on. Maybe there's a chance here for Giants to be able to find something, but meanwhile up top, Perks is still having his way.
He's pushing through still. Expect towards Memento.
Flaxish, he's going to be on Trick right now, but Trick is still tanking through this, and Expect is going to be backing away. Just turns on to Flaxish, and even though it's a Maokai, he's gone down. That's one half the front line of Giants.
Perks got the in
Perks is still there.
He's just cutting around the entire base. G2 are pushing in with full force.
9 kills to 0. They just keep stacking this gold lead up. They're going to be able to take down the last inhibitor, and the Giants' resistance is just crumbling here. Flashing Mithy is going to stay alive. The shield is on. Expect keeps him going.
That might be the shield that holds a perfect game for G2. At this point, with 3 inhibitors down, it's recall. Look to set up either the win or the Baron. We'll see what G2 end up doing. They are in a dominant position.
Expect backs, buys a GA, no problem. You know, they've got money to spare at this point. Nearly everything on the map. 9 towers, all the dragons, as you said, the Baron. There's going to be another Infernal in 20 seconds if they really think they need it.
It's been nearly a year, Pyra, since our last perfect game, which was Vitality versus Splice Week 9 Spring Split last year.
Oh man,
Vitality would be the winners of that. And my, how things have changed since then.
Very different EU LCS for sure.
TP
Different Giants
into the base. Perks just wants to end it.
They're going to
Perks wants to do this flashy.
I mean, Flaxish is there to try and stop him, so he's out.
But it pulls the rest of Giants away. from the Baron pick.
All right.
EQ pops his Ghost Blade. It's all or nothing.
Okay, here we go. Memento's going in. He tried for the steal, but it just didn't happen right now. G2 have so much damage they can keep fighting. It's a teleport in, and Perks is bringing up the rear to try and collapse on Giants. This very well will be the final fight.
Knight.
Trick just blows up Knight now, and Perks is in the back, just grabbing everybody's attention. Memento, Daisy, Flaxus are all there. The Winions are marching into the base. Flaxus has to flash the wall, and Trick is hunting for him right now.
TP again into the base. This time it's Expect, walking the minions through, giving them the Baron buff. They've done it!
They've got
G2!
it! A perfect victory at 33-15. G2 Esports cleaning up, and they're 1-0 on the series.
We haven't seen dominance like that, even out of G2 in a while, Pyra.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what they had for breakfast this morning, but holy moly, 12-0. All the towers in the game. I mean, Giants, from the get-go, I think they had some opportunities, but it just seemed like they fired on any of them.
Yeah, I mean, Giants right now, we were talking about, could they exploit top lane? What would Memento do in the jungle? Really, they just did not do a lot. And
yeah.
It just has no real option afterwards. So,
it's rough.
I mean Trick
it's rough.
Was integral where he needed to be. They had one catch in the jungle that started the snowball off, got one up in the top as well. And from there, really, just Giants couldn't combat anything.
Yeah, it was so tough to see. And like the bottom lane, they could just leave alone because G2 had such a strong one comparatively. But yeah, that was it. Perfect game. For more on that one, we're going to send it over to the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Pyra. Of course, kind of maybe not quite as expected. I don't think anyone expected a precisely perfect game coming in for G2, but I want to turn our attention first to the pick and ban phase. Now, all day and pretty much all week, we've been seeing Ivern be this massive pick, this huge, this powerful impact. Why in this game, at least to me, did it feel like it didn't do anything? What was the difference here?
I think it really came down to, well, Graves was like a really smart pick against it for one. It's buffed on this patch with lethality, so I was very happy to see Trick bring that out. And then they took Shen and they played a split push mid with it. And that's really, really strong against Ivern. Poke and split push. That's how you beat Ivern comps, and G2 played it excellently.
Also, even though Ivern may be like a really strong pick, it doesn't really matter if the enemy's like 10k ahead at 20 minutes because they win every lane. So.
Great analysis. Definitely, I agree 100%. No, but it's like you have like 3 losing lanes. So Ivern obviously can't really do a whole lot. He's not going to be the big skirmish jungler who's going to try and snowball that lane specifically. The 1-3-1 was already highlighted. I also think for Giants specifically, like Memento is your carry. Like, yes, he's a jungler, but he's your carry. And if you put him on Ivern, he's enabling other people to carry. But HQ or Knight have not been good enough to like consistently show they can be superstars or carries, and especially not against G2. So it's kind of like, I feel like Memento has to play like Kha'Zix and these kind of picks where he can snowball himself and not snowball someone else.
Well, we did see kind of in the early game exactly the G2 comp functioning, picking members off, fully utilizing that advantage and starting the snowball. As we look back on one of our replays here, as we see, Cinder just getting completely and utterly collapsed on. This feels like the start of the G2 snowball.
I mean, this was something the guys on the desk talked a lot about during the game, how G2 are pushing 3 lanes and they can just like do whatever they want on the map. Because like, is there anything Giants can do in this situation during the laning phase against what G2 has?
Honestly, no, because as long as Syndra has no summoners and they have Echo and Shen, it should be impossible to play that champion, to be honest. And like she tried to move to try to help bot lane, can't do that. She tries to stay in lane, she's going to get doped by Echo. It's a very difficult position to be in as a Syndra. And I think G2 just played it very well.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, once again, perfect game, which I would say not quite perfect execution, probably 1 or 2 small mistakes, but at the end of the day, it doesn't really get cleaner than that when it comes to a game of League of Legends.
Add in the negative. Right there. I think we're just pretty happy about this game.
I think, yeah,
like,
G2.
I wish we had more we could add right here, but like we were sitting during the game and also discussing this, being like, so the draft, like a counter pick, like completely 3 losing lanes with an Ivern. Giants obviously don't have the strongest lanes already in the first place, and then it's like, this game should actually just be a completely one-sided stomp, and there really won't be a whole lot to highlight, because it's just like, there's nothing Giants can do.
Well, luckily we have at least one more highlight to come in to Fishio. So as we take a look at this replay, you can see Giants' desperate attempt to start a team fight here, and as so often is the case against a Shen, doesn't quite work out for them.
Yeah, the only thing we were kind of yelling about here was Trick almost dying and ruining perfect game. Because
it was very close.
All right, we gotta look at Daisy and Ivern, because Ivern actually did 0 damage in this fight. Didn't hit anyone. Daisy.
I mean,
didn't
Daisy
even
just
get
rolls and dies.
Yeah. There it is. 0 damage. 0 damage.
All right. I mean, devastating team fight to lose, and of course, this is the point where the snowball was in full effect. This is the point where, I mean, hope was dead for Giants, but they have another game. This is a best-of-3 series. They have another chance to come back. I mean, what has to change here? Is it just memento on that Kha'Zix? What do we expect from Giants, and what can they do if there's anything left for them to do in this series to bring it back?
I mean, I think you really do want to get memento on the Kha'Zix and hope that he can at least like make plays early game. Because on Ivan, it's really difficult too. I think if you just like don't contest G2 early game, then he's going to roll over you.
I think now's a difficult point because on blue side, they could have banned Ivan and gone for that early game pressure.
Yeah.
But how do they do that now? If they take Ivan away, well, G2 has an answer. If they don't take Ivan away, it's so difficult to like play against Ivan if you're not a good team in mid and late game because one mistake and the Ivan takes over. So it's looking difficult for Giants now.
Is there a chance they throw the big curveball and like you leave some of these OPs up and you try and trade maybe 1 for 1? Because something we haven't seen yet on red side is people actually like only banning 1 OP and like leaving 2, trading them 1 for 1. Also because blue side can then last ban one of the OPs and then force you to ban the other one. But like, is there anything there Giants can do to like throw a curveball? Are we looking at cheesy picks? Anything?
I think there's a possibility that maybe they will try to just ban Ivan instead and leave maybe like 2 OPs open. Maybe it's better that way because they can like get a more aggressive early game jungler, which I think is what they need. But I still think if they do this, it won't be great for drafts.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, devastating to see. At the end of the day, we'll have to see if Giants have anything else in the pot because we're going to make like Jin and curtain call on this captive audience. But when we come back, the second game between Giants and G2.
Hey, Daisy.
Hold on.
Daisy's done more damage.
All right, they're on
momentum.
2v2, but that's not
Whoa.
enough. They get blown up right there. So as expect, they're going
this is
all
good.
in for him right now. If they can melt through the shields, they just can't do it. And the rest of Giants caught in a massive stranglethorn. G2 spelled blood, and they went for it for a big victory in this fight.
Fucking the minions through, giving them the Baron buff. They've done it.
They've done it.
G2.
A perfect victory at 33-15. G2 eSports cleaning up.
Like the attention, girl, I know you. But you're everything I want in life. We're fighting danger like Kung Fu. The love I feel is deep inside. The others don't matter. It's honestly us against the world. We're the perfect team. You're my dream, and I just want it. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. To myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. To myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. To myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. Oh baby, if you ever need a helper, hey, you should know that I'll be there day and night. Nobody else can love you better. I'm here just to treat you right. You're the reason I'm alive. You're the only pain I can endure. And when you're not here, you're my dream, but I just want it. Yeah, I just wanna. You're my dream, but I just want it. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. To myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. To myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. To myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. But I just want it. Deep inside, I knew from
from the start. You my bunny, I'm your Clark. From now to eternity, I give you all my heart. We are meant to be, it's clear to see. My love is bigger than I thought. I got everything I want when I hold you with my arms. Now this don't matter, my love and my pleasure, the key to my treasure. Whatever's the weather, day up and out with you till I die. How many times for you I'ma try? Want you to notice the one and I know this. Perfect soulmate, I wanna show it my best friend. She saved my life, my happy end in hard times.
Oh baby, hug it to myself, hug it to myself, hug it to myself. I just want it. Hug it to myself, hug it to myself, hug it to myself, to myself, hug it to myself, hug it to myself, hug it to myself. I just want it. Hug it to myself, hug it to myself, hug it to myself, to myself, hug it to myself. Oh, baby.
Welcome back to the EU LCS Spring Split. Stress and I are back to bring you this second game in Giants and G2 series. And it couldn't have been cleaner from G2. Seriously.
No, it actually couldn't have been much cleaner statistically.
They gotta like deny some farm, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Statistically perfect game out of G2, who have chosen blue side for this second game. Surprise, surprise. When you have the choice, every team seems to choose a blue side. So interested now to see whether that means we will see the Kha'Zix or whether it be the Ivern for Trick.
That's the question.
Or the Warwick.
I mean, what if they pick...
I want to see the Warwick.
Well, you know what? We've seen it a couple of times so far. There's a lot of choices in the jungle, and Trick, you know, he looked very comfortable back on that Graves, and as was discussed on the analyst desk, hey, it's kind of like a really interesting buff with the lethality changes and stuff you were mentioning as well. So I'm curious to see how Giants are going to respond to this, and if they change up their draft, because, I mean, that was a shellacking. It's not a word I use every day.
Of all the words to use, I was like, ooh, that's a different one. But yeah, it certainly was a different type of game as well, because G2, very, very dominant. If they can do the same again, I don't think we've ever had back-to-back perfect games.
I don't think we have either.
That would
we
be
haven't
an
had best
interesting
subs for a while either. In a while
true.
either.
But really for Giants, I want to see them do something that is not characteristic of Giants this split, which is have more active presence in their lanes from Memento. Memento has been pretty good later on into the game, where it's been objective control, it's been about helping the team, facilitating. That has not really ever been a thing you can rely on against G2.
Yeah, I mean, these guys will just, they can play back for a little bit, they can kind of lie in wait and you think you're safe, but then they just kind of like come out of the shadows and strike. And then they kill you at like 30 to 35, you know, 20 to 25, and sometimes a little bit later. But they just don't really, they just don't ever seem to be scary in the beginning of the game, and then they just crush.
Well, yeah, it's funny because you think it's a slow G2 game that's coming out. They're playing for the later, going to play side lanes. Turns out, no, they're just waiting to completely run through you at 20 minutes.
But they are not totally immune to mistakes. I mean, if there's anything we can criticize, it may be some of the attempts at the flashy plays where they kind of break out of that, like, chill mindset in the early game. And then you could see Perks just like, okay, come on in. I've got Stand United on me, and I'm just going to dive you. And they couldn't quite finish night. It didn't end up mattering, though.
I think the difference, though, is G2, even with some of the more aggressive plays that they're making, still don't feel like the old G2 that were doing that, which is a good thing.
Yeah, it's much more controlled.
It's more controlled. You know, G2 as an organization spoke a lot about their support staff that they improved coming into this split. It seems to be having an effect on their playstyle. That was a very controlled game. Only a couple of moments did it even look like anyone was going to die.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and that's the evolution of G2 here in Europe. Org that is relatively new to the scene, but after, well, in the LCS, I should say, prior to that, a long time in the Challenger series, but they were doing really, really well from the get-go, but there was uncontrolled moments. It has changed, and definitely for the better. We'll find out when it comes to bear this time around in picks and bans. G2, as you mentioned, on the blue side, they start with a Jace. There's a Camille for Giants taken off the board.
Okay, so Camille, LeBlanc, Rengar, all going to be banned by Giants, as always. G2, we'll see whether they put focus on the same bans as Giants did, which was Jace, Malzahar, and Jhin. Obviously not exactly expecting the same. One's already one change up with this Varus ban.
Yeah,
not wanting to first pick it. So a lot of this is the fact you basically know Giants will first rotation it. Hiku has been very strong on it. So typically G2 are just saying, nah, we want maybe a jungle pick, first pick here, or the Zyra if it is still available, if that's what Mithy wants.
Giants haven't changed too much just yet. The LeBlanc is banned second this time. Definitely don't want to give that one to Perks, or most mid laners, but especially him.
Yes, although he's the one that's like, maybe we can give it over to them, and then kind of had that blow up in his face a little bit last week.
Yeah, a few mistakes. Once again, I mean, that's kind of the tagline, right? You've only got a couple. Let's see what G2 banned last on blue side in this first phase. They ban away the Kazakhs themselves.
Okay. I don't mind that. Obviously, Giants with the option on first rotation. G2 could be looking for either the Zyra or the Ivern as the first pick here. Giants will likely pick up what is left from those two.
Oh, interesting. Well, it's going to take some time. I was going to say, for a second, I'm thinking like, wait a minute, but then they started hovering a bunch of other stuff, so no, never mind.
I was thinking
the Zyra might indeed be the choice here. They had an Ashe Zyra comp last time, and Sven and Mithy pretty much never broke a sweat. But they don't have to pick it now.
It works out very well for Mithy in the team fights. He can have such great impact. Those multi-person Stranglethorn knockups working very well, and I think it's a good first pickup here. So the obvious rotation now with the Ivern available for Giants, if they think they've come up with a way of stopping this, they may even want to take away the Shen in this rotation for Flaxish. Obviously, that would leave the pick of the AD carries over to G2, as with the junglers as well. So there are a lot of things Giants can prioritize.
Yeah, and they actually opt to take the support pick, the Malzahar up. And let's see what they take next. Are they going to round out their bot lane just now? I mean, there has been an AD carry banned away.
Taking Malzahar at this point into Zyra, not every support actually likes to do. So Giants prioritizing it, saying they want it in the first rotation and want to see more of what G2 are drafting out here.
Okay, so they've opted to go for their bot lane. They lock in the Jhin, which should lead the Ashe over to Sven. But that obviously is going to come later on in the pick phase unless Giants want to ban it.
Well, now it's the Ivern that's available. We're playing this game where both teams have this like top-tier jungler that they're just avoiding throughout the entire draft. Last game was Kha'Zix, this game is Ivern.
Yeah. I'm wondering, though, because they showed the Graves, and if it can, deal with the Ivern like it did last time, seems like they're not worried too much about it, as Perks is always going to have a little bit of fun.
I would love to see a Warwick pick, but I think the Shen is the likely rotation here, and then likely Giants will ban it away like they did in the last game. Giants, this is the time, either Ivern here or it gets banned away, typically. That would be G2 looking to take it away in the second ban phase.
But G2 have, the same core of the composition that they had last time. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And boy, did it work out. Giants are trying something a little bit different. I want to see what Hiku can do on this Jhin when he's flanked by the Malzahar. But still, what do Giants pick up if not the Ivern? Well, okay, never mind.
I was going to say, with this Malzahar,
I don't have too much time.
With Malz, what they're doing is just going to flash on one target and make sure they get a kill this game.
Okay, so that's locked in. Let's see if they can make it happen. They did try it a couple of times, most notably on Trick, and he was able to soak all of that damage. So now Giants have entered ban phase 2. What do they get ready here?
So they're going to likely prioritize Ryze for Knight or the Syndra for themselves. G2 will look at some presence towards the mid lane, but with both teams still looking for their mid laners available, we could see a fair amount of focus there. And that's a ban we weren't really expecting to see too much of. The Graves being the jungle ban. Trick just had a fantastic game on it.
Yeah, he did, and it's not the only one he's had throughout his time in the European LCS. It's definitely been one of his signature champions. Corki's now banned away as G2 look to hit the mid pool. It's back in Giants court. See what they're going to get rid of here.
I mean, Giants will either first pick something like a Ryze, which they're comfortable playing into almost everything, and then look towards the top lane, although they know they're playing into Shen, so Rumble is an option for Giants if Flaxish feels like playing that matchup.
I suppose we'll have to see. Oh, okay, so the Warwick is banned, making Stress sad, unfortunately. There's going to be one more ban on G2's side. So the mid's been hit last time with the Corki. We'll see if they do it again.
We may see an Alawi ban here out of G2.
Really?
Flaxish hasn't played the Rumble. He's been playing things like Alawi and Kennen more than he's been playing Rumble, yet to play it.
But they're going to remove Cassiopeia. Did that last time as well.
Yes, that's mid lane focus away from Knight. Again,
What?
Whoa.
Whoa.
Hang on.
Wait, hold a minute.
Okay, so obviously lethality is being
yes.
buffed, and you've got now a champion, but
Riven.
So you're basically putting so much onto Flaxish early game right now, up against this Shen, to be able to just snowball incredibly heavily.
Is there any chance that this is Knight, though?
Doubtful. Blind picking Riven into the mid lane would be near suicidal, but obviously you'd have a counter pick. I don't think so. G2 likely to pick up Syndra here. Would not really fancy playing Riven into Syndra as it goes along. Oh, and Ryze is available, is the other one.
Yeah, as we were talking about a little bit earlier. I mean, it kind of throws you off a little bit when you see the Riven locked in. Not a usual choice, but Giants have kind of left it out on the table. The Ryze, it does seem like the big choice here, and they've got more front line because the Rek'Sai was locked in for Trick. So there we go, G2 round the comp out.
And the thing is, Giants are doing this while still wanting to last pick their mid laner. So instead of blind picking the safe option, you actually kind of just give over the fact that you're playing Riven in this setup, which obviously now means you've got fairly...
Oh,
this has been an odd phase 2.
Okay, Giants really mixing things up here as they take Riven and Taliyah in the final phase.
Well, Taliyah's a lot more standard here.
Yeah,
You're going to go try and...
That's true. But, I mean, more than Riven, yes.
Devin, I wonder what lane they're going to try and snowball with a Riven and a Taliyah.
Oh, boy.
We're going top lane for Knight, likely. Hiki and Uzlin do obviously have options if they want to bring Flaxish down to the bottom lane with TP and bring Knight down as well. But it's going to be a top lane party for Giants, which we spoke about in game 1, if they could pile the pressure on Expect, but G2 are doing the same thing they did in the last game. Strong side lanes against an Ivern, high mobility, this time it's Ryze instead of Echo, has even better scaling.
Yes, but I do want to point out that I don't think Expect is going to get away building the triple beats this time.
I don't know what you're really planning to do with Riven and Ivern.
Oh, Lozark's got something in his head. We'll see how it works out. I mean, Giants, their backs against the wall after that last game, and you're trying to pull a win against the reigning champs.
Yeah, he's trying to pull a win out after getting perfect gamed. So I mean, why not try something different, right? I do like it in that sense, but the actual pick itself, I'm not a big fan of. I'll explain when we get into game.
Yeah, I'll definitely hit you up about that one. I want to talk to you, though, about how it may match up with this Ivern who wants to sit in the jungle a little bit more time and can't provide as much early pressure. Meanwhile, Rek'Sai doesn't really have as much of that problem, even if you don't have the damage.
You read my mind, Devin, and as we hit the rift, I have to wonder, how is an Ivern gonna help Flaxish through the early game on this Riven? Trick, on the opposite side, has picked up a Rek'Sai, which is very quick to move around the map with the gank paths. The tunnels can help Expect. There should be enough early game for Expect and Trick to just be able to survive the early game, maybe even pick up a kill on Flaxish if he overextends.
I guess it's really on Knight, like you were saying. It'll be a party in the top lane because he can get there so much faster. But we'll have to see. The line of scrimmage is set right now. Flaxish shows his face, and Expect is going to be in for a fun top lane.
I mean, I see what they're trying to do here. They're trying to get like a Riven to be super strong and snowball on one side, and then the Taliyah can play on the other side lane, and yeah, everything's great if we snowball, and then you realize you're playing up against Shen and Ryze and Rek'Sai.
And the people behind that is G2.
And an Ashe, and it's
yeah.
like, I don't know whether this is the right comp to play what Giants are trying to do into, but let's see how it works.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Reservations, but Giants, I mean, kudos to them for experimenting here, and let's see if it pays off for them as we take our places to start the laning phase. Sven and Mithy are having some fun down bottom side. It's going to be another poke fest down there. Definitely want to keep an eye up top, though. That'll be where we see a lot of action. Flax just trying for those flashy plays, as only a Riven player can do.
Yeah, it's been a long time since Riven was purely meta. There are some players that'll tell you Riven is always meta.
I'm trying to remember the last time I've seen it in Europe, to be honest. Was it Huni?
I mean, Huni played a whole lot, then Riven was actually like seriously meta through 2015 Worlds.
Yeah, that's true.
So there have been kind of these times where Riven was actually, for everybody, a meta champion. But I know Flaxish has played it before. Flaxish is a player that for a very long time has made a name for himself in solo queue and the like. So interested to see how his Riven can perform.
Yep.
Push in the bottom lane has been given over to Sven and Mithy. can see they're now going to try and push Hikyu and Hustlin away from the tower ever so slightly, but there's not a whole lot of danger of Memento coming down to the bottom side. You know he's still tracking back through his jungle to get some of the camps.
Yes, indeed. I'll definitely have to keep an eye on this matchup, though, up top. Did actually get to confirmation. It was Huni. The last time we saw European LCS Riven, that was 2015
sense.
summer. I mean, Flash is it's big shoes to fill.
That means Huni has had enough time to be semi-finalist at Worlds, then go to North America, then go to Korea.
He's been on a world tour.
Since Riven was played in European LCS.
Yes, so Flaxish, though, is changing all of that right now. But unfortunately, he's not been able to find an opening because it's only level 2. Getting a little ahead of myself.
Riven can like flash on you at 2 and kill in lane. Maybe
he's not even running Ignite, too. I'm a little disappointed, to be honest.
If he'd have run Ignite, that's Flaxish actually saying I'm 1v9ing this game. Teleport is no longer a factor.
Yeah. Well, Memento's going, sniffing for some extra jungle camps, just throws down a brush and some vision. Flaxish, it's actually pushed in up top side, so it hasn't actually been the action fest just yet. Memento does get some vision secured for himself. Let's see where else Giants decide to focus their attention. G2 still content to play this one in a controlled fashion, with the bot pushing in their favor.
Trick just going to secure up the bottom Scuttle Crab, make sure that Giants can't exploit Sven and Mithy pushing on the bot side. Even gets the clean spot with the Scryer's Bloom as well. So Trick now has full information on Memento, means that Expect can do whatever he wants in the top lane, really. Can push out as far, take as many trades against Flaxish, as long as he plays it carefully in his head, is able to read the matchup. Of course, Expect on Shen, you would expect to be able to block out a lot with that W, but of course Riven, a lot of damage comes from her abilities as well. Here comes the trade.
Yeah, I mean, Grasply and Dying coming in handy here for Expect, and he throws down the shield, doesn't actually need it as Flaxish is playing back.
It's an interesting one.
He's
I
just
was not
trading
expecting a Riven to come out from Flaxish today.
It's been one of those days, hasn't it, Stress? All right, back to mid. Knight takes some damage from Perks. Been pretty even on farm in that one. Now let's talk a little bit about history, though, because we have a brief moment. Giants used to be this team that we referred to as the Holy Trinity. Their lineup had Smitty J, had Max Lore, now gone over to Rocket, and Knight was still the mid laner.
Yeah.
How do you think this iteration of Giants really stacks up against that?
This isn't so much of a Holy Trinity, unfortunately, for Giants. They have not really had the same amount of impact that we saw from that Giants lineup from summer. Now, granted, it took that lineup a little while to get their footing with Smitty J and Maxlor, and they ended up being a solid team towards the end of it. But so much of the victories before that were Knight going completely ham. And, you know, the analysts spoke about this earlier and a little bit yesterday, where Knight just hasn't really had the same impact that we've come to expect, and the level of play in the mid lane has gone up in Europe. And Knight's kind of just stayed the same. We've seen a couple of games that were okay, but nothing really to write home about. His Vladimir was insane last split. Can't say the same for any of his picks so far in the spring split for 2017.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's really a change priority thing or just the meta's not favoring him as much anymore, but now they got the Riven fights. Flax just gets taunted, especially, well, that's a lot of damage.
Yeah, realize it's a lot of damage. Doesn't even use his potion, though. So he's just going to back away. Obviously, Shen's going to have that global impact over the Riven. So unless Flaxish is like killing Expect again and again and again, there's not actually that much of a lead that can be made without a lot of help elsewhere.
We got to start seeing Knight move up towards the top side if he can't get a roam off, or Memento's about to hit 6. Maybe that's the time. But they have been, nowhere near that. It's all been playing the vision game, and you need to get a Riven ahead. I'm not sure if Giants want to execute on their plan. Let's see. Trick and Mithy are going to be moving down to this bottom side. Giants spot it.
Okay, there was a ward, very important ward outside of Tribush, that just saved Hikyu. Hikyu was still moving forward in that lane as Mithy was starting to move down into the bottom lane. So a little fortunate, good ward, able to protect them in the bottom lane.
Now they have been playing the vision game, as we said. So both junglers actually moving towards the bottom side. Some brush on brush thrown up by Memento as he heads into the lane. Sven and Mithy are wise to this, though. Just kind of shows his face. He takes a lot of poke for it, though.
Oh, that's a lot of damage down. This is the same kind of thing that we saw earlier from Vitality. Flax is just straight up losing that trade.
Yeah,
we
that's
saw
not good.
earlier from Vitality them try a lane gank from Joko on Ivern. Didn't place a control ward in the lane. And we just saw the same attempted thing from Memento as he's trying to help his team push the lane out. Just walks over a ward and there's really nothing comes from it. And it's really ineffective.
Yeah,
So
I haven't seen Memento do that much on this Ivern. Okay, so Mithy does get caught up for just a second. He's able to walk away from the Voidlings, though, as Sven was able to polish them off. Back to business as usual. Pretty massive CS differential in favor of Sven. I sends the arrow. It's going to land on EQ, but in comes Memento and Daisy on the front line. So G2 back right off of that.
Sven did flash out there to make sure he got himself away. The arrow came out. And as soon as they spotted Daisy, it was all about backing from that fight, making sure that they couldn't get caught out. Flaxish has been pushed completely off the wave.
Yeah, I expect he's going to be able to shove this in. There was Trick showing his face up top and prompted an instant warning flash out of Giants. They are going to move towards bottom side and look to start trading. Daisy still up and available. And with only Mithy there, it's going to be hard for G2 to push off of this, but we may be in for a tower trade.
Yeah, G2 are just holding Flaxish back on the top side and making sure that they don't die bottom side.
That's a nasty cupcake, man.
Long range cupcake to go with it as well.
It's best kind.
It's not exactly a quick tower take, but with Daisy there as well, they can whomp it down.
Yeah, so they'd be able to finish this one off. So Daisy was tanking. Memento goes a little low, but all the same, curtain call is open. Mithy's going to have to two-step. He takes one shot up to the top. Expect is going to equalize on that tower. Flax's had not backed away. Knight trying to dodge away from the damage of Perks. Not all of it. And really, Expect has not had a whole lot of trouble against Flax. You can see the big difference in game number 1. And this time, honestly, it isn't that different.
Tower for tower trade gives Giants a tower first blood, but they're still fairly far behind with Flaxish losing a bunch of farm top. And you can see that Trick has been faster around the jungle. Memento this time has been in his lanes a little more than we've seen in previous games, but hasn't been able to accrue much of a lead from that. They did get that tower, so that helps them a little bit in their gold deficit, but it's still G2 firmly in control.
Yeah, I'm just wondering what Giants are going to be able to do. I mean, you pick a Riven, you try to snowball the game. It just didn't happen at all. Where's the game plan from here?
The chance to snowball hasn't completely been eclipsed yet.
That's true. We're only 9 minutes in.
The thing. I mean, there is still the option for Flaxish somehow if he kind of picks up 2 or 3 kills in a fight and ends up being super strong. The problem is Expect has very comfortable setup here in this game when it comes to his itemization, how he's going to sit in the lane, how he's going to be able to control team fights, because Riven, in order to stop Shen ulting into a fight, has to completely put herself in harm's way. And if she ends up under a tower because Expect backs off, then you get taunted, can end up backfiring fairly horribly. So G2 just have more options with this composition than Giants do.
And the option they choose is to move mid, but Mithy actually gets shoved right into tower range. He's chunked pretty low, but they can't finish him off on Giants. That will force G2 to back off the tower as Daisy comes to help clear the waves. EQ heading back towards the bottom side. Things reset.
Yep. Reset. Ivern sound effects. It's got to
so
take
magical sounding.
I know, right?
Yeah, it's refreshing. None of this
normally everything's
crazy
doom and
battle
gloom,
sounds.
yeah.
No, he's just like, I'm gonna make you happy, and now I take your buff. Flash just gets himself red. That'll help.
It will. A little. It just gives him extra sticking power and that extra bit of regeneration up against expecting the longer
stepping forward
form fights. Hustlin flash
forward.
No,
good combo right into Hustlin. Perk's just gonna go down. That's first blood.
That's good first blood. Well worked. Hustlin comes out of the lane. They had vision control on bot side for Giants. Nice first blood out of the team.
Yeah, now they can push mid right now, so Perks oversteps a little bit. He didn't have Ghost up and available to him.
Yeah, and of course Perks wanting to run the Ghost rather than the Cleanse. Of course, against Talia, not a whole lot to cleanse off, so he isn't able to get away from any of the crowd control there.
Yeah, so Giants get themselves that first blood. They've actually equalized on gold right now, and if they can keep this pressure up, they might just be able to knock down this tower, but there's just not enough damage, it seems. And with Sven and Mithy here, I think it's going to be difficult to do.
Yeah, it'll be a little more difficult than you would anticipate. I like the Knight came down to the bottom side, though. So this is Knight just throwing extra wards in the bush, make sure Perks sticks around and fights. At this point, Perks kind of already dead because Hustlin, that was beautiful knockback, by the way. Hustlin still was in range that he could flash in. Hustlin was the one that gets the kill from it. I think they would have liked that to go over tonight. They kind of need the Riven and the Talia to snowball. But that's a little bit nitpicky.
All the same, he got the assist for now, still working towards finishing his first item here, after the boots, rather, I should say. The junglers will find each other out in the river. Cloud Drake's on the menu, but nobody's really interested in taking it. Instead of eating, Trick is gonna run. He's out as he got bound up for just a second. EQ and Hustlin pushing down the mid. So Giants do have some push going for them right now. Question is, will it be enough? Still a little time for that Riven to try and snowball, but there really hasn't been a whole lot of effort from Giants to really make that happen.
And that's because Expect has been playing fairly conservatively when Trick isn't around. There have been a couple of trades back and forth, but generally it was only when Trick was up in the top side that they zoned Flaxish away from the wave, push him back and focus on that tower. So it's been difficult for Flaxish to find areas to really capitalize on. So for Giants, this is a better start, a much better start from them than in the last game. Good wall usage allows them to push up to the tower. They have a full cannon wave there.
There's an Ash Arrow, it's tanked by Memento. Trick is looking for the flank. Giants, it looks like they're sensing they might need to back out right now. They dodge the Stranglethorns, and Hustlin turns on to Perks. There's a teleport coming in for Flaxish. See if they take the fight. No, he's going to cancel it.
Cancelled it because Expect finished Stand United, and this is one of the opportunities that Flaxish has now with time alone in the top lane to get something done. He doesn't have a whole lot of time though. Expect would be able to TP, but it'd be a bit of a waste to just TP to defend. He knows Flaxish cannot take the tower on this push, so just runs it up the river.
Flaxish actually staying now as the second minion wave comes in. He knows he's going to have to get out of there, so he dodges away. As expect, the threat of the taunt was always going to be there under towers. Instead, Flaxish is going to head towards the mid lane. Daisy's still available. Giants got their sights set on that tower.
G2 recognized this could be happening though because they saw Flaxish disappear and look towards mid. Now they're going to siege. Flaxish looking for the dive alongside the rest of his team, but it's more about getting the tower here. It's about just threatening the dive, getting the objective and pulling back away.
Yeah, we talked a lot last game about how Giants, they had this kind of siegey composition. This time, it can definitely work that way. But they've got to cover their bases here because Perks is, free pushing this massive wave of minions on the bottom side.
And that's difficult though because G2, they have good global presence along the same time, so every time Giants are making strides and plays to try and take an objective, they get cross-mapped. This time Perks gets pushed back away from the bottom lane. It's going to return as a dragon though. You said it was on the menu. Probably a little better for G2 and their teeth and all that candy that Ivern's leaving for Giants around the map.
Yeah, definitely. You want to be able to wash that out every now and again, so the Cloud Drake is going to give them some speed. At 15 minutes into this game, try and get around the map a little bit faster and avoid, or at least set up on Giants. Make it easier to cross-map at the very least. See what they can get done here. Speaking of that, Ivern.
And they get the tower as well. Perks stuck around.
Yeah, no answer at that point. Talia had to back. Void Rush. Trick is just going to be heading into the Wolf camp for now. Putting some vision down. Giants trying to play around here for the vision side. Can't really get too much done. They're hanging on. I mean, the gold is not that different right now.
I mean, considering game one was a perfect game, I'm fairly happy with how Giants are doing right now.
Hey, they got more kills already this game than they did last time.
That's mean. That's mean.
It is,
Fire.
but it's true.
It is. Sometimes I guess the truth hurts.
It definitely does.
But I'm pleasantly, impressed by how Giants have fought back into this. It's a riskier composition with this Riven. Hasn't really found its footing yet, though.
No, it definitely hasn't. How long do you think really Flaxish has to try and snowball ahead, or is he still going to be useful, find a way to be useful later on in the game?
Trying to find a useful way to fit him in later in the game.
Split push Riven.
Yeah, it's not exactly the easiest thing. We found Huni had his uses late in the game of just flashing over Raptors, hitting W on 4 people, somehow getting an instant quadra and walking away.
Well, Flaxish has a solo queue reputation.
Like,
I mean, maybe he can do it on solo queue champion. Yeah, I said it.
Oh, wow.
Anyways. Mithy and
He's
Tricker
just
head
firing shots right now.
I mean, I call it as I sees it sometimes, but Flaxish is not going to be able to go anywhere. Instead, they've opened a curtain call into Sven, who dodges 1, dodges 2. He can't dodge the candy.
At this point, Giants, they're just trying to take away any kind of record for G2 that they can. I don't want to curse it, but a lot of people right now are tracking how long Sven hasn't died in game for. I think coming into this game, it was like 40 minutes, so it's feasible that in this game he was going to bypass the last record of it. So Giants just throwing everything at Sven
Just
to
trying
try
to
and
kill
him.
him. Don't give him the record. Oh, man. All right, so Memento is going to be able to get himself a blue buff now. So looking to see what Giants can get done. Perhaps they can 4-1 their way to a victory. Still, it's always tough against a team like G2, but they are hanging on in the gold game. It's very even right now, 2 towers to 2. Just that 1 kill separating. But G2 have definitely been playing the safer game for the most part. And, you know, as you mentioned, cross-mapping, out-rotating, playing the smarter macro game.
Yeah, it's certainly been a benefit of theirs a long, long time in their history. They were pretty good at that last split as well. As were Splice, but they didn't really seem to find the same kind of footing. We'll see them in action as we go through the last part of the group stage, at least in the first time teams meet each other. Of course, from next week, we're going to be seeing cross-group play, which allows us to potentially see that G2 Unicorns matchup if both remain undefeated until that point.
Oh, yeah, that one will be great. I mean, G2, honestly, it is about showing the dominance here, and a perfect game goes a long way to showing that heading into those cross groups to say, hey, look, we beat everybody in our group, and it wasn't that difficult.
Is this anything you can do, I can do better? They're going to take turns wailing on Giants for like a perfect game. I hope not.
Well, I mean, Giants might have a trick up their sleeve still.
Yeah, Giants are fighting back.
Let's see what they can get done here. It's always tough. It's always tough, but Giants have been able to push them back for the most part. They did lose out on that bottom tower, but the game just seems to have gone into a holding pattern for a little bit.
Yes, it has, but that's good for G2. I mean, they have a Ryze that's looking to scale.
Yep.
You got a Shen that is very comfortable just sitting in the lane, absorbing the wave and pushing it back.
It's not every day you get 20 minutes into the game, and we haven't really talked much about the Ryze, to be honest.
Yeah, that's fair.
But, I mean, always shinier stuff, the Riven, the Talia. But, yeah, perks on this Ryze. The late game's going to be very scary for him. He's playing it safe, though. I mean, QSS picked up.
QSS, it's not the earliest of the day, Pyra.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. We saw Steelback hit that one right away.
Oh, I still can't quite believe that. But Ash Arrow from the shadows.
They got themselves
It's
a
not
good old
gonna
death rush,
happen.
but they walk away from it on the side of Giants.
Because G2, it would be suicidal to try and realm warp your way up to top river when you don't have full vision control. But they're looking for mid tower. They're going to push them
There's
away.
the
Realm warp was used.
So they come hustling.
It's
I don't think Trick got the memo, but they scared him away.
Yeah.
So now they can start pushing. Knight is looking to cut them
Knight's
off
gonna
here with
trap
a
them at least a little.
I should have constructed that one a little bit better now. Perks is in trouble, but not nearly as much as Flaxich. If he can hang on here, it'd be a miracle. He flashes over the wall, sends his ultimate flying. Sven is going a little bit low. The final shot tanked by Mythy. Giants have not been able to find a kill yet, but there are blinking health bars from these duo laners. Trick is trying to hold the line front. Giants, they're the ones who are pushing.
Oh, hang on, he got
Wait a
blasted
minute.
back. Had to jump over the wall with his taunt again. So from what looked to have been G2 setting up a play with the Realm Warp, turns around. The wall usage from Knight forces G2 into a choke, and in came the rest of Giants. So this was a setup trying to get the tower down. Daisy comes out early. Mythy forced out of the fight. Can't really have too much impact apart from on Hikyu, so he goes right onto the damage dealer and forces him back away. Flaxish was right in the middle of the fight, doing as much as he could, but couldn't quite connect. It's actually Hustlin that nearly killed Sven in that engage. Between him and Knight, they got his health incredibly low. Giants deter the push and hold on against G2.
That they have. G2, though, managed to get out of it without losing a man this time around. See what they can get done now. As they clear some of the vision out of their own side of the map, you can see the team's pretty happy to play around the mid lane. G2 still trying to knock that tower down in the mid. Very low, but Sven keeps the wave nice and cleared. And a lot of wards invested around this Baron pit. It's only 21.5, but I guess it's never too early to try and secure more vision around the big purple worm.
Baron control, something we've touted as G2 being so good at. We saw it in game one. We see glimpses of it all the time.
It's crazy to think you go through the first section of your group, or the first run through of your group, and you've only given up 2 Barons, and you've taken more than anybody else. I mean, that is an incredible statistic.
Coming into today, they had 13-2. Now they're at 14-2. The next highest team was actually Giants, funnily enough. When they had,
they've got a couple steals in there, though, too.
They do, actually. They do, which is a funny thing. The next highest teaming group in this group, at least, with 9 Barons. Unicorns coming into today. I mean, they didn't play today. Had 12, but...
Well, we'll see if Giants are going to add into that, but they're going to have to get through this first. Realm Warp is there. Trick has brought Expect with him. In just a moment, Hustlin is going to get taunted up, separated from his team, and they take him out.
What do you know? 22 minutes means they're going to set up for Baron, vision control, push out, probably take mid tower, and then sweep across if they still feel like they can take the objective. But for now, G2, they get another catch. Giants throwing everything at this middle lane right now, trying to hold it. But you can see with the recalls, it's not a Baron focus for G2. They don't feel comfortably ahead enough yet, which I think is a smart option on this one.
Yeah, I think that definitely is the case. So at 23 minutes, G2 have the speed. They have a pair of Cloud Dragons, but they are thinking about the Baron. Giants have been fixated on this mid lane, protecting that turret. Let's take a look at that catch. The fight that turned into a catch once more time.
Yeah, it was the Realm Warp. You never really know if it's somebody actually appearing or not. Perks comes into the side, distracts Memento, and Hikyu and Hustlin dies off to the side from the rest of the team, taking him down. Hustlin still trying to fight for vision control.
Burned a heal off of Hikyu as well. Memento was focused on giving him the trigger seed. Flaxus looking to try and make a play out of the brushes. Chasing out to Expect. Here we go.
Try and get that tanky Shen.
No, it's going to turn back around after the fact. Keep on smacking him. Key burst.
It's going to be a long fight.
It will be a very long one. Expect still has flash, though, and taunt.
And Sven's fight.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh, the arrow. That's not fair, man. He wanted the 1v1.
Sven doesn't even move in to try and be there to pick up a kill. G2 just backing themselves away. I mean, you can see what Flaxish is trying to do.
He
it
almost
just takes
got
a
it.
little while. He did almost get it. A little too little damage off the wind slash.
If he'd had
Didn't
Ignite,
quite get it.
he would have got it. Just saying.
Okay, Devin, I think you can start a crusade to try and get top laners Spring Ignite back instead
You know what? I
teleport.
think I'm going to rescind my words because I don't want to see
And
that
I think
world.
every coach will be like, no, you just got to take teleport. You can't not have it.
All right. So Giants have been able to at least force Expect off the map for just a moment. He's already back, however, so there really isn't much they can get done with that. Knight is up in the top lane to start pushing away. Let's see what Giants can do here. There's some vision sighting them out in the top of the map.
Giants have done a good job of holding mid lane. It's one of those things where they've just been throwing Talia and Jin, trying to push mid back out as much as possible. And that man on your screen, Sven, right now has not died in 3 games. The last death of his was in game 1 of their series versus Misfits. So we'll see whether he can close out this series without dying as well.
Well, it wouldn't be a perfect game, but for G2, it's about as close as you are like to get. Still have that gold lead
It's
now.
okay, I'll put the curse on him. It's
yeah,
fine.
of course. That's how that works. Always 100% of the time. Knight is having some trouble with some plants right now. And they should be able to finish off the tower in the mid. Rek'Sai, Trick is able to take that one out and even whomps Daisy to submission. So now, with the mid tier 1 complete, G2 turn their attention to backing away for now. I was going to say Baron, but they're not going to take it, obviously.
Not quite. Without a pick first, without the right vision control, it's not quite as easy as
I
just
thought
walking
they'd
over
throw
to
a
in
ward.
this game.
Yeah, not a huge lead for them, but this is typically where we see G2 ramp it up quite a lot. Maybe a little bit later than we could have expected, but they have to be happy with this. They got the super scaling rise. They've got a solid team fight against Giants, who have been unable to get a single kill on this Riven this game.
They've been unable to get a single kill on everybody else.
That's also true.
It isn't hustling as well. But I like what people are doing with Ivern here. Once you assume control of the Baron pit, apart from against Ashe kind of undoes it. You put a lot of the brushes down that Ivern can create, and you force a face check. We saw it earlier from H2K. They actually just backed away completely in the middle of doing it. Forced a face check trick.
They've caught him here. Nether Grasp was there. He gets knocked back in. He's got the Shen shield.
shields?
There's a lot of shields on. They just can't finish
get
the
it.
job.
This is the strength of Shen, you know, between that and all these other shields coming through. Oh,
there's the wall.
Perks.
They've got Perks caught, but he's going to try to realm warp out. He's two-stepping everything, and the Ash Arrow is there. He didn't even take the portal, and he might get Knight on the back of it. No, Perks is going down. Flex just has his kill, but he's going to pay with his life.
And Giants, they still have to run. Expect double taunt here.
On to Hiku Memento right now. They shove Trick back into the team. No more shields available, but he's still tanking through the rest of it. The health bars were there. Knight manages to finish him off right now. Expect is going in for another double taunt. And they just melt down. Knight and Hustlin. So it's a 2 for 3.
That was an awkward fight out of Giants. It looked like they wanted something in that mid lane, and kind of Perkz got caught out on the way across. Perkz turned, tried to Realm Warp out, didn't take it, stepped back in, was trying to get out as his Memento, but that's not going to happen from this one. So just awkward setups from Giants over the last minute or so, and again, it's leading to multiple objectives. Flaxish in behind Sven. This could be it, Sven. Oh, it's been 3 games.
1-2. How do you do? Goodbye. So Sven, unfortunately, his unkilled record is over at the hands of Flaxish.
Sven. I cursed it. It's been 3 games and
doesn't it, Stress?
He pushes up mid with no support against a Riven with TP.
Still, if you assess the whole damage, I mean, it ended up being like a 3 for 4 if you count all of the extensions and the catches, including Sven. But G2 are still having the map control. Let's see how it all began here.
So it was originally Flaxish catching Perkz, and here's how you can see that. Oh, that's painful.
We had to see that one again.
Ouch. So Knight catches out Perkz, and the Realm Warp actually, I don't think, made it over the wall by the looks of it, so Perkz didn't really end up wanting to take it anyway.
You said it with awkward fight, though. I mean, this was all over the place.
Yeah, it was an awkward fight. Expect comes down. You can see that the route that Mithy had landed kept Memento and Hustlin in place for a while, and Sven off of the backside was just putting down autos. Memento and EQ made it out, but again, Expect flashing on top of people in the fight with that taunt, ensuring he can lock down further members to try and pick up more kills, and Giants kind of falling apart again, unfortunately. A little bit of fight left in them, more so than in the last game.
That is definitely the case. Yeah, well, in that team fight, I don't think they're really counting the rise encounter, to be honest, for Flaxish, but Giants are definitely finding themselves quite down in the gold game. It's a 4,000 advantage, I should say, and we're getting close to that 30-minute mark. Expect just has so much tankiness right now. The Rise is going to continue to scale up. And Sven, apart from that trip up mid, has been a huge factor in this G2 team.
That trip up mid. Oh, here comes Trick towards him. Yes, Sven has been a huge factor in the wins of G2 historically. You know, started out in Challenger on Origin. Oh, Mithy, everything just used.
Yep, Daisy's up. Knight's isolated from the rest of the team, and they're going to gang up on him and take him down. It's Expect on a rampage as they find Memento from one to the other. The curtain call is open, but it may be curtains for Giants. Trick is tanking shots, trying to polish off Perkz will not be the case. And they're playing the dance with the Baron. With Knight down, this is not going to be the easiest for Giants to stop.
Memento's no flash, so it means the only real option is him queuing in.
Flax is just going around. Trick a little bit low.
Connect and smite, so Trick turns back out of it. They feel a little too low. Baron still had 4K health.
Now
Trick,
they're just
no
chasing
flash
Flaxish.
either.
Okay, he's backed off for now. They did stop the Baron, though. So G2 don't get to walk away with that one for free. They still got the fight that they needed to start this going, and now there's going to be an Infernal Dragon on the map next. Well, we're not talking about that because Flax is trying to be the hero, but Trick's got Mithy to back him up.
Yeah, he's trying to be. You can see how much damage he's got as we're getting into these situations where small numbers skirmishing around are fairly effective. But this was the fight around Mithy trying to connect here, trying to just get everything as they can, like Shen ulting onto him just to get into the fight. They take out Knight to start it. Continue on towards Memento, who has really struggled, honestly, in this series. Has not found his footing on the Ivern. Been a little underwhelmed by it. We've seen a whole bunch of Kha'Zix out of him, but opting not to go for either in either game.
Perkz with the fake out Realm Warp to just push him back. You're right, it has been Memento not looking so comfortable on this Ivern, and he's very crucial to the Giants team. Like, in their victories, he does seem to have such a huge hand in it, and I wonder if this isn't part of the mind games. You leave the Ivern available, you find a way to outplay it. G2 have done it once, now twice.
Yeah, I mean, Memento had a couple of fights where he went crazily off with Kha'Zix, getting triple kills
and he even could have gotten it last game.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he could have, and hasn't really had the option to this game. Obviously, it was banned. G2 controlling. You can see what exactly the vision is like. Trick and Sven just
got so much damage.
down.
They can two-man this. Daisy's going to make a token effort. The wall is going to come out here. Sven's going to get bopped into the pit. Meanwhile, Mythy being chased down by Flaxus around the side, who takes him out. The Baron is taken,
Sven
but it was
died.
secured by G2 Esports. But Giants a little bit low here, going to try to find Trick, who flashes. He goes through the tunnel. Flaxus flashes to follow him. And now the curtain call's open. Trick is going to try and open. He can't get out of down. And Flaxus might just be able to finish him off. Trick is limping away from it now. Baron secured, but at what cost? Dual laner's gone down, and now the jungler denies the kill. Oh, Flaxus, he wants it. He finally gets it for the key burst. And Giants turn on mid, but now it's not over. Giants finding Expect to just run into them. PQ with the big shot onto Perks. They could get aced here right now. This is turned around.
Giants have turned this around. I was about to say that the key thing, despite as good as it looked for Giants, was the fact G2 got 2 members out with Baron. Now they only survive with 1. But it's still on their Shen. Expect has that now for the side lane pressure if you want it, but that was much better out of G2. Oh, EQ, good reaction on that one.
Fast fingers on that flash. Okay, so Giants assessing the damage report they did to G2. They managed to knock off all but one Baron buff and then get a tower in mid. Let's see it again.
So Flaxish decides he's just getting kills. He's just going for Mythy. Doesn't matter who it is. He's just adding to his score.
Hey man, that's how you play Riven.
He's got to play for KDA at this point. And from there, you can see Trick kind of kiting 3 people up. Flaxish, given a massive runaround here. He uses his flash
Ult
early.
interrupted.
We're back to live though, because Shen, look at Flaxish in the lane behind him. Try Bush is where he's standing.
There we go, but Mythy's going to be there. Expect is going to be hard to take down. Let's see if the Giants can get the collapse. They get onto Expect right now, and they have knocked him left, right, and center. A big shutdown. That's 5 kills on the Riven.
And that's the Baron buff gone. Riven has finally found a spot where the damage is starting to add up. The small number skirmishes are going more in G2's favor, and G2 haven't been able to combo this Ryze, this Shen, everything that should be working together to keep each other alive has not been able to plan out.
Yeah, Giants are making it work for them right now, and they've been able to push G2 back. It's still a tough game for them. They're still down a little bit of gold, but they have a chance to maybe take out this Infernal Dragon. And honestly, Flaxish on this Riven, he has seemed to get a little bit better going on. He's gone all in on the lethality, which is scaling up.
Yeah, of course. I mean, we're on 7.2, lethality buffed, Edge of Night buffed.
And now they got 8% AD and AP. So Giants, I mean, they've really started to pull this turnaround.
Yeah, it's starting to turn around. It's still in G2's hands if they get one good fight where they get the Ash Arrow or the Stranglethorns with Ryze coming in, Shen shielding. They've got enough tools, but the last few minutes has been scrappy by them. G2 getting ahead, being in situations where they're caught out. Perks trying to 1v1 a Riven, getting caught in the river has kind of slowed everything G2 was trying to do. Their Baron buff is gone. We've got a good few minutes before the next one spawns. Elder Dragon's 5 minutes away still, as we only just saw the Infernal Drake go down.
Yeah.
So G2 don't have a whole lot of options on the map, and they're playing into a composition that can punish and overextend fairly heavily.
And we actually have seen a lot of that out of Knight and Hustlin in particular. They've been able to orchestrate these good catches, and you know, this is a far cry from the perfect game G2 played last time around.
Yeah, it's a very far cry. I completely agree. Doesn't look like the same team. I mean, yeah. They still got a good lead.
Yeah.
But
I mean, they're going to be able to get another tower down here. I mean, they're still cross-mapping, but can Giants punish them for it? Looks like they're just not reacting fast enough.
Not with Knight pushing out mid at the same time. They just want to shove it back. You can see how low mid tower is as well. Top tower they can cross up to after getting mid. So although, yes, it is still an inner tower for an outer tower exchange, Giants are keeping the gold fairly even this late into the game. And, you know, this is a lot later than G2 have been taken a lot of the time. Right now, Giants doing a good job against them.
That's absolutely true. Giants looking to push in to finish this top. They sent out the root caller, and all of G2 are there to try and respond. So they're going to keep their tower alive up top.
And normally by this point for Giants' losses, at 30 minutes they've been averaging a gold deficit of 6,600 gold in losses, we're now well past that 30-minute mark, and they are only 3,000 down, which is a considerable improvement on their norm.
Yeah, all bets are off, to be honest. Giants have, shown that they can definitely break out of that mold, and they're taking it to G2 at the moment. There's still a lot of work to do if they want to get a win here and force a game 3. Knight is going to get interrupted. Okay, he's got the shield on him, but that's a lot of burst. They were still dishing out. Double knockup, Memento. In comes Flaxus around the side. Looks for Sven, but he's not able to capitalize on it. And he's taken out before he can do a damn thing. Curtain call's opened up, but Perkz is running into the front line. Giants in group for it right now, and they have got to bail out. Expect is going to taunt flash right into Hiku. Perkz gets him down. 3 members of Giants trying to limp away, but Mithy flanking around the side. He gets the root. Hustlin turns on to Mithy, who manages to take him out, but they're going to trade support for support. It is a 2-for-3 fight. Sven goes very low, but he lives.
Sven lives. G2.
Oh, wait.
Memento didn't quite connect on it. Perkz has
got
to
no
be careful.
summoners. Knight's on him. Oh, just misses.
A little bit more damage coming through from Knight this late into the game. Perkz not finding a lot of it himself. A lot of obstruction in these fights, preventing him from getting damage down on this Rise, which has been somewhat of a signature pick for him. Outside of Exile, Perkz has been one of those players that has played a whole lot of Rise. This time, Ash Arrow barely whiffs. Then they throw the Rift Realm Warp in after. Perkz stuck between the wall and the terrain, couldn't get himself free, but was trying to get damage down.
But they
in the
melted
meantime,
Flaxish.
yeah, they destroy Flaxish. And when 5 kills from your Riven are just instantly gone out of a fight, somehow you end up with no more damage. Expect has been on point with his Shen in this series. The taunt flashes, always landing.
Yeah, and here's where you equalize on supports.
Yep, that was Mithy dying to Austin. Now Sven dropping incredibly low from that. But look at how much work Knight did.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say Knight is definitely making use of this Talia. And if he'd managed to knock that shove onto Perkz, he would have had one more kill to add. So he's definitely still has some damage available to himself. It's not all on Flaxish and Hiku, to be honest.
The numbers disappeared before I could do a full total, but Knight did just about as much damage as G2 combined in that last fight.
Curtain call. Perkz is going to be out. Mithy's tanking shots at the curtain call, though. Last one. Trick's going to absorb it. So they force them back for just a moment. Expects on bottom side. Let's see if Giants can clear some of this vision out of the Baron pit, because remember, it's back up and live. There'll be an Elder in just over another minute as well, so objectives are coming back to the Rift.
And you can see a lot of this now is the mental game of G2. This now feels like it's turned against them because Giants have started up the Baron.
Flaxish is waiting around the backside to see if he can
brushes
intercept onto Trick. There's the wall thrown up. It's gone low. Trick is looking for the steal. Knight is going to get stopped in just a second. They're delivering Shen with Trick through the submarine. They get the taunt on, and now Flaxish was caught with his pants down around the backside as Expect picks up Hustlin in the blink of an eye.
Miscommunication. Like, Flaxish actually got blocked by Talia's wall for a large portion of that fight. The minions have taken down mid lane at the same time. G2 stopping the Baron attempt out of Giants may even turn around and set up the vision control for themselves and dare Giants to come for another fight when they don't have their cooldowns available.
It's going to be so hard to try and break through this G2 squad right now. They're chunking down the Baron. A miracle steal would be what Memento needs. Can he go in on it? No, he's too late.
A little late.
And now he's caught in the pit. The Realm Warp's coming around for the back. G2 are sensing that their time is now, but they don't need to hurry it up. They're content taking down Memento, and this time they do make it out with all the Baron buffs.
G2 thinking their time is now. Well, Giants, they couldn't see the Baron buff in time. Trying to get Memento over, it just wasn't quite enough. And G2 securing another Baron. Insane. I believe that's Baron 16 for G2 this split, while only giving away 2.
And they get themselves an Elder Dragon to top it off. That'll give them a little more effectiveness, a little more speed, and some regeneration, as well as that burn. Flaxish up in the top trying to push the minions away, but Giants are running out of ground here. What looked promising for them for a bit, 41 minutes, has taken a turn that they are not happy with.
Yeah, it's taking a turn they're seriously not happy with. Sorry, you put a couple of lines that coincidentally are like the biggest John Cena implication, like
yeah, no kidding.
Implied pun that you didn't mean to. And I'm just here laughing to myself.
Well, I'm
It's
glad
okay.
I can give you a giggle every
Some
now and again.
people out
Stress.
there understand the significance between you can't see it and all that in 16, but it's okay. Giants right now, they see G2 looming around the base, pushing in. It's going to be mid-tower going down again. Realm Warp used just to deter. You've got to back away from that. There's Giants standing there waiting for somebody to arrive.
Yeah, zoning ult. They take out the inhibitor with ease. They've cracked the base here. Setting their sights on the bottom. Expected and leading minions that way. There are a few wards behind G2's position, but there's really no trouble right now as Giants, they seem cowed. There's just no way they can fight this, it seems to be the case. Short of a miracle play by Flaxus, she's had a couple of good moves this game, and he's gotten back out of the laning phase. Perk's now caught in the curtain call. He tanks 1, he tanks 2, he has shields, but he tanks 3. The 4th goes wide, and Knight's looking to finish him off. He doesn't have flash, and he can't get it done. Meanwhile, the base is broken again.
Yeah, G2 just continuing on the bottom side. I don't think Daisy's going to be enough to deter them from getting the inhibitor.
There's the wall.
The wall is going to block G2 in for a moment.
I mean, but it was just Daisy that was taking the fight. So the arrow comes in, it nails Memento for now, and G2 get a second wind to push into this tower to try and close out this series. Very different game from their first. From a perfect victory to 43 minutes, 11-11 in kills. But they're shoving in on 3 lanes.
Yeah, G2 going to ramp this one up. Top lane. Tower still remains. And Giants will be able to hold mid tower for now, or at least their Nexus towers for now. But this has been a less clean game than the last one, but still fairly controlled out by G2. They've held through Flaxish's attempts on this Riven for the most part.
See if
and
they
as
can
long
finish
as,
this.
as long as they don't let Flaxish catch Sven or Mithy, they should be able to round this game out.
They keep running them around the map. I mean, even when there's nothing but base, they're cross-mapping at this point. So G2 are, you know, they're closing this one out as clean as they can be after the game went a little chaotic. Last inhibitor was going to fall in Giants' base. They're down to 1 Nexus turret, and even Daisy's running away. No, turns back around. They can't get the shove combo onto anyone. Finally smiting Daisy.
It's an automatic fight!
Oh, he's going in for Sven! Not gonna be enough! They turn on that, and the hero play goes south. Now Perks is gonna get a Stand United shield to just deter the rest of them back to Fountain as Trick picks up a double here. Perks hanging tough, not anymore. He's taken down, but G2 are gonna get the game. G2-0. And they close out of their group without dropping a series.
G4-0.
Yeah, definitely. I cannot wait when these guys face off against the Unicorns. That's going to be explosive.
Yeah, I want to see that matchup as quick as possible. Like game 1, you can't get better.
Game 2, you can.
Game 2, you can.
But they closed it out. They did what they needed to do. They halted the Riven plays. And you can see it right at the end there. Wasn't much left to do.
Oh, Flaxish knew he was so close to getting that kill on Sven at the end. May have been enough to be a difference maker, but I mean, that shows a lot of fortitude to pick up something like a Riven against the group leaders when you just lost a perfect game. And although the Pig didn't have the success that Giants would have liked, 5-3-1 in the game, a couple of key plays from Flaxish. It wasn't a perfect setup for him, but it could have gone a lot worse.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Giants put up a hell of a lot more fight in game number 2, and I got to give them props for trying something like this. Knight was pulling a ridiculous amount of weight as well, and honestly had some fairly clutch Weaver's walls, but then there were a couple that maybe a little bit miscoordinated, and Flax just being caught on the wrong side of that, unfortunately for them, gave G2 a lot of advantages.
Yeah, it did. It gave them too many fights that back-to-back went in their favor. Really actually impressed by Expect in this series. We were talking about him being a weakness, a point perhaps that could be easily exploited.
Yeah.
His Shen was really good. In team fights,
Yes.
the controls, multi-person catches, holding his own and, backing away from waves when he knew there was the possibility to get ganked.
Absolutely.
Good setup.
Absolutely. Great job from Expect. But for more on G2's win, QuickShot is on stage with Mithy.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. I am joined by Mithy. Congratulations on the 2-0. Congratulations on sweeping your group in the first round robin.
Let's start with game 2. Why was it so close? I think we told Trick to like leave us bot and just like we knew that Iron was coming bot lane and we had a really huge advantage bot, and instead we told Trick to just take his camps on top side. And instead what happened was that we traded sides and it didn't really work out as planned because we had an advantage bot and we could have snowballed through that. And we also thought that Riven was going to be much more useless later in the game. So we thought that if we starve him, then it's better for us because we weren't even losing anything from losing bot tower, just like the whole map being more open. Yeah. So yeah, it kind of like we planned it ahead, but it didn't work out how we thought it would work out.
Yeah, it definitely looked away a little bit messy towards the end. That Baron fight definitely catching everyone by surprise. Let's talk about the first game. That's the first perfect game that we've seen in Europe since Spring 2016. Is that something you were aware of in the game, or was that just a happy accident?
I think it was a happy accident. Someone mentioned it at some point, like when we were ending, everyone was like, oh, perfect game, and that's when I realized myself, but I think we didn't really have it in mind when we were playing. It could have gone in a much way worse way. When we fought mid, like we were stronger, so the fight was fine, but it wasn't really in our terms, so we kind of screwed up there, but it ended up being a perfect game, so it was all good.
What feels better for you, Mithy? A perfect game for the first time in a year, or going 4-0 in the first time facing all of your opponents in Group A?
I mean, I've always had the same mindset where I really don't care about the split in itself because of my time in Lemon Dogs where I won the split and then lost at playoffs. So I'm keeping that mindset. Yeah, I'd rather just have clean games. I think the perfect game, even though it was perfect, we didn't really fight on our terms on the fight that won us the game, so we can still play better.
I'm really, really happy to hear that. I'm looking forward to seeing whether or not G2 will play better. Next week, you guys are doing some cross-group games. It's the first time we're going to see that. H2K and Roccat. What's your opinions on H2K, seeing how they lost to UOL last week? And, you know, what are your predictions for that series?
I think it's fair to lose to UOL. They are the strongest teams, and they had probably like the best grasp in the meta. Maybe they still do have it once like the new patch comes in, because they were playing Warwick and so on. So I don't underestimate them because they lost to UL. I think that they are a very strong team and their bot lane is very smart. We have scrimmed them a lot, and I just hope we can pull through and win.
I want to ask a question about that. You've scrimmed them a lot. Now, this is the first time that we're going to see cross-group play here in Europe. This is the first time that now all of a sudden your scrim partners now become your opponent partners, so or your opponents on the Rift. How does that dynamic impact your preparation going from week 3 to week 4 onwards?
I mean, it's the same as before, right? Like, nothing really changes, just that, I mean, the best thing about this whole system is the fact that you're playing best of 3s. I think that's like, it's really amazing that you can actually play a series and not just like split games, even though maybe that hurts us at Worlds again because we're playing best of 1s, but we will see. I think that it doesn't really affect us. Our scrim partners, like our scrim schedule obviously changes between week and week because sometimes you face your own group, sometimes you face people from other groups, but at the end of the day, like, as long as you get to practice what you want to practice, it doesn't really matter who you play against.
Okay, it doesn't matter who you play against now. You're not going to face UOL for a couple of weeks. Who would win if you were to play UOL today, and why?
It's hard to say because we play a lot more, I mean, everyone can see that our games on stage are a lot more systematic than they are in scrims. In scrims, we usually, like, a lot of people get caught. I think there's not like 100% focus, even though we try to be. Like, we test a little bit more of our limits, so there's some, like, a lot more deaths. So when we play against UL and they basically just embrace the whole 1 million deaths meta, so they usually come out ahead. So judging from scrims, they would probably have like a small lead, but I think we would have a good. We would just be good at adapting on stage, so I think it would be close. It would be close.
It would be close. I like that. Not willing to 100% say you would win, but leaning towards it. Mithy, one last question. Let's step back. We've talked a lot about now looking forward the opponent teams. How has the G2 gaming house changed? Now you've got this additional support staff. I was watching Sharks and Youngbuck backstage really discussing Game 2 quite heavily. So explain to me how the coaching staff and the additional support staff is impacting G2's play.
Well, it was explained somewhere. Sharks basically helps Joey with whatever he's doing, and they try to improve each other. And then Weldon is doing the same too, but at the same time he is giving us a little bit more of like he's just pet talking us and giving us like some insight into a little bit of like sports psychology. I don't want to call it sports psychology, or he doesn't want to call it sports psychology. I don't really.
It's just
mean,
mindset,
maybe
right? A healthy mindset, being in a good like
basically
mind
just
space.
being in a good mindset for the games and like towards improving and so on. So I think between the three, they kind of criticize each other and they make each other better, and we also criticize them a lot. Yeah. So
who criticizes you, Mithy?
I criticize myself the most, and then from there on, I think my teammates, and then my coaching stuff.
Okay, good. That's what I like to hear. Hopefully Sven gives you a lot of trouble. Mithy, congratulations not only on the game today, perfect game, and of course the 4-0 for now. That does it for me here with Mithy. We're going to head over to the post-game lobby. Dracos, take it away.
Thank you very much, QuickShot, and welcome everyone to the post-game lobby, where we're going to look back on today's games. I'm, of course, once again joined by the same people as the last segment. Surprise, surprise, no mix-up here. It's Deficio, Alfari, Daku coming in to back me up in this one. And I want to start by taking a look at that last game in the series. We hadn't had a chance to cover it yet. Of course, Game 2, Giants versus G2. I think we can safely say completely different than the first game. Riven comes in. We thought it was going to be bad, but it feels like it kind of worked out.
Kind of, yeah. I mean, it was better than expected.
Yeah, it was better than expected.
We saw your tweet.
Yeah.
Called out the Riven instantly. I was ready to reply when we were like 45 minutes into the game if Giants had won, being like, oh, you're wrong. But what would you have liked to see different from that Riven?
I mean, I think the main problem with this Riven pick is that it's just so weak for team fighting versus like a Ryze, a Zyra, a Rek'Sai. These champions that can just easily CC you. I think if they want to go for a Riven, like late game, you need to have a QSS or at least Mercury Treads. Try and mitigate the CC that you can actually not get one shot like, as soon as you go in. Because you saw like later on in these team fights, you'll just go in, like get hit by like a Ryze W for 2 seconds and he's gone.
Well, we did see, of course, I mean, one of the big moments, of course, was one of those team fights at Baron or around the Baron area for Giants, where we did see the Riven be effective. And it was kind of at this point that we started to question. The Deficio was ready to respond to your salty tweet sarcastically, but of course, Riven not in the team fight this time, instead fighting on the back line.
Well, I think, I don't know if it's so much the Riven pick here as much as it is just Mithy kind of mispositioning at the start of this fight. Like, there was really no reason for him to be there, and he got one-shotted, and it's just messy from G2, really. Like, yeah, the Riven pick is nice for chasing and, you know, doing damage, but realistically, in a 5v5, it shouldn't happen.
I do respect them picking the Riven, because, like, I know we talk so much about simple comps versus hard comps to execute, and obviously Riven compositions kind of fall under the hard one. Yeah. But the fact that you lose first game in like perfect game, you feel like it's really hard for you to do anything to like win that second game, and you try and throw that big like curveball. If Riven was the correct choice, you can argue against. Like, as a coach, do you also agree with this philosophy of like throwing out some of these completely new picks if you feel like you're an underdog?
I don't, because I think if you're the underdog, your goal during the split is just to improve as much as you can. So I would say take this opportunity to play the best team in the league and see how you can, you know, shore up with them on regular picks. Because it's so much easier to see macro mistakes after that when you're used to these specific picks. So, like, for example, if they had Rumble or Trundle, Trundle can do a very similar role to what Riven was doing that game, can just split push. And you could see how you played the 1-3-1 wrong or the 4-1 wrong. With Rumble, you can see how you played team fights wrong or where you should have TP'd. Like, you can improve so much more as a macro team if you just play the regular picks. But I feel like with Riven, you lose out on that opportunity a bit.
And Riven, of course, very lackluster. And while we did get to see some Riven highlight moments, obviously a very solid score in the end, there was that crucial team fight where Riven, kind of as expected, with no tools to block the CC, just got popped immediately.
Alfari actually yelled during this fight, "This is why you need QSS!" As soon as he jumps in, and he's gone.
There he goes. Slowly but surely, takes a couple seconds there on the shutdown, but of course that's the disastrous setup. Riven, not quite the tanky Mao guy. Definitely does not want to go in first. And once again, an exciting pick to watch, an exciting pick to see. But at the end of the day, just when it's coming in through the front, when you see it coming, it just does not feel very impactful.
Nah, and again, G2 had a good comp to also deal with it in fights. Idea obviously was that Riven would kind of try and win the side lane split push. Problem was G2's composition as well. Like, it's not just Shen global. There's also Rek'Sai global. There's Ashe Arrow, which is fantastic against teams who wants to try and split push, like force fights, especially around mid lane. And then also we had one more pick, I forgot, Ryze as well. Obviously winning the other side lane against Talir. So it was never 1-3-1 from Giants. It was more like, can Riven win on her own on the side? Otherwise we have to team fight our way out. And then Riven is obviously way weaker than most tanks. And that's kind of one of the issues for them.
Well, of course, after a perfect game as well, we're going to award player of the series, but it was kind of a big team effort across the board for G2, but Expect is going to win it out in the end. I think that second game, really an amazing Shen performance for him, mitigating any advantages the Riven could have had. So I'm curious how far Riven, Shen, I mean, is the Shen expected to win out here? What's your thoughts?
I mean, I don't think Shen should fall behind. Like, once Riven gets Black Cleaver, he should be able to like win pretty handily 1v1, but he never got to do that this game. And Shen's just like much better for team fighting, for making plays both side, and Expect had like pretty good taunt flashes this game, so I guess he deserves it.
Is Expect the best top laner in Group A, or are you the best top laner in Group A?
I'm better than him.
Boom.
I like it.
I like how you don't even include anyone else in the picture. You're like, these two. All right.
I mean, who else right now?
Of course, it wasn't all Group A. Well, I mean, there's no one else right now. I don't know. I
Okay,
agree. I agree. All right, I'm pulling back. Now, of course, the early series we saw today was H2K versus Vitality. That one, I'd say not quite what we expected going in, but at the end of the day, it was that H2K victory. I want to take a chance to talk about it once again for those of you who missed out on viewing it live. Now, Vitality did start off pretty strong here, and things went downhill pretty quickly. So what do you think we learned from both of these teams watching this series?
I think from H2K's end, I still think their vision needs to improve quite a bit. Like in the middle late game, they still seem kind of lost on like how to efficiently close out the game. Alongside that, they had target selection issues last week, and they still seem to have that. And it's kind of disappointing that it hasn't improved over time. And I hope they work on it, because this team has the potential to be really good. But these team fights just aren't playing out the way they're supposed to for them.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about this during the game, how H2K will have like 2 or 3 really good fights where it's like, all right, everything is working. And then when they're actually in a goal lead, they have like this one fight where there's overchase, one guy gets caught out. This was a fine play by Vitality at first, but then they obviously invest everything on one guy and get MF ulted as well. But this like inability for H2K to kind of execute every team fight is an issue. Like they just overchase. That's what I'm at least seeing in these games. Not sure if you guys agree on that, but it happened quite a few times. Like Fivren would like Valk in, and then he would get caught.
And it's something we talked about on the desk as well. Is it was just a constant series of overchases from both sides. Vitality finding leads, throwing them away on overchasing, or overcommitting, especially in game 3 to a composition where you weren't going to find a pick off against an Ivern and a Shen. And it was kind of a similar story back and forth. Of course, H2K throwing a few of those team fights. And it really wasn't the clean gameplay expected from H2K, or the one that we can kind of idealize to come out from Vitality in the end.
But do we actually expect clean gameplay from anyone in week 3 of a spring split?
From either group, or?
I'm just saying like overall, because like most teams are kind of, they make roster changes, they figure out stuff, new meta and everything coming into the spring split. Week 3, is that too early to actually say like, why are you not executing cleanly right now? That normally comes later around playoffs.
I think for the rosters that stayed the same, I'd expect them to at least have much cleaner games than the other ones, because the communication system should just carry over. So for G2 and for Splyce, I expect a lot more than, I think at least for Splyce from what we've seen. Yeah. And then even G2, like the second game was not as clean as it should have been. So for those teams, I think you can argue that, yes, they should be much cleaner games. Even if it is week 3 of the new season, they still have all those tools transferring over. For the newer teams, I can understand if just, time for growth. It's the same for us, but we'll see.
I'll be curious to see as well. Of course, we've now finished our series for the day. Let's take a chance to look at those standings and to see how they're shaping up. Of course, G2 playing their final series does win out. Now, securing first place, placing themselves above you guys safely in second.
It hurts
after the first round robin. We'll see how Fnatic does and if they can pass up Giants. But is there anything that really stands out to you here that was surprising after some of these teams have now completed their first round robin?
Unicorns of Love being first place in Group B is a bit surprising, and Splyce being 1-2, also quite surprising.
I think the Splyce one is the big one, because I expect a lot more from them than what we've seen. Like, their teamwork is what they were praised for last year, and I think that's weirdly enough where they're falling apart these days. It just seems like sometimes they're not on the same page, and so maybe it'll get better as we go on. Of course, it's still week 3, maybe they're out of practice, I don't know, but like for Splyce, I think they really need to step up for what's expected of them from Group B.
And now we have the games tomorrow, and then obviously from next week, it's the cross-group play. You guys will start playing Unicorns, Splyce, H2K, all these different teams. Anyone specifically you're looking forward to play?
I think Splyce and H2K will both be fun to play, or also Unicorns of Love, obviously. They're like first in their group, so that'll be exciting.
Yeah, I think Group B is just a lot of fun to play against, to be honest. All the best teams are there.
Group B feels really chaotic.
Except for G2.
Except for G2, it's actually true.
Absolutely. Now, of course, let's take a chance to look at those games tomorrow. You brought them up briefly, but as we look at tomorrow's schedule, I'm kind of curious to see how these next couple matches will unfold. Will give us a better picture of how the groups are going to stack up. And it seems to me that we have some pretty safe assumptions on who's going to come out on top here. Do you guys see any potential for upsets?
I think maybe Rocket could beat Fnatic, like at least maybe take one game. I think it's kind of realistic. Maybe even take the series. I'm not entirely sure, but I think there's definitely the potential there.
I think I just want to see like if Fnatic fixes the draft or the champion pool issues, because we did get away with that in our series against them. I didn't like the drafts much, and it seems like they didn't play the champions that are strong on this patch. So if they can fix that for Rocket, then I think they'll be in a good spot. But otherwise, there is an upset potential there.
Yeah. Curious to see how it unfolds. Of course, we'll find out tomorrow. But other thing that happened today is we saw an interview with Prawley, and he brought up kind of that the Shen Ivern comp was the quote-unquote easy composition, right? That it was like the simple composition to play, that it had this inevitable scaling that you were sure to win if you could take it to late game. And I was curious how you guys felt about that, and if you think that's accurate given the current meta.
I'm not sure if Shen is like a free win late game, but I definitely do agree with Ivern being like by far the best scaling jungler at the moment. So whenever you have Ivern, typically going to win late game because it's just like the shields, redemption, locket. It's just so hard to team fight against it.
The only downfall I feel like we see with Iron comps is in case they don't have enough damage. But again, with the current AD carries being used, like Kokime, these kind of things, you almost always have enough damage. I think once we saw a combo that ran like double physical damage, they were against the Shen themselves and they had Iron and they just kind of ran out of damage because Shen could block so many of the autos. But apart from that, the fact that Iron literally gives tankiness to squishy members and at CC as well, it makes the carries too strong, almost, that they have so much extra HP.
Sorry, I think one thing that goes unnoticed is that it's not just that it's easier to play in-game, it's very easy to draft Ivern comps as well, because it seems to fit in almost every single type of play. So even if teams are poor at drafting, if they just pick up the Ivern, they will probably have a cohesive comp regardless, and a comp that'll scale well into mid and late game. So they can make mistakes in drafting and get away with it, which I think is a huge strength of the pick as well.
Is it easier to punish in scrims, where people might invade early compared to on stage? Or is that exactly the same in scrims as well?
Well, I think the new pick that Trick pulled out, at least in LCS, Graves, worked pretty well against Ivern. I think champions like these, which can can be uncontested in the jungle, like when invading, versus Ivern, are going to be particularly good against Ivern, and I expect we'll see more champions like this in the future versus it. That's like more teams think about what is good against it.
So do you think this is just a kind of a matter of adaptation for the Ivern pick? It is still relatively new. You think in the next couple of weeks maybe we'll see more teams with an answer to the pick and it will be less powerful overall, or is it still something that you absolutely have to be willing to kind of shut down in the pick fan phase, maybe ban away, maybe pick it as a priority just to take it off the table?
I think for the next few weeks you probably have to think about it very heavily when you're planning pick and ban, but as teams get better at snowballing early games, for example, or playing split push or poke, like these different variations in compositions, then I think you'll see Ivern fall off a bit. But right now, for the most part, everyone's trying to play team fight. There's very few teams that are trying split push. G2 played 1-3-1 today, and it was excellent in both games. So that's where I think Ivern will eventually fall off.
And most other teams who actually try to play split push would lose. We saw Fnatic yesterday try and do it with Zed and so on, and it is really hard to execute, especially with the new rosters where communication is an issue, because 1-3-1 comes, every single lane is talking all the time, they're all pressuring together. And when that falls short, well then the Ivern comp is just the superior one.
Well, it's good that you bring that up, because the other thing that Probably discussed was kind of that he didn't want to play this comp, which he considered easy, because he wanted the team to play more complicated things, save the easy comps for the games that really matter later in the season, or a team that you want to save everything for. Do you think that's a viable strategy here in the early weeks, where you should just be trying to play the most difficult, the most complex kind of composition to force the team to develop more, or should you just be playing what will net you wins?
It depends if you're bottom team or top team. I feel like if you feel confident you're going to make playoffs, I respect the whole let's try and play more complicated things and then realize all our mistakes and use these mistakes to then improve later. But if you are, let's say, Giants or Rocket, and you're really fighting to try and get out of relegation and sneak into playoffs, I think you have to play what's easy and what's effective right now.
Yeah, I agree. I think generally, on LCS, it's only one series a week. So you should at least try to win, I think. And then you have so many days of scrims, which you can just practice other stuff, which is maybe harder, maybe less likely to win, and try and improve that instead.
And there's also the factor where sure, you might be a top team, and so you might be okay playing more complex comps on stage, but there's also the option of just playing the simple one and practicing those complex comps in scrims, and then pulling them out for games that actually matter. So I don't necessarily think you need stage practice with difficult compositions to play them effectively. You just need efficient scrim practice.
We heard a lot last year. Players and coaches were talking about how you could only get real practice on stage because scrims would just be like so bad. Like everyone would kill each other 20 times in 10 minutes and then just FF the game and go next. You guys obviously scrimming in Europe have been scrimming now for quite some time, and also scrimmed in Korea before in the off season. Is European scrim culture better now? Is it less 20 million kills and then FF?
Compared to before, yes. I actually think all the coaches, or most of the coaches that I've talked to, have made drastic changes to how the team, just practices overall and how on time they are for scrims. One thing that when we were in Korea was in my opinion, really effective was that between the two blocks there was a 2-hour break. So the second block always felt really effective because you had such a long time to reset. I think that's the only difference between Korea and EU in terms of practice. The second block still feels a little bit, out of sync because people are tired and you can see that they're not making the best decisions, which they normally wouldn't. But overall, I think Europe's really stepped up this year for scrim culture overall.
Do you agree, Alfari?
Yeah, I mean, I don't really notice a big difference from this year and last year. Like, scrimming is still scrimming.
I mean, it's kind of good to hear that that's been an improvement.
Coach,
and also, I mean, it was a pretty large criticism. And do you have any thoughts onto like why has this changed? Is it just that all of Europe wants to level up and get better? Was this a conscious effort across teams, or is it just that as teams are improving, scrim culture is kind of improving along with them?
No, it was definitely a conscious effort. Like before the season started, all the coaches got together and we all talked about how we wanted to practice. So it was very much an active effort to try to improve everything, because last year there were definitely some complaints in terms of like either how on time teams were or the tilt factor that some players would have. So there were issues with scrims, and I'm actually very impressed with the EU coaches this year. I think they've done an excellent job in elevating the scene.
So my kind of final question on this subject is, we have cross-group play coming up. You heard QuickShot mention it earlier, talking with Mithy, and I'm curious how that's going to affect you guys. I assume mostly scrimming outside your group for now. Is scheduling scrims just going to be a disaster? Do you guys already have planned who you're going to practice against? How does that affect your preparation?
In our case, going into the season, we made a goal, which was we'll scrim all the top teams that we can get, because for Misfits, the goal is to improve as much as we can in the regular season and then show up in playoffs. Now, maybe the goal is different for G2 or for Splice or these other teams that have different expectations than us. But for us, it hasn't really mattered too much. We're just looking to scrim all the top teams and then just performing on stage.
All right, and kind of wanted to close out here. I want just some final expectations. We've had 3 weeks now. We're finishing up the first round robin. Of course, one more day of play left before we finish that out. How are we feeling about Europe overall as a region? Do we once again have these very secluded teams at the top? Is it very top-weighted like it was last season with H2K Splice? Do we expect it to stay that way? What are the feelings?
I don't think it's super top-heavy right now. I think Unicorns of Love, who is #1 in Group B, has definitely had extremely close games against a lot of the other teams in their group. And while they did win them, I don't think they're like way better than most of the other teams in that group. And I think Group A, while G2 is the best, it's somewhat the same. A little bit, I guess, G2 is slightly ahead of Unicorns in that regard. But I think we have a lot of very cool up-and-coming teams. And I mean, like, Misfits is one of them. I think, like, funny enough, Splice, even though they haven't changed anything, I'm expecting them to pick up the pace very soon. And then I think we might have, like, 5 potential top teams that can actually compete in playoffs and play some really competitive games.
Yeah. Exciting to see, too, because we've seen so many teams in the past be really exciting in the regular season and then not be able to kind of bring something to the table when it comes to best of 5. Overall. And do you guys kind of echo Deficio's statement here? Do you feel like there's a lot of strong teams right now, or are you guys mainly looking at 1 or 2 at the top of the table?
I agree. Like, I think today's series in particular also showed that the difference between like the perceived top teams like H2K and G2 to like Vitality and Giants maybe isn't as big as people thought. Like before today, I definitely would have expected Giants to maybe take a game of G2, or for the series between H2K and Vitality to be so close. So I don't think the difference is as big as it might have looked.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's pretty exciting to see. I love having a lot of top teams. I know, it's good. Good to get parity between the teams, parity between the groups. But, of course, thank you again so much, Daku, Alfari, for joining me. Deficio as well. I shouldn't thank you. This is your job. Thank me. I am not thanking you. All right, well, that's going to do it for us tonight. Thank you so much for coming. Don't forget to tune in tomorrow at 4 p.m. Central European Time, 7 a.m. Pacific, for our friends across the Atlantic as the EU LCS 2017 Spring Play continues. See you then.
I really need to base now, and I'm so strong. I can kill everyone.
This is a fight on a million fronts. Nukeduck with a double on the back end. Nuclear arcane shift, but the shield explodes. Nukeduck and Joko ace H2K. So it does not matter. Hachani will die as Vitality pick up game 1 against H2K.
Unless you get a gank.
Valkyrie away. Another undertow comes down. Reckless swing, flash defensive. Featherbit's going low. Vitality get the kill. H2K take the first Nexus turret, take the second Nexus turret. Look at the player cams. It's all business. It's all focus. Yankos is a machine. There is no emotion at H2K even up the series. No flash for Yankos. Gonna be in trouble. Stand United not available. And that's first blood for Nukeduck.
Wait, there's no QSS of Febby.
Got him! Even with the flash, Feathervin's down longer, but not Nukeduck. That's Odo on the front line. The ultimatum comes down. It's enough to kill the support, but H2K take down Vitality.
H2K! Hey, Daisy.
Hold on.
Daisy's done more damage.
All right, they're on 2v2, but that's not enough. They get blown up right there.
Knocking the minions through, giving them the Baron buff. They've done it!
They've got
G2!
it. A perfect victory at 33-15. G2 eSports cleaning up. Okay, he's got the shield on him, but that's a lot of burst. They were still dishing out. Double knockup, Memento. In comes Flax just around the side. Looks for Sven, but he's not able to capitalize on it. And he's taken out before he can do a damn thing. Finally smiting Daisy.
It's an all-out-fight.
Oh, he's going in for Sven. Not gonna be enough. They turn on that, and the hero play goes south. Now Perks is gonna get a Stand United shield to turn the rest of them back to Fountain as Trick picks up a double here. Perks hanging tough. Not anymore. He's taken down, but G2 are gonna get the game. G2-0.
1 blue 50.
You win!
You said the same thing I told ya. My eyes are clear, there's no secret. I wanna know, was it serious? I need it clear, my best friend. Isn't easy to show with the weight of the world on my shoulders. I know I told you, it's the best light I know. It's not a game that I am playing, my love. Trying to hold my feeling, I don't know what's right. I'll find the best way, I think that I might. I know you made it in the nick of time. I'm calling on you. I think we're made of something. I think we're made of something. I keep my time in a pocket. I wanna find a new keeper. I like the way it's mysterious. I think I found my own way. Isn't easy to show with the weight of the world on my shoulders. I know I told you, it's the best light I know. It's not a game that I am playing, my love. Trying to hold my feeling, I don't know what's right. I'll find the best way, I think that I might. I know you made it in the nick of time. I'm calling on you. I think we're made of something. I think we're made of something. Trying to hold my feeling, I don't know what's right. I'll find the best way, I think that I might. I know you made it in the nick of time. I'm calling on you. I think we're made of something. I think we're made of something.